designed to do or why I'm here. I am just existing, right? And once we figure out why we exist, now then life becomes beautiful. Or like maybe this, and our purpose can change at different points of our lives. We can have different purposes for different areas and different sections of our lives. Like as at one point, this pile of wood was a tree until somebody decided to come on. Somebody came along and they decided they were going to do something else with it. It was time for a new purpose and new design. But until this pile of wood became a beautiful home, it was just existing, sitting there, had no intended purpose. How many of you feel like that? How many of you have ever felt like that? That you're just going through your day, right? We wake up, we go to work. Now during this pandemic, maybe you go to your living room and you eat dinner, you watch some Netflix, have poker night, girls' night, do something with your kids, rinse, repeat, right? You're just existing, going through life, going through the motions. That's not what we want to do. All right. Once we find our purpose, we stop existing and life becomes beautiful. That's why it matters. We're not here to just exist. So, and usually when we're having this debate of purpose, right, there's always, you would hear at every college graduation, a lot of people trying to say, we talk about passion as well. Those two words are usually intertwined. They come up together, right? And people would say, is there a difference between purpose and passion? Is there a difference? Right? Should I be chasing after my passion or should I be chasing after my purpose? Right? That's the age-old question. And I think you'll hear many people also say, right, that there is a difference. And I do believe there is. But what is it? What should I be going after? First, let's talk about passion. Now, when I think of passion, I think more of emotion. I think of what do I want the world to give me? What excites me? What gets me going? What gets me fired up? Passion is more centered around yourself. What do I want the world to give me? Right? And it can be misguided at times. Right? Like I could go through a bad breakup and I could be very passionate at that time about destroying this other person's life because that is what moves me. That's what I desire in the moment. But that may not be my intended purpose. Right? It can be very misguided at times and it can change with the weather. Right? That's what I think of when I think of passion. It's more about an uncontrolled emotion at times. Right? We're trying to please ourselves. It is a more self-centered idea. But when I think about purpose, I think about my calling. As we talked about, what am I designed to do? Why was I put on this earth? And not how can the world serve me, not how I can get pleasure from the world, but how can I contribute to it? What do I have to give? How can I serve others? That's what I think about when I think about purpose. Now, and when we're thinking about this purpose and how I can contribute to the world, it doesn't always have to be this big grand idea, right? You can scale it down a little bit and you can say, well, not how can I contribute to the world, but how can I contribute to my community? How can I contribute to the organization that I belong to? How can I contribute to my family, my neighborhood? Right? It doesn't have to be this grand idea, but it's what you are going to offer and give, right? Not what you want to have for yourself. But and let's get this out of the way too, is that your passion and your purpose can also become the same thing, right? That's when we find that sweet spot. And that's when life is really beautiful, when our passion and our purpose are lined up. But they are not always the same thing. Now, you're saying, okay, well, we define passion. We know what it is. We know the difference between passion and purpose, right? We know that, why it's important. So how can I find it? Now that I know what purpose is and I know why it's important to me, how am I going to find it? And there's many steps to this, and we're going to get into that. The first thing I need you to do, though, when we're talking about your purpose is I think you have to be yourself, right? You have to be living an authentic life. And oftentimes, sometimes, our passion is going to find us. When we are being ourselves, it's going to find us. We'll discover it. And if I am meant to dance, if dancing is in me, and I am somewhere filing papers and I am not dancing, then how am I going to find you if I'm your purpose? Right? I cannot find my purpose if I'm living my life as an imposter. Right? I have to be my authentic self. And in order to do that, we have to eliminate outside noise. Right? Like, what are people telling you? What are you telling yourself that isn't true? Right? A lot of times people are living lives that they want, that their parents want them to live, that society tells us to live, that your friends telling you should do. Eliminate the outside noise and start listening to the noise that comes from within you. What is speaking to me? Right? It doesn't matter what anybody else says to me. It doesn't matter what anybody else says I should be. Who am I? And that's a question you have to ask yourself, right? You have to ask yourself the right questions. And we're going to get into these questions. Like I said, we're going to take a deep dive into this. You got to be asking yourself the right questions. And then once you do all these things, you just have to be still. All right. When you are living your authentic life and being yourself, it will come to you. You have to be still. Sit with these questions that you're asking yourself. Right? When you're being yourself, it will come. So I said I was going to get into these questions, right? So what kind of things can I ask myself to help me find my purpose and to help me live my purpose, to make sure that I'm there? The first thing you can ask yourself is, what would I do if failure was not possible? This is in line with saying, what can I do if money wasn't an issue? All right. Asking yourself this question allows you to eliminate all barriers. It allows you to be free in your thinking, and you can decide, like, now that I'm free in my thought and there's no barriers in the way, like, what would I do? It gives you free reign of thought. And we need this in order to find our purpose, because nothing is impossible. So now if we're having free reign of thought and we continue to ask ourselves questions, the next thing we can ask ourselves is, what do I fear for myself? I think these questions can go hand in hand, right? Because a lot of times most people's biggest fear is failure. So once we remove that, like I said, now we have this free thinking. We can identify what's in our way, right? So we have to remove those things in order to find our purpose. So now I've identified, what would I do if failure wasn't possible? What do I fear for myself? What do I fear for the world? When I ask myself what I fear for the world, now I'm identifying a problem. And if I'm identifying a problem, now I can be a part of the solution, right? What am I offering to the world? And also, as we stated, right, I'm saying world like it doesn't have to be big. Change that word if you'd like. What am I offering to, what do I fear for my community? What do I feel for my children? All right, maybe you grew up in a low income area and you went to low income schools, and part of your fear is that kids from these areas and these neighborhoods are going to always be at a disadvantage because of the level of education they're receiving in comparison to other schools in higher income areas. You've identified a fear that you have for the school system. And now how can you, if that's something that you fear and something that you are feeling deeply, how can you contribute to that? Right? Ask yourself, what do I fear for the world? What are your greatest accomplishments? Now you're diving into yourself a little more, right? Figuring out what you love. Now, you may have accomplished a lot of things in your life, many awards, but maybe your greatest accomplishment has nothing to do with an award. Maybe you worked for a mentor program and you see your greatest accomplishment was you helped students who were failing their exams to pass. You saw that as your greatest accomplishment. There was no award for that. But within you, you're like, man, I love that. That made me feel good. That made me feel like I was contributing. That made me feel like I had purpose. What are your greatest accomplishments? What am I naturally good at? Right? As we said, passion can come and go. You know, we can be passionate about learning something new. Your purpose is already in you. So a way to help discover that is to figure out, what am I already naturally good at? Are you naturally a good coach? Do you naturally help people become better? Are you a dancer? Are you naturally a good cook? Like, you don't even have to measure. You just know. All right. What are you naturally good at? And then once I discover what I am naturally good at, how can I use this to serve other people? Right? How can I use my skill of cooking and dancing and coaching to serve other people? Because this is not about me. Our purpose is not about us. And a lot of times our purpose, right, can be derived from pain. So if we want to take a deeper dive into this, we could also ask ourselves, how has my adversity equipped me to serve others? Right? What have you gone through in your life that you would see as a hardship or an adversity? And you say, well, why? I don't want people to experience the same thing that I experienced, or I want to be able to help people get through times that I had that I found was difficult for me. This can help serve you. This can help serve other people. And right, we've been talking about dancing a lot. And if I was in the kitchen the other day and I asked myself this question, right? Another question you could ask is, how do people not understand that the moonwalk is one of the greatest dances ever created? Like, I'm in the kitchen doing my best version of my moonwalk and my kids don't even care. They don't care about my moonwalk. These kids, TikTok got them brainwashed. Right? They don't know what dancing is. Right? But I digress. It was a good moonwalk too. Kids, they don't know what dancing is. All right, now that I've asked myself all these questions, I've done my best moonwalk and my kids don't care. What do I do next? What am I going to do next? A lot of us, as I said before, we have maybe already thought we found our purpose. And we wake up one day and we're like, man, I don't know if this is it. I don't know if I'm on the right path. And that's okay. I think this happens to many of us. We're not sure if we're on the right path, and we may be at the midpoint of our lives or into the latter stages of our lives, and we're like, man, am I on the right course? Is this really my purpose? And that's okay. But if we're doing the right things, we'll at least be able to stay somewhat on course. All right, we're going to talk about that. I think the first thing we need to be able to do when we're talking about living a purpose-filled life, no matter if you've discovered it or you're trying to find it or trying to rediscover it, all right, is we have to self-evaluate. We have to consistently look ourselves in the mirror and figure out where we are. All right, this is so important. And there's so many elements to this. And this is a daily practice in one form or another. Like, you don't have to do all of these things every day. But in one form or another, every day you should be self-evaluating. What are you saying to yourself? What questions do you ask yourself? Are you referring to the questions we just talked about on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, continuously checking in? Are you evaluating your goals in your day, right? How you've maneuvered through your day through activities like journaling. It can be very revealing. Are you seeking outside help? I know the importance of that. I am a coach, and I see the value that coaching has for my clients. Right? Are you seeking that outside help? And are you mentally in a good place? If you need therapy, you need therapy. Right? Often in our community, especially, this has been a taboo thing, but we have to make sure that this is normalized and celebrated, right? And our path to finding our purpose, we have to be mentally well and stable. And it has to be a continuous process of checking in with ourselves when it comes to these things, right? So we have to self-evaluate. So I've done all the self-evaluation. Check. Outstanding. I'm doing well here. All right. I have a consistent practice of this. So what other elements do I need to incorporate into my life, right, to make sure I'm staying the course? How do I maintain it, right? Perspective is key here. I need to have the ability to be able to see things from all different angles in a really effective way, right? But as I said, we're taking a deep dive. We're not just surface level talking about perspective, because we hear it all the time. Oh, you need to be able to see it from a different angle. You need to be able to, see it from someone else's point of view. But how do I do that? Right? How do I do that effectively? And one of the things is we have to be able to see the beauty in things with no filter. What do I mean? Well, you know what it means to have no filter, right? Some of you take pictures. Some of all your pictures you take have a filter on them, right? And what does a filter do? It removes all the blemishes, right? Some of you need to take that filter off and be able to see something for what it is, right? And see the beauty and what lies behind the filter, right? But this is also saying, like, right, we want to see the glass half full, but we also need to understand that sometimes it's half empty. Right? Like if you watch my keynote, right, I talk about my relationship with my father. And I talk about how it was this black cloud hanging over me, that I didn't have a good relationship with him. And it wasn't until I was able to change my perspective and that was revealed to me later in life, right? Like, that was a horrible thing. Yes, it would have been great if I could have had a relationship with my father. And yes, that still was horrible, but it also was the force behind why I'm so passionate about the father that I am, right? I can see it for what it is, for what it truly is. Yes, a bad thing not growing up with a father, a consistent father figure in your life. But the catalyst to my passion behind being a good father, right? Both of those things exist at the same time. I have to be able to see the beauty in it with no filter. I have to become obsessed with learning. Why? Like, some of us, we can get really stuck in our ways, right? We have a belief system. But if I'm constantly reading and I'm constantly learning, like, some of the reasons why we can't see things from another perspective is because we haven't even opened ourselves up to the possibility of other ideas. How do other people think? How are other people viewing things? What do other people have to say about these topics? I can't just rely on my own just beliefs and experiences, right? I have to learn from others. Right? And now that I have this, it opens my mind and my heart and my eyes to just different ways of thought, right? So I have to become obsessed with learning. And I got to surround myself with good people, right? I'm actually going to group these last two together. I need to surround myself with good people, and I need to let go of people who aren't serving me and providing good quality in my life, right? Like, if you might be a Debbie Downer, you might say to yourself and your friends all the time, man, you know what? Man, life sucks. I'm always getting a bad deal. If you got a friend, you got a friend that says, you know what, girl, life does suck, man. I hate it. Me too. It's horrible. Let's just be sad together. You are bringing each other down, right? And you are limiting each other from being able to have a better perspective on how life is working. And like if I say, man, I'm having a horrible day and life sucks and I never get anything handed to me and everything is so bad for me. I need my friend to be like, you know what? I get that. Life is, it can suck sometimes, but let's go on a walk and get that negativity out your life because you know what? You're starting to bring me down and I can't have that. All right. You got to surround yourself with good people who are willing to offer you different perspectives and encourage you and push you to new perspectives. And you got to let go of what's not serving you. All right. Let it go. And you'll see. You'll see how much positivity and how much good it just brings to your life. Right. Learn to let go. So I am checking in with myself every day now. My perspective is changing a little bit. All right. I'm learning. I'm being able to see the truth in things. I'm living my authentic self. And now what? What else can I do? I need to be grateful. Right. And not only do I need to be grateful, I need to have a gratitude practice. Right. This is not something that just happens in your life. It's a reason they call it a practice. Right. It's not just natural. You hear people say, have an attitude of gratitude. No. It's not just an attitude. There's a method to this. Like, yeah, you got to practice. We're talking about practice, right? Like if you know, like we talking about practice. Yeah, we're talking about practice, right? You have to practice gratitude. And how can we practice gratitude, right? We can practice it by having a gratitude journal. And it's not something you have to do every single day, but it has to be a consistent practice in your life. You have to be deliberate about it. So yeah, I'm going to have a practice. Maybe I'll have a gratitude journal. Maybe, I used to live in an area where every time I would go to work, I would hit this stoplight, and it was the longest stoplight in the history of the universe. Like I promise it was. Look it up. The longest stoplight I've ever seen. And I would absolutely dread getting caught at the stoplight. I would come around the roundabout and I would be looking for as soon as I could see it, I would see what the stoplight was, if it was red or green, and I would slow down or speed up just so I wouldn't have to wait at this light for a prolonged period of time to limit my time sitting there until I read an article about a woman who said she was going through the same thing, right? She used to dread this stoplight, but she started every time she got caught at the stoplight, she would think about what she was grateful for. And that dramatically changed her days. And eventually, she would get upset if she didn't get caught at the stoplight. Because thinking about how grateful she was started her day off on such a positive note that she wanted to keep it in her life. And once I was able to do that, I was able to adopt the same principle. And I was like, man, I like getting stopped at the stoplight because this starts my day off in such a good way, no matter what. Even if I woke up late or I wasn't feeling good or a little groggy when I got stopped at the stoplight, and I would think about the things that I was thankful for. It was just such a beautiful thing. So we have to practice it. We also have to understand, right, that this is not all rainbows and sunshine, right? It's got to be specific to us and applicable to us, right? Like we're not just going to go out and be like, oh, I'm thankful for the birds and the trees and the sunshine. I'm even thankful for the rain because without the rain, these flowers wouldn't grow, right? Like it doesn't have to be that way. Right? Yes, we can be thankful for these things, but in order for it to have effectiveness in our lives, it's got to be specific to us, right? It's got to be applicable to our own lives. I'm like, man, it could be something as simple as, you know what, man, I'm so grateful that, my friend's dad knows how to fix water heaters because if he didn't fix my water heater, I'd have had to come out of pocket with a lot more money. So man, I'm so thankful that I know somebody who knows something about water heaters. Right? Make it specific to your life. Right? You can even be thankful for stuff, right? That other people might have shame about being thankful for. You can't shame. Don't shame yourself. Be grateful for what you're grateful for. Like if you don't have kids right now and you are grateful for that, be grateful. Right? You be like, I'm so grateful that I don't have any kids right now because during this pandemic, everybody that I know with kids are losing their mind. Right? So God, I thank you, Jesus, that I don't have kids right now because I would probably be losing it working from home. Right? It's okay. It's okay if you don't want kids. It's okay to be thankful if you don't got them right now. Right? And like I said, it can be like something that you wouldn't think other people should be grateful about, right? Like, I'm so thankful that my son got a C instead of an F because he was one bad grade away from failing, right? Like, I'm good. Thank you for that C, right? C's get degrees, right? Be thankful your son got that C instead of an F. It's okay. Find it where you can find it. There's no shame in it. Like my son, right? I am thankful, right? He's teaching me patience. Oh, he's teaching me patience. And I am thankful that he is teaching me patience. Thank you. I needed that. Right now I'm going to be a Zen master now once I conquer this boy because he is teaching me about patience. But I am so thankful that my daughter is the exact opposite. Right? Because I don't know if I could deal with two of them. Right? So I don't need them both to teach me patience. I'm thankful he is, but I'm thankful she is not. Right? I practice that. That is a gratitude practice I participate in on a frequent basis. Right? And that's okay. And make it contagious. Right? Be weird about it if you have to. Okay, like this. I'm gonna practice gratitude everywhere I go. At the dinner table with my family, around my friends, at work. I'm so thankful you brought those papers over to me off the printer. I appreciate it. I'm so grateful for you. I do it at the dinner table. What are you grateful for? What are we thankful for? Like call your friend up on the phone. Hey, you know what, man? I love you, dude. I'm so grateful for having you as a friend in my life. You got so much value to it. You always answer the phone when I call. Right? Like, make it weird if you have to. So other people can adopt it in their lives too. You can be a blessing with how you show gratitude. And the last thing I need you to do is I need you to be patient. And I've heard a lot of people talk about patience recently. I've heard very successful people talk about how patience is overrated. How you just need to be a go-getter, go after it. Who needs patience? But I think when it comes to patience, that some of these people have it wrong. These successful people, they have it wrong. See, the way they describe it is that you're just waiting around for something to happen. Like, right, you're sitting idly by. But that's not what patience is about. This man on this rock, he's being patient. Right? But he's not sitting idly by. He's not praying for a fish to come. Right? Patience is about doing everything that you can within reason, or maybe not within reason by normal standards. But you've assessed the situation and you've done everything you can to reach the intended goal. He's not just standing there. He picked the right time of day. He picked his location. He picked his fishing rod. He picked a specific bait. And now he even has on a specific outfit for the day. He has done everything that he can do to obtain his intended purpose of catching a fish. Right? Oh, he could do it another way. He could dive in. He could dive in the water and try to just grab the first fish he sees because he just wants to catch a fish, but that's not what he wants. He could take a stick of dynamite and toss it in the water, explode. Oh, now I have all the fish that I need. But that's not what he's there for. He's being patient. He's done everything that he can. So this is why that's important, right? We're going to do everything that we can. We're not just going to pray and hope that God answers our prayers. Say, thank you, Jesus. I'll be waiting for you to deliver it to me. No, we do everything we can, and then we wait for the fruits of our labor. That's what he's doing on this rock. And once you have done all of these things, right? Now you can just glide into your purpose. You can moonwalk into your purpose. Right? It becomes easy after that. There's nothing else we need to do. We just need to be. We just need to be still. Live our authentic lives. And that is it. It's going to be so easy after that. And then our kids are going to see how amazing the moonwalk is too. And we don't got to keep trying to preach it to them. Right? I tell you, they don't understand. They do not understand. So when we are talking about purpose, understand that all we have to do is be our authentic selves. We've defined it. We've told ourselves why it's important, why it's necessary in our lives, because we don't want to exist. We want to be fulfilled. We want to live beautiful lives. We've also gone through what we need to do in order to maintain it. I'm going to self-evaluate. I'm going to practice gratitude. I'm going to allow myself to see things from another perspective. I'm going to do everything that I can. And then I'm going to be patient and watch the fruits of my labor reveal themselves to me. And when we do all these things, we will be living the intended purpose. And that's what's going to make us iconic. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Beckley, and I am a 5-time Amazon best-selling author. I'm a professional speaker. I've been speaking on virtual stages for this year because of the pandemic, and then before that for the last 5 years. I am a purpose strategist. I help people understand what their purpose is and move them to the next level. I'm also a social media coach, and I help people basically shine, as I call it, in their social media platforms. And I'm also the CEO of the Diamond Factor LLC, which basically the mission is to help individuals, especially women, to understand what I call the PPD, your purpose, your passion, and your drive in life. I call that your foundation because that moves you when everything is going crazy in your life, the earthquakes, the floods. That this sits in you, that PPD, your purpose, you know your purpose, and that passion, that drive that guides you. So I said all that about me, okay? I wasn't always like that. I didn't have those titles a long time ago. In fact, it's been like 7 years ago that I even learned how to speak in front of you right now. I was very, very shy person. I didn't want it. I felt like I didn't know what to say, how to say it, when to say it. I didn't feel like I was intelligent enough to even hold a conversation with someone. And this happened at the age of 7 when I was bullied every single day in grammar school. You're fat, Barbara. You're ugly. You're not important. You're not smart. I don't even know why you come to school. You can't learn anything. That would be echoing in my ear every single day. Now think about it. As a 7-year-old little girl going to school to try to get an education, but then the education was understand that I was undervalued by others because they kept talking about me. And I used to ask myself, why me? Why do they keep struggling trying to act like that I'm an alien almost? That I'm a person just not in this world like them. But see, when I got older and went back and thought about that, why would I want to be like them? We are our own individuals. Have you in your life had people talk to you a certain way or tell you that you wasn't going to be able to make it, like in your business or if you were writing a book? Have people ever told you, I don't know why you're writing that? You don't have nothing to write about. I mean, have people had that in your ear? Well, that was going on at an early age in my life. There's certain individuals that was in my life that told me the opposite to help me see that I was special. One of the teachers in class used to tell me all the time because she's seen the bullying, she's seen what was happening, and she was trying to stop it, but she knew that she had to nurture me because she didn't want me to become damaged goods. So she would tell me every day before school was out, Barbara, you are a princess. You are awesome. You're an amazing little girl, and you're going to grow up to be just apple of people's eye. In fact, she used to say, I was a diamond in the rough. She said, you're that little diamond that's going to be grown to that beautiful diamond, but you're going to take some cuts and you're going to take some shaping. And that's what she used to always tell me. Now, I liked hearing the diamond when I was younger, so I was like, ooh, I like the diamond. So if I'm going to be a diamond, let me shine. And that's what held me and kept me going. But she wasn't the only person that told me that. My dad, who was the diamond in my eye, he used to every single day give me the bear hugs when I come home and used to tell me, Barbara, you are amazing. You're my angel. I love you so much. Those words between my teacher and my dad helped me through the struggles of being bullied every single day. He used to always tell me, you know what? You're like a diamond in the rough. I was amazed. I was like, wait a minute. Did you and my teacher talk? What's going on here? You're both saying the same thing. But he said it, and he's like, you're going to go through the different levels in life. Now, he's telling me as a 7, 8-year-old child, I had to learn at that point in time that you have to take the steps in life. Now, like I said, this is before I even thought about becoming a speaker. Who, me? A speaker? No. So I asked myself, what is the biggest thing behind the PPD that I always talk about? The purpose, passion, and drive. Now, anybody can sit and say, well, my purpose is to be a speaker. My purpose is to be a business person. My purpose is to help children. Everybody has their purpose. You have that special gift in you. But what drives your purpose and passion and drive? And I was on a mission to find that out. Because when I was being bullied, and then my dad passed away because he was my rock, and that really crushed me too, I was on a mission to say, I don't want anyone in this world to feel the way that I felt. And to hear those words, when you hear those words of negativity, that to keep moving forward. So I told myself, what does the word force mean? because it has to be a force somewhere that's pushing you somewhere. Either it's going to push you negative area or it's going to push you positive. So I always say I love words and I always look them up and I say, okay, force is strength, energy, effectiveness, impact, pressure. Now, when I heard those words, when I looked up force, what really stood out to me was impact and pressure. And I thought about as I was growing up, being bullied at the age of 24, I was sexually molested. And I went down a spiral at that time because, again, that was part of me being devalued. My value, I felt like, was decreased. So that was the pressure. Your stories are your pressure. What is the pressure points in your life that's pushing you either in a positive or negative? And that's what I want you to really hone in on when you're going through different things, your challenges, as I call it. And those things can create an impact in your life. It created one in mine. It started off, like I said, after I was sexually molested, and I felt like it was my fault. And it wasn't. But in my mind, I thought it was because I was going back to that child of saying I was nothing and I wouldn't be anything and maybe I was being punished. All that was in my head. And I had to make a decision at that time in my life to say, am I going to let this take a hold of me and impact my life to say I'm not going to move forward? Or am I going to say to myself, I'm going to take this on through the struggles, as they told me, I was that diamond in the rough of this is just another story in my life, another guide to help me get courage and grow. So I was thinking to myself, that's a direct effect of building my purpose, passion, and drive. The forces that are in your life help you grow. The challenges, either be good or bad. Either be good or bad. You could have some good challenges. And I feel like and I always tell people every challenge in your life, and you're probably not going to agree with this, are good challenges because they help you get to the next level. You learn from your experiences, from your success, and you recover from your failures. You have to really dig deep and say, first of all, what am I supposed to be doing? We are all put on this earth for a reason. And I know you probably heard that before, but we are. We just didn't drop and say, okay, we're here, so we're just going to just sit here in life. No, each and every one of us has a purpose on this earth. And your stories are so important. Your challenges are that force that's coming towards your PPD, as I call it, your purpose, passion, drive, pushes you and creates that impact to move forward. Think about it. I always told myself, how are you under pressure? It's okay when things are going right, right? And when everything is just like every day is like, oh, this is nice. You're getting things done. You're seeing different things changing. You're getting opportunities are opening up. And then that day happens when you might not get those phone calls saying, okay, I want to work with you if you're a business person. Or, if you're working with children or you have a daycare and you have no more children coming. Or you get that phone call saying, I'm sad to let you know that one of members in your household, in your life, has passed away. Or a pandemic happens. And you're like, okay, now what am I going to do? That hits all levels in your life, right? That hit all levels in our lives this year, last year, and this year. What do you do? What is the force behind your PPD? How are you going to react? How is the pressure going to move you? You have to ask those questions. Now, we talk about in this summit the Black icon, being a Black icon. It takes a lot to be that icon in life. It's going to take work. It's going to take you to look at yourself and say, I can't let different things stop me from doing what I need to do. Because, see, just got to tell you, I'm going to tell you a secret. It's not about you. No, it's not. And now you're probably saying, what do you mean it's not about me, Barbara? I'm working hard. If you're a speaker, if you're a business person, I'm grinding every day. I'm trying to get stuff done. I'm trying to get clients. Yeah, we have to work at that. We have to have those skills. Yes, we need to do the extra, as I always tell people. Yes, you need to move from not being a victim, but being victorious. Yes, all that needs to happen in your life. But you're doing it because guess what? Other individuals out there need you, your genius, your talents, your gifts that you have in you, that PPD, as I call it, to move so they can see hope, they can see learning skills, and they can move forward in their lives because they've seen you move in your life. Now, as I said earlier, I told you all of the titles, as I said, that I have. But each and every one of those titles doesn't mean anything if I'm not creating that force and that impact and what my PPD is, what my purpose, passion, drive is. If I'm not helping others, if I'm not out there giving value to individuals when I speak, if when I write my chapters in my book, if I'm not thinking about the other person to say to them, you know what? I went through this. I went through being bullied. I went through rape. I went through cancer. Those are the stories I have. If I can't write it down and give value and show people that there's hope, then that's a waste to me. That's a pure waste. So I'm proud of what I achieved in, but I'm even more proud of the fact that I can touch either one individual in this life so they can move forward. And that's what it's all about. It's the force behind your PPD. What is your force? What is your impact? What is the pressures that are pushing you so you can move forward and create that impact in somebody's life? Now, there's a saying that I love, a quote that comes from Maya Angelou. Love her. And she says, I've learned that people will forget what you say and forget what you do, but they will not forget how you made them feel. Now, I want to add a caveat to that after that. When she says they won't forget how you made them feel. But I want to add, how did you make them feel? Did you create an impact? Did you help them go the right direction? Did you give them some positive ideas to think about? Did you create a transformation to happen in their lives? I feel like you can have a person, they can feel any kind of way. But to me, it determines on how you made them feel and how are they going to take that to move forward. So I would say, don't just create an impact, but be an impact.
What makes you iconic. What creates Black brilliance? See, it's the royal blood that's flowing through your veins. You, king or queen, were birthed into greatness. Greetings, I'm lifestyle and abundance coach Kim Bullock Hennix, and I have a bachelor's in science and communications and a master's degree in entrepreneurial organizational leadership with an emphasis in Christian ministry. I specialize in abundant mindset, lifestyle change, personal development, revolutionary leadership, and authentic spiritual teaching. However, today, my mission is to deliver a message which sets you apart from the ordinary by teaching you to step into your God-given destiny by dismissing that bankrupt mindset and uprooting poverty, that mentality of poverty, right? And embracing your royal DNA, your spiritual royal DNA. Today, I have 5 powerful steps in this masterclass that I'm going to teach you. It's the art of facilitating systematic processes to enhance your work ethic, because being birthed into greatness requires a great task, and it requires a plan that we're going to execute. The first one, I want you to jot this down. You were birthed into greatness, right? As a Black CEO, we must recognize that you were set apart from the ordinary. See, in Jeremiah 1:5, it states, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew who you were." You were set apart. To be set apart means to be distinguished, to be unique, to make an extraordinary impact on the lives of others, right? See, you were hand chosen to be a royal daughter or son of our Heavenly Father. And don't be ashamed of that. I want you to shine bright like no other. As a Black CEO, you belong in a royal community of kings and queens. Never allow anyone to put you in a box with limits, right? The acronym for Birthed into Greatness is BIG, Birth into Greatness, right? Big. You see that? There's nothing small about you when you were created. Know who you are and who you belong to. Your identity unlocks your inheritance. You were birthed into greatness. Number 2, learn royal protocol. To abundantly experience the complete inheritance that Jesus purchased on the cross for us, see, we must first understand our royal identity. Come on, kings and queens. Look, knock. I want you to, right now, listen, take the time out, focus, and think about who you are. So I want you to close your eyes for one moment. That's it. Embrace it. Think about your ancestors. Think about the things that you've either done in the past or those before you have done, right? Go ahead and open your eyes up. Because when we operate as royalty, we exalt the highest form of who we are. I learned later in life, listen, this is something else. I got to tell you this story. Many years I've watched Queen Elizabeth. I love the royal family and the royal dynasty. It was awesome watching and learning and growing. As my father was in the military, I had the privilege of actually living in England for 4 years, right? And just studying them. And I remember, I didn't know the difference, get this, between a royal highness and your royal majesty. All these years as a young girl, I was saying the highness, the royal highness, Queen Elizabeth, the royal highness. And it wasn't until one day, after doing further research, right, becoming a royal protocol expert, I had to learn these things. I had to grow and mature and understand what it was about being royalty, the true command and how it fit in the family dynasty. I recognized that all this time I was using the wrong terminology. Yeah, see, God began teaching me more about the design of a royal family. Majesty is the highest royal ranking title given to kings, emperors, queens, and empresses. Highness is a title for a princess or a prince. Come on now. How many of you understand what I'm talking about? You are a princess or a prince in your childhood, in your teenage years. But as you develop and grow, you step into your royal majesty, right? Your position changes as you mature in life. And with each elevation, your title and your responsibilities, they advance into your royal majesty. When you transform from your royal highness to a royal majesty, you are operating in a supreme power and a godly influence to fulfill your destiny. This also is a wake-up call. That lesson that I want to tell you, that story, where I was misaddressing the Queen of England all those years, but it taught me to never allow anyone to address my role incorrectly. Discovering that awakening, it helped me to spiritually identify that God has predestined each of us for a royal ranking in his heavenly dynasty. So we must execute a spiritual ancient wisdom that we attain when we reign supreme in our lives. Choose to wear your crown boldly and represent that royal position that you hold as a Black CEO, as a Black king, as a Black queen. When you're positioned strategically, you flow into the plan of greatness. And you must understand that from the very beginning, God planned a blueprint for your divine calling. I'm gonna say it again. From the very beginning, God planned a blueprint for your divine calling. So every morning when you wake up, what I want you to do, come on, Black kings, Black queens, you see that? Put your crown on. Put your crown on. Never let anyone take this crown off your head, for you are royalty. See, when you bow your head, your crown slips off. Hold your head high, king. Hold your head high, queen. You see that? Or it's your crown to fall off. You were birthed into greatness. It is time for you to think and act like a king and queen every single day. Shift your perspective and live by royal principles, because that is in your royal DNA. Learn your royal protocol. Number 3, invest in life-changing tools. See, these tools will help you thrive successfully, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, professionally, physically. Find an excellent coach, mentor, teacher, or leader who's at the top of their game in your industry. And I want you to become a student of success. Study people and their habits, and I want you to implement them. Write down in a journal what you desire. What do you want to manifest? In Habakkuk 2:2, it says, write the vision and make it plain. What are you visualizing for yourself, king? What are you visualizing for yourself, queen? Have you written down what it is that you desire to manifest in your life? Huh? If you haven't, let me tell you a secret. See, a Harvard business study found that 3% of their graduates from their MBA, look, get this, from their MBA course that they had written down their goals. 3%, yes, you heard it correctly. And those that ended up writing down their goals ended up earning 10 times more. Yes, 10 times more than 97% of the other graduates 10 years down the road. Why is that? Is there a magic trick in the pen? It's something about the power of that pen. So what I want you to do is write down. I don't care if you got to do it on a Sharpie. I don't care if you have to get the best pen that you have. Do what you have to do. My daughter creates flower pens, homemade flower pens. Yes, she's a boss at 14 years old. Started her business at 9. Wrote down, Mom, I want to make money. I want to make more money than I've ever made before, because she got tired of me. I was telling her no. When we got in the store, I was like, look, we can't get that right now. No, Mama is focused. You know, I got to invest in my business. I got some bills to pay. She's like, Mom, I can't. I said, then guess what? It's time for you to start making money on your own. If you're tired of the outcome when we go to the store, it's time for you to bring your own money. So she created an avenue of income. And what did she do? She wrote down ways how she can make money. I said, you make beautiful flower pens, my love. Wrote it down, became a vision, right? So develop a strong foundation of setting SMART goals. SMART goals, S-M-A-R-T. You see, I'm falling in love with acronyms again. This acronym means specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and timely. Use the power of prayer and meditation to manifest the life and the business that you deserve, right? Take a moment to reflect and observe your morning routine. Is it conducive to your plan to create a powerful day or a mediocre day, right? Number 4, prepare for maximum success. As we look over our childhood and we reflect on various people that God has placed in our lives, we learn they were simply instruments, right, to help us and guide us along the way of this path called life. So I want you to reach every single day in your toolbox. Use the blueprint, right? That blueprint that God has given us for maximum success. Jot this down. I want you to number 1 to 12 real quick. I'm going to give it to you. The blueprint for the Black CEO that wants to see massive success. Number 1, you got to understand what success requires. You got that? Understand. Number 2, self-discipline. Get into the daily habit of deliberately doing things that you don't feel like doing. That's the power of commitment, right? Doing the things long after the feeling is gone, honey. That's self-discipline. Number 3, self-leadership. Taking responsibility for your achievements as well as your mistakes. Y'all heard that? Both. Now that all of us can boast about our success. Girl, I got it going on. You know, I made this much this year. But when you're wrong, can you admit it? If you can't say amen, say ouch. Number 4, energy. Y'all see the energy that I'm coming with today, because it requires strategic work to become successful. It's important to maintain high levels of energy and flow, to do and lead and have a healthy life, right? Make sure you're getting the amount of sleep that you need. Avoid stressful situations and toxic people. Exercise, work your body, work your mind by meditating. Have leisure activities that are fun, that'll get you to that point where you're just full of energy and you're bubbling and you're overflowing. People skills. We cannot succeed without the help of others. So it's essential that we learn how to get along with others, right? So I'm going to tell you some more secrets. For number 6, put A, B, C. A, the 2 most important words for people skills, thank you. B, the most important word is we. C, the least important word is I. When you're working with people and you're winning, the best way to succeed is by helping others. If you're only focused on yourself, you will not prosper the way that you should. Yeah, I'm not going to say you're not going to make any money, but there'll be millions more when you're serving others. Come from an attitude of gratitude. Serve others. Number 7, faith in ourselves. You got to motivate yourself. If you're not motivated within, how can you motivate someone else? You can't win if you don't love within, right? By studying mental states and attitudes and, practicing every day. What do I need to do to elevate my mind so I can become charged up with motivation? What are you putting in your mind? What are you listening to every day? What are you reading? What are you watching on TV? All of these things are pouring into, I like to call them your channels, right? Your eyes, ears, mouth. What are you pouring into your mind, your body, and your soul? Motivate yourself. Don't wait for someone else to do it. 8, a positive attitude, Always focus on what you have and not what you lack. Look for something to be grateful for. There's plenty that we can complain about, right? But find the good. Let the glass be half full and not half empty. Expect positive expectations, not worries and fears. Enjoy what you have and be enthusiastic about it, right? Smile. It's so contagious. When you see someone, they're just smiling and smiling, if you're a friendly person for the most part, you're going to smile back, right? Let's pray you do. 9, build momentum for massive success. Take one step toward your goal every day. It doesn't matter how large or small, just make the move. Procrastination is the enemy of success. Move every day toward your goal. Do something phenomenal. Accumulate the small steps that'll add up to one big one. So you can look back and say, you know what? I did that. You did that, sis. You did that, bro. 10, have courage. See, the Black CEO entrepreneurial spirit is about taking risks. To develop the necessary courage, you got to get into the habit of stepping out of your comfort zone. Believe in the impossible, right? God said that he came that we have life and have it abundantly, not sparingly or lackingly. Believe in the impossible. Believe that all things are possible through Christ. When you believe, you'll receive. 11, follow through. Don't just make plans. You got to take action behind the plan, right? Follow through. And another thing I'm going to say, keep your word. That's a part of following through. My grandmother used to always tell me, baby, your word need to mean something. Don't write a check that you can't cash. Come on, I'm going to keep it clean. It's the truth. Do not write no checks that's going to bounce. Your word is your bond. Let that be, if nothing else that you hold on to in this world, let your word follow through. And 12, thoroughness. Yep, thoroughness. Develop your character as completely being possible and reliable, right? This is my thing. You have to be decisive, have determination, persistent, organization skills, and time management. Be thorough with what you do. You know, I love it when I hear the guys talking, you know, or your homegirls talking, and they're like, yeah, I like such and such. They thorough. You ever seen that? They thorough. That's one I can catch. Yeah, that brother right there, he thorough. Are you thorough? Or are you shallow? Come on. 5, operate from a place of power and not poverty. Yeah, I said it. Power and not poverty. Come on, when you're birthed into greatness, there is nothing lacking about greatness. We have to remember that success is a doorway, right? No, excuse me. Let me rephrase that. We have to remember that success is not a doorway. It's a staircase. It's a staircase, taking one step at a time, climbing daily, pushing forward to your goals, to your dreams, to your hopes and admirations. Every day, make one move to your goal, to your dreams, right? Have a power mindset. Let's go over the powerful mindset first. Do what you love, not what others think you need to do, right? Be different and do your best. See, success comes from knowing that you did your best and that you did the best you're capable of doing in that moment. Yes, you'll get better. Yes, you'll get stronger, right? But as time moves on, you're going to learn and grow and understand that every day it's a process. Do you trust the process? Make a SWOT analysis. And in this analysis, what SWOT, S-W-O-T, here I go again with another acronym, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, right? When you're coming up with your new projects and your new service or your new product, right? Think of all 4 of those aspects. Create a block. Write down in each area where you can improve. What do I need to do? And see, as a Black CEO, you understand you're going to take some risks, but it's about starting now, thinking big, and don't put it off for tomorrow. Strive to become a market leader. Focus on the outcome. I love it when I coach with my clients and I tell them, look, you focus on your efforts, but you trust God for the results. Every day, if you're doing your part, see, God can't move through a parked car. Get the stepping, as Martin Lawrence used to always say, right? Get the stepping, Gina. I need you to get the stepping, queen. Get the stepping, king. You were birthed into greatness. And the only way that greatness is going to propel forward is that you push. And let me tell you about the power of the push. Nothing on this planet can be born or birthed without a push. You got to push through that canal, that birth canal. You got to push to your goals, push to your greatness. And when we speak about the mindset of being powerful, you're innovative. You learn from your failures. You understand that be an original. Learn continuously and understand that you got some amazing things that you have to do in your life that only you can do, right? So don't worry about trying to be another such and such, trying to be another this or trying to be another that. No, be you. Be you and be powerful. Now I want to discuss the poverty mindset, procrastination. See, in order to get what you want, you have to learn to do what you don't feel like doing. And that's about that. Remember, I talked about self-discipline is major when you're birthed into greatness. Too much planning, too much studying, but not enough follow through, right? We're wrapping it up here. Have you ordered about, I like to say 50 11 courses? Have you ordered all these courses and you see this course, see that course, but haven't executed any of them? Are you an info junkie, constantly absorbing and soaking up info, but you haven't executed the plan? What good is the information? Yes, knowledge is power, but it's only power when you choose to use it. Living beneath your means is also a poverty mindset. To become successful, you have to avoid thinking small and not investing in yourself, right? Don't look at a course and say, I'm not going to pay that. I can get it cheaper from such and such. No, all the years, the training, you hear me? The courses, the credentials, the experience that coach put into her worth and her value, his worth and his value. What they put on that price tag, they know they've earned that, right? So don't be afraid to invest in yourself. It doesn't have to be at the level of a coaching package. It can be a book, something as simple as a $20 book. And you say to yourself, I know I'm not going to read that. Why even get it? I'm not going to get that book. No. Change your mindset from poverty to powerful. I'm going to get the book and I'm going to change my habits every morning. I don't care if you put 10 minutes aside to read a couple of pages a day. That's better than nothing at all, right? Nothing puts a damper on success like a negative attitude. Keep your mind elevated. Keep it positive. Continue to flourish and nourish goodness, right? Possibilities and all these fabulous things that God has already planned for you. Then we got to look at the inability of getting along with others. That's a guaranteed failure. Because what that sister or brother can do, you can work together as a team and be even that much more powerful. And delegation is so powerful. You trying to do everything on your own, let me tell you, overcommitment dilutes your effectiveness. Don't try to be superhero doing everything your own. Delegate, delegate, delegate. And in order to delegate, you have to have some type of relationship skills, knowing and understanding where your strengths are and where their strengths are, but how we can all come together with our strengths and make a dynamic team. The last thing I want you to focus on is knowing that you have the ability to live a life so amazing, so brilliant, right? To be Black excellence. It requires discipline. It requires you every morning calculating, coming up with a strategic plan. I don't like the word hard. As a mindset coach, I believe what you speak about, you bring about. You say it's hard, you're not going to want to do it. It's strategic, well planned, well thought out, executed. If you're doing the work, you're going to understand that, yes, this work, okay, I'm going to put it in now. Success, strategic work, it all takes time. But guess what? So does failure. Failure takes your time. One leads to rewards, and the other to pain, regret, and suffering. What is the cost? What price will you pay? Yes, you're birthed into greatness, but will you capitalize on that greatness is the question, Black CEO. Will you choose to have a life where you look back and say, I'm glad I did? Or will you look back and say, man, I wish I had? When will you begin? Take your power, live beyond your wildest dreams, because you, my king and queen, were birthed into greatness. Crown on. Now, I want to take this opportunity to offer you a special. It's a 45-minute complimentary breakthrough session for anyone who would love to connect with me. I'd love to offer you an opportunity to speak with me. I want to work with you. And just whatever it is that you feel is blocking you, right, from elevating to that next level. We are in 2021. It's time for you to step into that greatness. Own it unapologetically. I'd love to speak with you. Please visit me at breakthroughwithkim.com. That's breakthroughwithkim.com for a complimentary 45-minute breakthrough session. I'd love to speak with you. This is your year, king and queen. God bless you.
Hello, everyone. Good day. My name is Obiama Martin, and I am so elated and excited to have this time to share with you. And so the message, the title, if I have to give this a title on today, I want to talk about the amazing you and how the amazing you just need to breathe, right? Now, let me tell you a little bit about myself, because I want to give you some context before I give you the content. That's really important as we kind of get started in this conversation. And so I started out not where I am today, being amazing. I own that today, amazing you. I own that. And it is, I feel, my responsibility to make sure that everybody understands how amazing he and she is, because we are, right? And we are because we were born amazing, right? And so my name is Obiama Martin. That's why I'm saying amazing and not amazing, right? I am amazing and you are amazing as well. But again, I didn't start out that way, you guys. The truth is, I didn't believe that about myself. And when you come into this journey of entrepreneurship, being a small business owner, being a mompreneur, a dadpreneur, whatever hats you wear, an executive, whatever hats you wear, you don't always start out with the confidence that you need to really launch strong, to start strong. And so let me just kind of tell you a little bit about where I started, right? And so I started, you guys, in a place where I was honestly very broken, depressed, suicidal even, and I was a business owner. I was a small business owner, entrepreneur, married, making 7 figures, okay? And so the reason why I need to tell you that is because I'm not necessarily a person that you kind of come in contact with and that you would necessarily be able to even believe anything about me, because I definitely don't look like where I started from, and I definitely don't look like what I've been through, right? And so what I want to say to you on today is that your past does not have to dictate your future. But this is where I started at. I started at a place where I was already doing really well. I was already doing really well. I was already soaring. At least that's what it looked like on the surface. On the surface, everybody was saying, wow, you and your husband are a power couple. Wow, you and your husband are this, and that. Wow, all of these amazing things are going on. And so all they saw was the surface. All they saw was the mask. And unfortunately, when we look at people, when we look at celebrities, when we look at people that we deem to be successful, what we are seeing is what they want us to see. But nobody really knows what goes on behind the curtain. And people absolutely did not even fathom what was going on behind my curtain. See, the truth is, even though I was soaring in business, my home was a mess. And I definitely didn't have the faith, the courage, the tenacity, or the confidence to think that I could even be doing anything that I'm doing today. See, nobody never told me or gave me permission because I thought I needed permission. I thought that I needed validation. And I don't know where you are in your journey, but I remember struggling in my journey. And I remember specifically in 2016 when what I knew for 18 years, the nucleus of who I thought that I was as a mom, as a wife, as an entrepreneur, as an educator, as a trainer, and all of these different hats that I was wearing. People had put me up on this pedestal and I was wearing a mask because I was ashamed and I was embarrassed. But when people saw me, they was like, wow, you are amazing and you're this and that. But I didn't feel amazing. I didn't feel amazing. I didn't feel like what people saw and what it was that they were seeing. I didn't know who that person was. It was hard for me to identify with the person that they were seeing. People saw potential, but I didn't see potential. But I was producing, because one of the things that I've learned how to do and do well, and I'm sure you can identify this, is I know how to work through. I know how to work through. See, that was my coping strategy. And so as long as I was busy, as long as I filled my time with being productive, nobody would ever know. And I wouldn't have to deal with my ish. I wouldn't have to deal with the stuff that was going on in my house because I just masked it with work, and everything became, oh, I'm not available because I'm working. And legit, I really was working. But what I didn't know is that work became my coping strategy. What I didn't know is staying in school and learning as well as teaching became my coping strategy. What I didn't know is how traumatized I was by life. What I didn't know was how traumatized I was by the things, the events that had happened early on in my life and different relationships. And all throughout my life, specifically through my young adulthood, starting at around age 20, kind of throughout in my 30s, where I was in business, but I struggled. I struggled. I struggled in a nonprofit space. I struggled in a corporate space. I struggled in all of these different spaces because I was trying to carve out a little space for me because it was this big pie and I just wanted a piece of the pie. I didn't necessarily want to take anybody contract. I didn't want to take anybody contract. I didn't want to take anybody clients. I really felt like, the sky is so big and why can't we soar together? We're eagles. Why can't we soar together? That was what I believed in my heart and hearts. But other people didn't see it the way that I saw it. And so as I was coming up in business, you guys, I was really struggling because I dealt with so much competition. I dealt with so much backbiting. I dealt with so much negativity and so much cattiness where people, and I'm not talking about just the brown people, I'm talking about all kind of people, right, that did not look like me, had more resources, than I had that were, I felt, attacking me and coming against me and trying to take my piece of the pie. And so I struggled for years. And most of the time, I just kept my head down and I kept working. What I learned to do was be consistent. That's what I know without a shadow of a doubt. I know how to be consistent. I know how to put all of my energy to the grind, and I know how to keep pushing. Because as I already said earlier, working and going in school had became my coping strategy. What I know and what I learned was that if I could just create this world around myself, I could protect myself from all of the things that I didn't want to face. And so I'm sharing this with you because I was a business owner. I am a business owner, but I was a business owner that was thriving financially. And what I want you guys to know today is that you being amazing, what's significant about that is your ability to breathe. I want to spend some time breaking that down because it was in the darkest and the lowest places of my life. It was when in 2016, all that I knew, the nucleus of who I was and who I was becoming, or at least who I thought I was, who I thought I was becoming. Because see, my identity was rooted and grounded in a relationship that was falling apart. And I wasn't ready to let go. I wasn't ready to say goodbye. And so as I was kind of going through this, everything was falling apart. My children, my marriage, relationships, business, and I was lost. I was ashamed. I was embarrassed. And I felt like I had no one to turn to. I felt all alone. And I felt like I couldn't share my story. I felt like nobody would believe me. I felt like, why was this happening? I'm a good person. I do good by people. I do everything that I'm supposed to do. Why is this happening? And so I couldn't stay there because that was a place I like to call stuck. And I was stuck, but I couldn't stay stuck. And so 2016, September, specifically, I'll never forget it, when I lost everything. My marriage was gone, my business was gone, my contracts was gone. Everything that I felt kind of made me who I was, at least who I thought I was, because at that time I wasn't amazing. There was nothing that I thought that was amazing about me, regardless of what other people said, regardless of what other people thought. I didn't see myself as being amazing. And what I later learned is that this is the number one reason why people who are high achievers and excel end up committing suicide, end up drinking, end up smoking, end up turning to drugs, because life can be so overwhelming. We're so busy, we're grinding, we're getting up, we're eating, we're fixing the breakfast, we're making the bed, we're making sure everybody good, we're punching the clock, we're checking on our staff, right? We're doing all of this, and then we go home and we're making dinner, and it just becomes robotic. And so day in and day out, it's like you're on this wheel, you're on this wheel, you're on this wheel, and the wheel just keep turning, but you're not getting off this wheel. You're not getting off this wheel, and this wheel is taking you nowhere. And so you just kind of become robotic, and you just day in and day out, and you're doing the same thing day in and day out. You're doing the same thing day in and day out. And next thing you know, you look up and 5 years have passed, 10 years have passed. People are dying around you, and you don't even know who you are. And so I want to pause right there, because that's exactly what my life used to be. That's exactly what my life used to be. I was definitely in the rat race. I was definitely on this wheel that was turning, but I was going nowhere. And on the outside, I looked like I was thriving. On the outside, I looked like everything was well. But if I can be honest with you, that mask, that facade was too much for me to bear. And eventually, I just broke down. I didn't have a nervous breakdown, but I broke down and I decided that I was going to make an appointment to start getting some help, right? I decided, you know what? I don't know what I don't know, but I know that I need help. So let me seek out some professionals who could help me. Now, when all of these things happened, I absolutely sought wise counsel because at the end of the day, I'm still a mom. At the end of the day, I'm a mom with 5 children, and I became single overnight, literally. I became single overnight. Even though the divorce wasn't final, the separation was there. The separation in our relationship, the separation in us doing business together, it was there. And there were so many things that I didn't know about my business that made me feel inadequate, that made me feel like I wasn't enough, that made me feel like I was incapable. But the truth was everything that I needed to succeed, everything that I needed to become amazing was already on the inside of me. Everything that I needed was already on the inside of me. But I needed to be my own rescue. I needed to show up for me. I needed to show up for me. It was difficult. It was a struggle, but I had to do the work. And so the woman that you see before you today, I'm so proud of. I'm so proud of the woman that you see today. I'm so proud of the woman that I see when I look in the mirror. I'm so proud of what I've been able to accomplish as a result of the inner work that I've done and I continue to do. So the truth is, you could be on top of the world and still be empty, broken, and bankrupt in your emotions and your relationships and your network. Your net worth in terms of the zeros could be in abundance, but you have no relationships. Your people skills are lacking. You are an introvert. You don't even like people. Or maybe you like people, but people don't like you. Whatever the case may be, what I want to tell you today, though, is this. You are here for a purpose, and there are people waiting on you to show up. There was people that were waiting for me to show up, and I didn't know my own brilliance. I didn't know how amazing I was until I started to do the work. And so, what I know to be true is that note takers are money makers. What I know to be true is what you write, you invite. What I know to be true is what is written is real. And it is because of those things that I have now grew into, evolved into what you see. And that is an amazing version of myself. I own every part of me as a business owner, as a transformational trainer, as a speaker, as an educator, as an author. I own all of those hats. As a daughter, as a sister, as a cousin, I own all of that and I embrace all of that. But again, I had to do the work. So listen, this is what I want you to do. For the purpose of taking notes, I want to give you some points. Number one, mindset is everything. You have to make sure that the tongue in your mouth is aligned with the tongue in your shoe. You have to make sure that those two tongues are going in the same direction. Why? Because when you are talking, but your walk is going this way and your talk is going this way, there is no alignment and you're not believable. So the first thing I want to encourage you to do is be crystal clear about what it is you want and what it is you are going to do to get what you want in your business, in your health, and your relationships, and your network, and your community, all of those different aspects of who you are. Be crystal clear about who you are and what you want. That right there is part of the equation. Being crystal clear about who you are and what you want. Then you have to own it. So I spent years working on my mind. I spent years in coaching because I can't give out what's not on the inside of me, because otherwise what I know to be true is that misery loves company. And so if I'm miserable, how am I going to coach you out of your misery? If I'm not thriving, how am I going to coach you and get you from that place of stuck to being bankable, to being brilliant, to being amazing, to having a life that's totally unrecognizable? Listen, you see the backdrop of where I am? This is the clubhouse where I live at. You guys, this was not my narrative. 2016, I was living in a 2-bedroom apartment, 1 bath, with me and 3 of my youngest children. Can I tell you that for a whole year, I and my 3 boys shared 1 room. We slept on air mattresses for a whole year. For a whole year. Why? Because I had to rebuild. I had to start anew. I had to find out who I was, because I literally had nothing. I had lost everything. And so I had to start from scratch, and I had to really discover who I was. But for a whole year, I struggled. And me and my boys, we slept on air mattresses on the floor in that 2-bedroom apartment. And we had to share the room because the other room, I didn't have enough money and resources for storage. So I used the other room for storage. So that was the storage area. That's kind of where all of our stuff was. And so we shared the room, and we would go into that room, and that's where we would kind of, get our clothes, and I would go in that room and get my clothes and get dressed every day. And I didn't have a living room, didn't have furniture for a year. You guys, for a year, all I had was a desk and my laptop, and that was my office. And I took what I had, the little that I had, and I made it work for me. I understood that where I was not going to dictate my future, because I had saw a glimpse of my future, and my future looked good. I just was unsure about how to get there. I was really unclear about the steps that I needed to take. And I definitely did not have the money at that time. I didn't have the resources or the support system at that time. But what I knew was, let me begin to carve out at least where I thought I saw myself. Let me kind of carve it out. And so I began to get pictures, and I began to put together imagery of where I saw myself. And I remember cutting out pictures in magazines: Billionaire Mom, Mompreneur, Boss, Healthy Eating, all of these different things. And I want to pause right here and talk about the healthy eating, because I was sick for a really long time also. And so I had to get my diet together. I was chunky. I'm not going to say I was overweight, but I definitely was about 30, 40 pounds bigger than I am now. And that weight was a struggle, right? And so there were so many things that was dysfunctional in my life as a result of, or I should say, maybe it was the icing on the cake that was being baked. I'll say it that way, because my life was what it was. And I honestly wasn't dealing with the ish that was going on in my life. I was running away from it. But then life showed up, the cake was baked, and the separation and business and marriage was the icing that literally could have taken me out of here. When I finally did decide to get help, I remember the first therapist couch I sat on, and she said, and this was, I want to say this was probably about 2017, 2018. And she was just like, I can't believe you never sat on anybody's couch before. I can't believe you never got help. How is it that you're like functioning and you're not dependent on anything? Meaning I didn't need anything to wake me up. I didn't need anything to put me to sleep. I wasn't using any type of substance. I wasn't drinking. I wasn't smoking. I wasn't using drugs, because those are the things that people, no judgment, go to as a coping mechanism, right? But this is what I know. I had faith in God, and I believed that God did not bring me this far to leave me. In spite of my circumstances, in spite of my situation, I said, you know what? God, I believe your word and I believe your promises. And together, we're going to figure this out. I know you already got a master plan. But I'm not really sure about your plan, so I need help. So I started getting still. And so here are some practical things that I did that is going to really help you as you continue to elevate. Wherever you are in life, wherever you are in your relationships, wherever you are in business, you can only get better. And so as you are listening to me on today, I hope that you are able to resonate with something I said, because wherever you are in life, life is going to show up. This is what I know to be for sure and for certain. Wherever you are in life, life is going to show up. Tragedy is going to show up. Adversity is going to show up. Opposition is going to show up. But what you have to remember to do, no matter what, is just breathe. That's what you have to do. So, breathe is an acronym. And so I want you to write this down as I share it with you. So the first letter, the first word, B, believe. What do you must have to believe? You must believe that you are amazing. Point blank, period, unapologetically. And I remember there was a time when I didn't believe that about myself. And I'm saying you have to do the internal work so that you can get to that place where when you wake up in the morning and you look yourself in the mirror, you're like, yes, right? And not yes with the arrogance, but yes, like I'm doing it. Not I have arrived, but I'm doing it. I'm doing the work. I'm working on me to be better each and every single day. And I like the person that's looking back at me in the mirror. That takes self-work. That takes internal work, right? So I want you to work on your mind every single day. I want you to spend time working on your belief systems. There was a whole lot of things that I had believed about myself that was not true. It was based on things that were said to me over time. There were things that were said to me from different people that I were in relationship with. There were people that I believed in, that I trusted, that had said some things and spoke some things over my life that just wasn't true. And I believed those things. I had to do away with all of those limiting beliefs that was literally holding me hostage. In my head, I was limited by the things that I was believing that were not true. And there may be some things that you have been believing about yourself, about your business, about your relationships, about your health, That's not true. So I want you to commit to being a better you. That's the first thing. I want you to commit to being a better you. Secondly, point number 2. It is imperative that every single day you learn how to release negative people, places, and things. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the people that are not going where you're going. I'm talking about the people that don't get you, that don't understand you, that are only concerned about them. I'm talking about the takers in your life. Oh, my life used to be filled with takers. I can remember I was the go-to person for so long. I was what you call the GOAT for so many people. But when I needed help, there was no lifeline for me. Those people that I was helping, when I asked for help, they were not there for me. And I had to learn not to take that personally. I had to learn that I just needed a different circle of people. I had to learn that the circle that I had was not feeding me. And so I needed to find me a circle of get it people. People that were givers like me, people who were like-minded like me, people who believed in the law of reciprocation like I did. They're out there, but you have to be intentional when looking for them. You have to be intentional about your growth. See, what I know about us, what I know about you, what I know about me is that sometimes it takes a fire to make us move. It takes a fire to get us up. It takes a fire to cause us to make changes in our life. But once we do it, we become unstoppable. And so I want to encourage you today, practice daily, releasing those things, people, and places that don't serve you, that don't feed you, that are unhealthy. Delete them from your space. Delete them from your environment. Delete them from having any ability to take up space in real estate right here. Because this right here is the most important real estate that you will ever have. And when you invest in this, learn how to protect it. Guard your heart. Guard your heart, because you're going to need it. You're going to need thick skin as you continue to rise, as you continue to grow, because you're going to grow and you're going to get better. The third point, I want you to embrace the future. I want you to embrace new opportunities, new relationships, life-giving relationships, purpose partners. You may not even know what that is, but I want you to get still and start embracing all that is good that is coming to you, because it's coming. When you make a decision to show up for you, all that you want, you will begin to attract. It's coming to you. You just have to get rid of all of the dirty and toxic and all of the bacteria and all of the things that's muddying your water and your spirit and your mind. You just got to get some water, right? You need to get something that's clear so that it can push out all of those things that are muddy and grimy and toxic. You need a whole lot of this each and every day. Literally, you need water, and metaphorically, you need water, right? So, point number 4, accept what you can't control. Accept what you can't control. Listen, you can't control death, and you cannot change people. Accept it. The quicker you accept it, the easier everything else will become in your life. You cannot control death, and you cannot change people. The best thing that you can do is be a better version of yourself each and every day. So make a commitment to accept what you cannot control and accept people when they show you who they are. Believe them. That's what Dr. Maya Angelou said. When they show you who they are, baby, believe them. Don't try to create a narrative about somebody that's not true. We, me, you, have done, I'm guilty of this. I see things, but I want to create a narrative that's not true about what I see. But life has a way of making you pause. Life has a way of making you pause and face some things. And as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, a mompreneur, wherever you are, as a professional, an executive, baby, accept what you cannot control and accept who people show you they are the first time. Believe what you see. Believe what you see. Learn how to trust. It's not going to fail you. Sharpen your discernment. Point 5. I want you to stay in action. Take action and stay in action. Take action and stay in action. Because guess what? When you are moving and you got things going on and you doing what you need to do and you about your business, can't nobody touch you. Because this is what I know to be true. People are going to talk about you even when you're dead and gone and in your grave. But what I know is that when you're moving, it's hard to hit a moving target. It's hard to hit a moving target. So no matter whatever is going on in your business and your life, your situation and your circumstances, stay in action. Keep moving. Keep moving. Make sure that your hand is to the plow and you always are producing. You always are productive. You got to make sure that you stay in action no matter what people say, no matter what people do, no matter how you feel. Listen, become a great steward over your physical temple, this body right here. This is all you got. This body, this is all you got. Make sure that you are a great steward over this body. Make sure you are doing what you need to do to fuel your body. Drink the water, eat the healthy snacks, eat the vegetables, do whatever it is you need to do because you only have one body. And what good is it for you to have all the money in the world and be sick and not be able to enjoy it? That's not sexy or fun, okay? Trust me, I know. Okay? So be a great steward over your body. Point six. I want you to take time to heal. Take time to heal. That's very important. Make sure that you take time to heal. Healing means that you forgive yourself. You forgive yourself. You forgive yourself of the decisions that you made that resulted in some consequences that you're not proud of. Forgive yourself of some business deals that you did take, didn't take, went left, went right, didn't pan out the way that you thought that it should. Forgive yourself. Listen, you're human. You're going to make mistakes. You're not perfect. And don't strive for perfection. Strive for progress. But you have to heal. You have to forgive yourself. And you have to forgive others. Listen, don't take people so seriously because people are going to fail you each and every day. I promise you, especially those that are closest to you. And unfortunately, even the people that you pay, they're going to fail you. It's inevitable. But don't hold grudges. Don't be resentful. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time to be walking around on eggshells and holding grudges against people. And no, every day that you wake up and you have breath in your body, take advantage of that. Because somebody woke up today and guess what? They are literally connected to some type of apparatus that is helping them to breathe. Not you. You are breathing independently and you are breathing on schedule. You are breathing on schedule with purpose, and you have life, and you have life abundantly because you are not dependent on anybody to do anything for you. So don't negate or take for granted what's on the inside of you and your ability to rise above all of the things that are beneath you and underneath you. Take time to heal. Take time to heal. And my last point, elevation. Now, elevation is a journey. It's not a one and done. Elevation is about you getting to a place where you are making a conscious decision to intentionally grow. You are making a conscious decision to go higher, to go further, to grow stronger, to build. Now, this is what I'm learning, and this is what I have learned, because I haven't arrived. I just get to have the opportunity to pour into you on today, right? But I haven't arrived. But what I can tell you is that I'm your sister in this journey called life. I'm your sister in this journey of entrepreneurship. I'm your sister. And I know that the struggle is what it is. That's what I know. I know that the struggle is what it is. But what I've learned to do is breathe. I've learned how to make sure that each and every day I am investing, I am pouring in to me. I am making sure that my mind is right. Each and every day when I wake up in the morning, I am spending time renewing my mind. Now for me, because I'm a believer, I spend time reading my word. I spend time in meditation. I spend time in prayer. That's how I start my day. And that is what got me from being stuck to equipped. I'm now at the place where I'm equipped. I'm equipped with the tools that I need to succeed in life and to breathe unapologetically. I'm confident because I know who I am and whose I am. And I can go into any arena and into any room and on any platform because I'm confident, because every single day there's a routine that I follow to make sure that my mind is right. Every single day I'm releasing negative people, places, and things. Every single day. I like to call it, for me, the delete ministry. Every single day, I am intentionally being aware of negative people, conversations, things. I am so tuned into anything that's not serving me, anything that's not healthy, anything that causes me to be sick, anything that disrupts my energy, anything that distracts or deter me from my goals and my mission. I am so tuned in, but I practice being sharpened. I practice being stronger. I practice being confident, and that starts with how I start my morning. Every single day, I am looking for new opportunities, new business strategies, new relationships, life-giving relationships, life partners, right? Purpose partners. I'm looking. And because I'm looking, I'm actively attracting the things that I want to me. I have accepted. Not I am accepting, I have accepted. I understand that I am only in control over me. I don't try to change anybody. I accept people for who they are, because what happens is once you accept people for who they are, you then have the responsibility of choosing how you want to continue to engage with them. The responsibility then becomes on you. No more pointing the finger at them, woulda, shoulda, coulda. No. They showed you who they were, and you made a decision not to believe them. That was on you. Take responsibility for your ish in your part. Now, every single day, I'm writing out my list. I have everything in my phone. I have everything in my calendar, all planned out. Why? Because I'm guarding my time so I can stay in action. And then I'm healing. I'm forgiving myself. I'm forgiving people daily. I say what I need to say. I avoid what I need to avoid. I do the things that I need to do. Why? Because my energy matters, my time matters, and I am worthy of more. I'm worthy of greater. And so I do what I need to do to make sure that I'm not holding anything against anybody. I'm not holding any grudges. I'm not taking anything for granted. And I'm not allowing anybody to consume my space and my time with negativity. I refuse to do that. And then the last thing, I elevate by going higher, by doing more, by becoming stronger. I'm constantly practicing on my craft. I'm constantly practicing on the things that I know that's going to keep me higher, because this is what I know about an eagle. I know that eagles soar, and they soar above the clouds, above the storm, above the rain, above all of that. Eagles, when there's a storm, when there's a tsunami, when there's rain showers and all these different things going on, they're not destroyed by the weather. They've learned how to soar above all of the things that is going on in their environment and around them. And so I would encourage you to do the same thing. That's how you breathe, and that is how you live an amazing life, and that's how you become amazing. My name is Obiama Martin. I have absolutely enjoyed this time with you. You can reach me on all things social media. I am Obiama Martin on Facebook. I am Obiama Martin on Instagram, on Twitter, and you can visit me at my website, amazingyou.com. Listen, for listening to me, I have a gift for you. I have a special gift for you. I would love to send you my e-digital breathe journal to kind of get you started, kind of get you thinking a little bit differently. And so if that is something that you would like, please send me an email, obiama@obiamamartin.com. That's OBIOMA at OBIOMA Martin.com, Obiama@obiamamartin.com to receive your free gift. Again, it has been my honor and my pleasure to have this time to speak into your future. You are amazing, and never forget it. Good day, good day, good day. Hello, Black Iconic family. My name is Obiama Martin, and I get the opportunity, the privilege, and the honor to introduce you to the Amazing You Wealth and Wellness Club. Listen, I don't know about you, but there was a time when I was overwhelmed with life. There was a time when I spent all of my time taking care of everybody else and neglecting me. There was a time when I worked paycheck to paycheck, robbing Peter to pay Paul. There was a time when I was in clubs and I was in networking groups and I was in meetups and I was in this and in that, and nothing was changing in my life. My weight was skyrocketed. My stress was out of control. My blood pressure was elevated. And at the end of the day, if I could be 100% honest with you, I was losing myself. I was so overwhelmed with trying to grow my business, be a mom, in school, working late hours, early mornings, and at the end of the day, not getting the results that I desired. Well, after years of this rat race, going day to day, doing the same thing. I get up, I wash, I cook, I clean, I go to work, I work with people, I pay bills, I come home, I do the same thing, I get in bed, I go get up in the morning, right? This same hustle, this same grind, and at the end of the day, still broke, still empty, still having this void in my life. Listen, the time to change was coming near. And I had to make a decision that I was no longer going to continue to operate the way that I was operating. I had to make a decision that I needed to put me first. So I began to show up for me. I began to do the inner work. I began to do the self-work, and I began to focus on my business so that I could get the freedom that I desired. And so my team and I created the Amazing You Wealth and Wellness Club with you in mind. This club will give you the opportunity to get your wealth in check, to get your health in check, to give you back the time that you have lost while increasing your revenue. Now, it is my responsibility to create the opportunity, but it is your responsibility to make the decision. Now, I know that you have had many hats and are currently wearing many hats just like myself. But I also know how important it is to be a part of a community where you are thriving, where you feel supported, where you feel loved, and that it is a safe place for you to make mistakes, fail forward, and get back up because you know your sisters got your back. And so at the end of the day, I am inviting you to be a part of this Amazing You Wealth and Wellness Club. I would like to pour into you, to support you, and at the end of the day, see you win. There were years where I prayed, Lord, please surround me with individuals who are going to hold me accountable to my greatness. So there was nothing that existed at that time, but now the wait is over. The Amazing You Wealth and Wellness Club is here for you. You can go to amazingyou.com and sign up today. That is OMAZINGYOU and sign up today. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to connect with you, support you, and to win with you. You can follow me on all things social media, Obiama Martin on Facebook, and I am Obiama Martin on Instagram. Again, I am looking for an opportunity to invest in you, support you, hold you accountable to being great. And oh, by the way, if nobody else the first, you are absolutely amazing.
I hate divorce. Let me say it again for those of you in the back. I hate divorce. Yeah, I said it. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. But do you know what I hate more than divorce? Marriage. I know most of you are probably like, what? I thought he hated divorce, which means he must love marriage. Wrong. Half of y'all are like, woo, I hate my marriage too. Glad to know I ain't alone, child. But I don't hate marriage for the reasons you may suspect. I don't hate my wife. I'm not a disgruntled spouse, nor are there any major problems in my marriage. I have a truly excellent wife. So let's clap for her because she inspired this hatred for marriage. You guys have absolutely no idea what's going on here, do you? Well, that's the point. My wife and I have come to a few conclusions about why people get divorced. And many of those reasons have absolutely nothing or very little to do with what is cited on their divorce decrees. So let's name out a few reasons people cite for getting divorced. Let me hear you. Infidelity, for sure. Finances, yep, I think that's number one. We fell out of love. Irreconcilable differences. Yeah. Whoa, his secretary. I guess he better call Tyrone and help him get his. Anyway, all of those are good examples, but they aren't good reasons. What do I mean by that? These examples aren't good reasons because they are good results, meaning that every quote unquote reason cited previously is actually a result of something deeper that happened in the marriage or was sometimes rooted or planted long before the couple ever got married. However, before the divorce ever happened, the couple, all giggly and excited, walked down the aisle saying, I do. I have a question for anyone that's ever been divorced. How long did it take you to get divorced? Probably several months, right? And you had to seek out legal counsel, right? And you had to go through a process of the court system, right? And you had to sift through who was going to get what and how things would be appropriately divided, right? And then you had to wait some more on the court system to process the case. And then you had to wait some more. Why do I feel like a choir director saying, take me up a little bit higher? However, when the divorce was finally over, you still had to wait some more months before you could legally get with your side piece. Now, let me ask you another question. How long did it take you to get married? Think about it. Your marriage or your life commitment only took as long as you wanted it to take. A year, a month, a week. However, in many of those cases of marriage, there was little to no process or preparation for marriage. Most of the process and preparation was for the wedding, not the marriage. And herein lies the problem with marriage, which leads me to my first point, which is a lack of service. The first problem with marriage is a lack of service. Everybody in the marriage is only about me, me, me. And this is not the hokey pokey, so that is not what it's all about, all right? So let's examine what the marriage vows say. It say, I take you to be my lawfully wedded spouse, to have and to hold, for richer and poorer, for better and worse, through sickness and health, till death do us part. You know what's interesting is that most of us are already in violation of what we submitted to. Let's take those first three words. I take you. This is an accepting role. This means that I am accepting of you. I'm taking you on. I am here to service you. I am here to serve you when you're rich and when you're poor and when you're sick and when you're well, and on and on and on. But what we often do is we get mad when things go wrong and we say things like, what about me? What about my needs? I don't want you if you're sick and coughing all over me. And if you ain't got no money, we ain't got no marriage. So has anyone out there ever seen the marriage movie called Fireproof? Do you remember the scene in the kitchen where the husband and wife are bickering and arguing? Have you ever taken time to pay attention to the details of that scene? They are both making their individual points and raising very, very valid concerns. But the thing that I think that many of us missed is the fact that they both place the emphasis on themselves. They both, in some form or fashion, said me, 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 in the form of saying me or I or my, well over 20 times. Now, that may not mean much to you right now, but the significance of this point is that the scene was only about 3 minutes long. With that being said, let me ask you another question. How many times have you said, what about me, my, and I, in the course of a 3-minute argument with your spouse? This indicates that your attention or your focus is not on that of your spouse, but more on yourself. And when we focus more on ourselves, then we tend to lose focus on our spouse. And that, my friend, is what we call pride And what's at the center of pride, class? No, I am not at the center of your pride. You are at the center of your pride. You guys are such prudes. Some of y'all catch that next week. But pride causes us to lose sight of what we committed to in the first place, which is to take and accept and serve our spouse. Unfortunately, when pride has crept in, we often do the opposite and we reject them and ultimately squeeze them out of our marriage. The uncomfortable thing about marriage is that though marriage is not about the me, my, and I of pride, it is about what you can do to begin the healing process of your marriage and relationship. Contrary to popular belief, your marriage is not necessarily about your spouse and what he or she may be doing wrong or right. When you begin to do what you are supposed to do, what will often happen is that your spouse will begin to take notice and begin to mimic you. Something I like to call the mirror effect, meaning, what do I see in me via you? When I look at you, I should see a reflection of me because we are no longer two, but one. Even the government acknowledges us as one when we file our taxes jointly. We are considered one, not two, one. So this oneness should be exemplified in your marriage. You should serve the needs of your spouse as that of a good waiter or waitress. Have you ever been to your favorite restaurant and the waiter approaches you with a smile and they ask you, will you be having your eggs over easy, your usual 2 slices of bacon, your cup of coffee with the 2 cream, 1 sugar? What happened? They anticipated your needs and did so with a smile to express their happiness to serve you. When you were finished with your meal, you hopefully tipped them. Their expression was a reciprocation of what they had done. And the next time you come to that restaurant, that waiter will be knocking the other wait staff over to get to your table because they become protective over you because you met their needs. And you show your protectiveness of them by requesting them. But often what happens in marriage is that my needs aren't being met because all you care about is you. And when I realize that all you care about is you, I begin to mirror you and only care about my needs. So now the 2, which are supposed to be 1, are back at 2 again. And what does 2 represent in marriage? Division. Let me say it another way, divorce. Which leads me to my next point, a lack of focus. Why do people generally divide or divorce? It is generally due to a lack of focus on 1 or 2 things, either God or your spouse. The reason that most of us divide or divorce is often due to a lack of zoning in on our spouse. We generally have a tendency to focus more on ourselves than that of our spouse. Sorry, class. That's my place. Now, this isn't to say that we shouldn't show ourselves love and care and appreciation or allow people to just walk all over you. That is not the purpose of this statement. But it is to, again, reiterate that marriage is not all about you, but it is about what you can do to strengthen the focus on your spouse. Because remember, you are a mirror. And if you are only focused on you, then when your spouse gazes over at you, then all they see is you caring only about your wants and your desires. So what do you think I see? I no longer see us, but myself. Remember that the law of reciprocation is always in effect. So if you only care about you, then more than likely, I am only going to care about me. So when you begin to see that your spouse is going outside of the marriage to get their needs met, whether it be in the form of another person, working more, picking up extra hobbies that don't include you, doing drugs, alcohol, whatever, it should come as no shocker to you. Because if you do little or nothing to fix you and your focus on your spouse and the marriage, then the lack of focus will obscure the vision of the marriage. And what we used to see in each other, we are now searching for in other arenas. So we have to take responsibility to break the cycle of selfishness. Remember the waiter? When you serve well, your spouse will be more poised to show gratitude or gratuity to you. When you serve your spouse well, then they will often reciprocate with the same or a greater gesture, which fulfills your needs and leads you to wanting to do more for them. And the cycle continues of each of you attempting to outserve the other. And when your focus is on me, then I can see clearly I can see clearly now who you truly are, and I can become better because when I look at you, that's who I want to see in me. Then there's the focus of God. There has to be something larger than the two of you that knits the two of you together. Because sometimes, even in our best attempts to serve our spouse, things can fall through the cracks or get misinterpreted or miscommunicated. And you need a higher power to intervene on your behalf. For instance, whenever there's a conflict between my wife and I don't always know the answer or how to remedy it. Sometimes I have to self-reflect and think of things that I may have done wrong, because if it was my fault, then I want to be the one that corrects it. So sometimes I have to ask God to show me what's wrong with me, because I don't want to be angry at her when the problem is me. However, when the problem is her or it is us, then we need someone greater than us to intervene on our behalf. Do you remember the day you got married and there was a minister or a judge or a rabbi or a preacher or whatever? Their position was to physically represent God in joining you two together. Marriage is not a two-way street. It is a triangle where all sides are connected. And if one of your proverbial eyes is always focused on God and the other eye is always focused on your spouse, then it becomes very, very difficult to see the distractions of outside interferences. Ladies, it's really difficult to focus on God and your husband when Tim from work is running around in your mind. Fellas, I don't even want to say nothing. Just do your best to stay focused on your wife and God. Which brings me to my last point, which is a lack of heart. Do you know that the physical aspect of your heart powers your entire body? You could literally get shot in the head and technically still be alive as long as your heart is beating. But if you get shot in the heart, then it's going to be a bunch of sad singing and flower bringing. It's over. You can, which is why I don't like to make the comparison to heart with love. I personally don't think you love with your heart. And what I mean by that is when people say that we just fell out of love, man, you know how it goes. We just fell out of love. They generally don't mean that they don't care that if the person dies today, then, oh, well. It's just that I truly don't like the actions that represent you anymore. You did something that compromised the level of trust and intimacy that we once shared. But when your heart is attached to something and your spouse hurts you to that degree, then your heart hardens. And everybody knows that if your physical heart hardens, then it can no longer pump blood to the necessary areas and keep you alive. So let's apply that same concept to marriage. When you have a heart due to infidelity, consistent lying, abuse, or any number of things that may have happened, then it's plausible to understand that the life that once flowed freely through the marriage will begin to shrivel up and ultimately die. This is why I personally believe that the caveat of till death do us part is not always associated with the physical aspect of death. I think that when your heart is hardened, then that is a sign or a symbol of death to the marriage. It is really difficult to get someone to express their symbol of love towards you when they are one step away from hatred of you, because their heart is no longer in it. When your heart is no longer in it, then I guess that's when it's safe to say that we fell out of love. But that's not really a falling, that's more of a stopping, which is why I don't associate falling out of love with stopping of love. Because if you ask most people after they have divorced, you still love Sam? What they would usually tell you is that I still love him, I just don't like him. So when that is the case, then that's the former married person's association or verbiage with we fell out of love. But the actuality is that you fell out of like with him or her. Like is the blood that flows through the body of the marriage. Love is the heart muscle or the muscle that pumps like through the body of the marriage. So when the nutrients of service and servanthood and proper focus that are needed to keep like flowing stops being taken into the body of the marriage, then it becomes very difficult for like to flow freely. This unfortunately dries up the flow and ultimately gives the heart nothing to pump through. Then the heart stops and hardens. There are very few things that can revive a heart matter. It takes a lot more effort to revive a hardened heart than a dozen roses and good intentions, fellas. I'm sorry. I associate falling out of love with the brain aspect because your heart is still in it. It is still connected. It is still in some way attached. But you can't think about your spouse because of whatever it is that they did or failed to do. You don't like them, but you do love them. This is why divorcing them appears to be an easy out until you see them with somebody else and it pulls on that heartstring because the heart is still attached. It was your mind that left, not your heart. But when there is a lack of heart in the marriage, then it is hard for like to flow through the veins of the marriage. Like is what keeps your marriage vibrant and moving and fun. So when your heart stops, then the marriage is likely to stop as well. So which are you? Are you lacking heart or are you lacking like? Because once you answer that question, there you will find the answer to the problem with marriage. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, be sure to get your free download on our website at howtoido.org. It's our free gift from us to you.
Hello, how are you? My name is Phoenix J. Marai. I am a Reiki master with a shock street rough. What that is a Reiki master who has taken her street knowledge, her experience, and I have implemented it into a course where I help men and women to become better versions of themselves. So today, what I would like to share with you is something that I had to implement into my life in order to become a better version of myself. I had to find the balance between my wellness and my business. I had to find out what my pH balance was. what's this fragrance, what's this smell that I have that follows me throughout my years of being an entrepreneur. So what I did was I took some time away to develop myself, and what I have done is I have created this wonderful woman that I now love versus this woman that I was before my pH balance was all off. So let's get started. Okay, understanding the pH balance of your business and your wellness. Okay, so I came up with this quote because it was something that I thought about as I was transitioning from this person who had this horrible smell of a personality. Is your smell has nothing to do with how someone perceives your humanity. And I had to learn that. I had to learn that people saw my potential of who I am and my attitude. That's what they seen, and I did not have a very good balance of that. So what I would like to share with you today is I want to explain to you the potential of your humanity and how it relates to your business and your wellness to bring a balance to you and how it helps you to succeed. So the goal of this presentation is to make sure that you find an effective solution to balance the pH balance of your business and your wellness. So some of the points that I'm going to talk to you about today is pH balance as we know it. And then I'm going to talk to you about business and wellness pH, what that means. I'm going to talk to you about humanity. And then I'm going to talk to you about mirror, mirror, and you, Y-O-U, and what that stands for. So again, I want you to remember, your smell has nothing to do with how someone perceives your humanity. So pH balance versus pH balance. So I just took up some of the normal pH balances that we know of, just everyday things that we know of. And what I did is I related them to your business or to business. So what we have first of all is pH balance, which is 5.5, is our skin. So our skin is something that covers us. Our skin is something that people see every day. Our skin is ashy. If we don't take care of it, it's dry. If we misuse certain things, we break out in a rash, and people are able to see those things. So what I did was I related that to the pH balance, which is your brand, which is your business, and your brain, which is your wellness. Because we know that mental health is a very big thing nowadays, especially with the pandemic and everything that's going on. So we have to make sure that our mental health is also being taken care of when we're doing our self-care, as we do our business when we're doing the self-care in our business. So another one that I took was the pH balance of water, which is 7.0. So as we know, water, hey, it can help things to grow. It can destroy things. You think about a tsunami, a hurricane, just all these different things. And so when I was relating it to my wellness, I thought about my personality and my purpose. So if my pH balance is off with my personality and my purpose, it can destroy my entire business. It can destroy my reputation, and it can destroy even when if people want to deal with you. And that was one of the things that I was, oh my God, when I was doing this transition, when I was coming from being a housewife to going into an entrepreneur, I had been dealing with kids for so long. My personality was awful. You're talking about the smell that I had. I was very snappy because I was talking to kids all the time. And so I was used to being mom all the time. And so when I was transitioning over to become this entrepreneur, I was doing the same thing. But what I didn't understand was I was destroying my personality and I was destroying my purpose. People didn't even want to work with me for over a year because my personality was so awful. So one of the things I had to realize was my integrity and my voice is what matters. So when I thought about that, I thought of something that had a very high pH balance and lie. And we know that lie will strip some things away. And so that's exactly what I had to do. I had to do some stripping to myself in order to find that integrity that I need to stand as a businesswoman and the voice that I needed to find to make sure that everything that I said, that it held ground. So, business and wellness pH balance again. It is the potential of your humanity. And the potential of your humanity is the inherently ability to grow and develop the quality of your existence through your business and wellness as you succeed. Wow. But let me tell you something. There are some things that I had to realize when I was growing to understand what my existence was and the quality of my existence, but also what my ability and my attention and my potential was. And one of the things that I had to understand is that no is a complete sentence. I had to learn to say no. There was a time in my life, my business card, I was doing my best to find it. I had 50 things on this business card. I was a health coach. I was a jewelry salesman. I probably was a DJ. It was everything on this business card because I thought that that was my way of finding my full potential. But I wasn't on the right path. None of that was going along with what my purpose was. I was just doing things to try to find who I was. But then, as I said before, I had to take an exam of myself and find out what my pH balance was. So in order to reach my full potential, this is the things that I had to do. Your business and your wellness potential has to do with the growth and development of you daily as a person and as an entrepreneur in 4 aspects of your life. Those 4 aspects of your life were personal for me, professional, purposefully, and spiritually. I had to make sure that all 4 of those things were working together smoothly. And they move just like this on a daily basis between my business and my wellness in order for me to become the person that I am today. But there was this window that I was looking through, and I also had to look through this mirror. So there was 2 things that I also had to look at too. How did I see myself, and how did other people see me? Before, like I told you, people were seeing me as a wrecking train. Every time somebody said something to me, I was snapping. But I couldn't see that for myself just yet. Why? Because I had not taken that pH balance. I hadn't found that balance yet. And finally, when I found that balance, I am able to be the person that I am today. And I'm telling you, wow, the people that I'm working with is amazing. So the humanity is the fact or the condition of you being a human. And that's something that I had to understand. That woman that I was before, being so snappy and always having confrontation with people, I was abused. I was battered in my marriage. And so she was coming out through my business. And I was like, oh my God, this cannot happen. So one of the things that I had to do, I had to become a better woman in order to become a better businesswoman. So what I had to do as a human, I had to take control of my emotions and my feelings, my characteristics, my deposition, and my existence. And then in that, there had to be a degree and a condition and a quality that I put with that in order for people to see me. And when I say you, That's the formula. The formula is knowing you, understand what your flaws are, understanding what your triggers are, understanding your emotions and your feelings. And with that, you is your own uniqueness. And that is what you're able to present to the world when you have a balance between your business and your wellness. Mirror, mirror, time to take a look at ourselves. So when we're talking about the 4 aspects of yourself to balance, and I don't know if many of you have heard about Johari's window. So that's what I want to talk about, the 4 aspects of self. The public self, the person that everybody sees, the person that you let people see, and the person that people can see. And then you have your secret self, that person that you see, but you can only let people see every so often. And then that blind self, that person that you're just like, I don't want nobody to know who this is. You even put a blind eye to that person. And then that unknown self, that person that sometimes pops up and you're just like, I didn't even know that was there. Well, you know what? Those 4 aspects are the things that we have to do. Those 4 people, those 4 selves are what we have to do along with our personal, our professional, our purposeful, and our spiritual in order for us to have a balance when it comes to the potential of our humanity. I'm telling you, there was nothing like finding a balance between that person who had been hurt and battered and this person that I am today. Reiki was a big help to that. And I thank God for the universe finding me with Reiki and me meshing it all together and being able to share it through business, because now Reiki is my business, it's my life. I'm able to share healing with people in ways that I never would have thought about sharing healing. And now, would you ever would have thought about healing your business? No, I didn't think about that. But now I understand why you have to have healing, not only in yourself, but in your business. So, what are the ways that you can do that? 5 little steps that you can do. You can speak to your inner self. Speak to your inner self daily with affirmations. You can sing, you can dance, turn on your favorite song. I'm telling you, this is something that I do for 15 or 20 minutes today. You say, I am, I have, I believe, I know. Those are just a few affirmations. I have the power. I am powerful. I am... Man, I have millions. You can come up with any affirmation that you have for you. Listening to your inner self, listening to yourself daily, meditation, and resting. Those are the ways that we do that. As entrepreneurs, we believe that we're supposed to work for 20 hours for a day and only sleep for 4. That's not healthy at all, because we become unorganized. Again, we become snappy. What else happens? Oh my God, we lose track of things. We miss appointments. Oh, wow. What else happens? Yeah, sleep. We become sick. All of these things happen when we're not taking care of our natural bodies. And then guess what happens? It falls over into your business. Whew, take time for your inner self. How do you take time for your inner self when you're an entrepreneur and you're running a business? Weekly baths, daily walks. If you have a dog, go to the dog park. Take an hour for yourself, just like we do for our meetings. When we mark out, we have meetings, we have our webinars. We do the same things when we're doing stuff for ourselves. So evaluate your growth and your development. So how do you do that? So this comes from me, because you're like, what is MESS? What is MESS? So this is actually a sheet that I developed for my course to help my clients. So it's called the MESS sheet. So the M stands for your mindset. The E stands for your emotion. The S stands for your situation. And the S stands for your solution. So how does this work when you're doing your business and wellness? Again, I was sharing with you about the story of how I was a ticking bomb set, a ticking bomb. And I had to check my mindset. And before I checked my mindset, I'm telling you, I had no idea the emotions that I was dealing with. I was grieving, I was depressed, I was stressed. I was, oh my God, just all of those emotions wrapped up together. And here I am trying to run a business and it just wasn't working. And so I had to look at that situation and I had to be grown enough to drop my pride and shut everything down and walk away in order to heal myself so that my business can thrive the way that it is now. So that was my solution. My solution was taking time away and healing so that I can be successful in my business. Journaling, I'm telling you, 10, 15 minutes a day, keep it by your bed, keep it in your purse, keep it in your backpack, whatever it is that you have that you carry. You keep your journal in there, and even a thought that you have, you just journal throughout the day. And then you go back and you look at your thoughts and you will see how you have grown over your time. All right. Oh, wow. I hope that you have enjoyed the presentation today. So these are some ways that you can contact me. Again, my name is Phoenix J. Marai. I am a Reiki Master Teacher. My phone number is 254-258-8999. My email is admin@phoenixjmarai.info. And my Facebook is facebook.com Reiki Saved Me. And my Instagram is also Reiki Saved Me. So, I hope that you enjoyed your time today, and I pray that you found something that you can take away. And like I said, just find that potential between your humanity, that existence that you have, the conditions that you have, the purpose that you have, the voice that you have. Find the balance between those two things, and you walk forward in your path. You walk forward in your dominion and your power. Love and light.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tapping in to this workshop. I want to applaud you first and foremost because you are the most important piece of the next 45 minutes that we're going to spend together. You are tired, you're exhausted, you're doing a million things, right? You're running all around being Superwoman and Superman, but you chose to show up for yourself, right? You chose to prioritize self-edification and self-investment, right? So that you can better run your businesses. So I want to applaud you for that. Keep that same energy. I know it gets tough at times, but there are people, a full tribe of leaders who are ready and waiting in the sidelines to help you. I am one of them. I am Casey Richardson. I am a founder, a published author, and a coach and consultant. I lead a network called Blaze Women's Network. Blaze stands for building leaders and accepting zero excuses, right? We need accountability. We need people to push us to our limits and past them as well, right? So I hold intentional space for Black women, because so many times we're left on the sidelines. And so many times we're blazing trails but we don't receive our flowers. Right? So many times we think we have to be Superwoman and we kill ourselves in doing so. So I hold intentional space for that. And then I do one-on-one coaching and consulting with so many amazing, incredible, dope entrepreneurs. And that's absolutely a joy. So without further ado, I want us to dive into this content. So today we are talking about automation in our businesses. I'm pausing so that you all cut this part so it's a smooth transition. So I came here today to tell you that if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. I don't care how swift you are. I don't care how long you've been in the game. I don't care what your GPA was in college. If you are doing it wrong, if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. Because there are only so many things that our two hands can touch, right? There are only so many things that our minds can think about at one time and do things well, right? And execute with precision. So I want to talk to you about business automation because it is absolutely critical for your peace of mind, for you getting the rest and recovery that you need, for you having consistency across all elements of your business, right? And for scale, because what you're doing today, if you're doing it all, it may be getting you through somewhat right now, but as you stack on top of whatever you're doing right now, more and more clients, more and more products, quicker and quicker velocity, that foundation will crumble and break if you do not have automation built in. So let's dive into this. Today's workshop will cover the following. We'll talk about the benefits of automation, just to spell that out for everyone, the criteria for automation, because it kind of helps, people get actual use cases for them. We'll do an activity where you're going to get a score on your automation as it stands in your business today. We'll do some reflecting because that's important, right? I will be intentional about reflecting and being sober-minded about where we are today. We'll do another exercise, a little more robust. If you have your workbook, you can work in that workbook. If you don't have it, it is absolutely fine. You can do the exercise on a piece of paper. We will talk about some mindset principles. We'll talk about some automation principles, some things you need to make sure you remember and keep in mind for the long haul. We'll do a recap of everything we touched on in today's workshop, and then I'll share some contact information with you so we can stay in touch. So let's dive in. Benefits of automation. So when you choose to automate, there's nothing barring you from it. Anybody can do it. I'm going to prove that today. When you choose automation, you have higher productivity. One person can do a certain number of things, but bots, right? Formulas, systems, computers, software can do so many things in the same second, right? So that's huge. More reliability. Things are prone to human error, right? We fat finger mistakes all the time. We have typos when we're emailing very quickly all of the time. We skip steps sometimes, right? When we're trying to go at a higher velocity than we may normally go at. So automation is great for that. Increased availability. I talked about this, right? Getting your time back. You need that. Like, it's so critical, not just for your business, but for your health, for your sanity, right? For self-care, for self-love, etc. You will have greater performance. You will reduce operating costs, I promise you, especially if you build this now to support your business. As you scale, a lot of your automation costs will remain fixed. So that means whether the output is 10 units or 100 units, if your cost is a flat fee per month, you achieve operating efficiency, which gives you more cost reduction per unit sold. You will reduce errors. You will have improved client satisfaction, especially when you get to that point of consistency, right? Clients will be absolutely thrilled that email automations come like that, right? That reminders for things come like that, right? Where you remind them something's left in your cart, or there's automatic triggers when certain things happen in processes and they think that a person is doing it, but it's really, right, AI, it's really technology. And then last but not least, you have capacity for high level tasks, right? So really thinking about the creative and strategic things that are important for your business so that you have time to manage it versus being in the weeds of everything, right? What should be automated? So these are some, I'll throw out 4 tips for you or thoughts for you on thinking through your business and what you can automate. If you have tasks that are repetitive in nature, right? No matter who is booking it, no matter who's doing it, no matter who's buying it, certain things need to happen. Those are excellent processes to automate, welcome emails, right? When somebody signs up for a list is an easy thing to think about, right? But there are so many other use cases for that. So start thinking through some of these processes that you repeat over and over and over again. Processes that don't require human intervention for completion. There are some things that it doesn't need a person to think about, right, and make a decision on. It's if A plus B equals C, we don't need a person to sign off on that. But those are the processes that are excellent candidates for automation. Processes that need consistency across the entire company. If you know that you will cringe to find out that your marketing team is communicating this message, right? Your sales team is communicating a different message. Your operations group, right, is operating at a different set of principles, and their messaging is different as a result. Those processes are very important to think about how you can implement automation so that you have consistent messaging, consistent branding, consistent core values, etc., right? Consistent standards even across your entire business. And lastly, for processes that need to be error-free. Like if there are certain things where you have very, very little or no margin of error, you need to automate those processes so that you don't even worry about it. You can take that stress off of your plate because you know a system will formulaically, right, get it right every single time. All right, pop quiz. All right, so pull out your pen, pull out your paper. I want everyone to dive into this activity right now. You have to be honest with yourself. I'm not grading this, right? You are grading yourself, but it's so important to find your blind spots, right? So I'm going to give you 30 seconds on the clock right now to list out the automation tools that you currently have in place for scheduling. Go. Think. If you have more than one, that's absolutely fine. Put it on the list. Just scheduling. Think about, what happens with booking. If you're sending the email and saying, give me a good time to catch up. Okay, does this work for you? Okay, great. I'm gonna go and I'll put that in the system. That's not automation. All right, timer is up. Next, I want you to think and write down about the email marketing tools that you currently have in place. Go. And this is the automated ones, the ones that give you automation. If you have more than one, list it out. 15 seconds on the clock. 10, 5. All right, time is up. Nice job. Stay with me here. Customer relationship management system. So we call these CRM tools where that is automated. Start listing now. For those who are thinking about what that is or wondering what that is, these are systems that allow you to have notes about your clients, when your last, touch base with them was, when the next one is scheduled for, what their address is, what their phone number is, right? It could hold notes for you so you know how to market to them more effectively. Those are CRM tools. 5 seconds on the clock. 2, 1. All right, time is up. Now, social media posting. 30 seconds on the clock. You know how this goes. 30 seconds, write down all of the automation tools that you have for social media posting. 25 seconds on the clock. If you are currently drafting your stuff up, pulling it into Instagram, for instance, hitting send yourself, that is not automation. That is a person doing it, right? List the tools that you are using to automate social media posting. 3 seconds on the clock, and we're out of time on that one. All right, tracking and to-do lists. 30 seconds on the clock, go. If you have tools that currently automate the way that you track tasks and have to-do lists, list those out. and list all of them, right? If you have more than one. But it must be a tool. Writing on a legal pad does not count, nor does writing on the Post-it note that you stick on your bathroom mirror. Nice try, but do not do it. All right, 3 seconds on the clock. Beautiful. Next, project management tools. Automation for that. The timer is going now. So think about hubs that you use to communicate with your team members, right? Or external partners on certain things. If you're picking up the phone and calling them and you guys are jotting it down, that does not count. I mean, automation tools, right? Where the platform is allowing you to manage projects. It is giving you a timeline. It is giving you stages and allow you to make notes about that, et cetera. All right, 2, 1, we are out of time on that one. Good job. You're killing it. You're killing it. You're being honest with yourself. Now, 30 seconds on the clock, cloud-based file storage. Go. If you're saving it on your desktop, not talking about that. I'm talking about the cloud-based storage systems you use so that when you go to Dubai and you don't have that laptop, you can roll up to a separate computer and pull your stuff up from the cloud. That's what I'm talking about, okay? So 10 seconds on the clock. All of your cloud-based storage tools that you use, list them out. 2, 1, out of time. Payment processing. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List out all the payment processing tools that you use. So if you are currently only accepting cash and you're going to the 10 bucket, finding the nickels and the pennies to give the cash back, that does not count, okay? I mean, the tools that help you to accept credit cards, right? That helps you to accept other modes of payment, right? And tracking that and providing receipts, et cetera. 5 seconds on the clock. 2, 1, out of time. You guys are killing it. I love it. I see those lists coming in. I see some sweating bullets coming too, but that's fine. Visual and graphic content creation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List out the tools that you currently use to create visuals and graphics, right? If you're in business, you need that. Branding is everything, right? You want to be recognized. You want to have a certain identity. You want to come off as having a certain personality, right, in your branding. So list the tools that you currently leverage to do that. And if you have no tools, we got to think about that, right? 6 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. All right, beautiful, killing it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now, drop shipping and custom printing. 30 seconds on the clock. If you currently use drop shipping, and what drop shipping is you design a product, right? Or you pull in a product, you choose a product, and people place orders. You get the money, but you're not fulfilling it. Someone else is shipping it, right? Someone else is providing the receipts, right? Someone else is keeping a tally of inventory, et cetera, what's left, et cetera. That's drop shipping. Custom printing, you can create the shirts, right? Get these things made. You're not in the lab doing it yourself. And time is up. Nice job. You're hanging in there with me. This is for your business, right? The sweat is worth it. Next, we have virtual assistant and freelancer sourcing. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the current platforms that you leverage to acquire virtual assistants or acquire freelancers. Maybe you need a logo made, right? Maybe you need somebody to do a specific task and it's a one and done type job. List the platforms that you currently leverage to find those people. If you're not leveraging a platform and you're calling around, you asking cousin Bobo now, let's think about that. Time is up. You're killing it. Next, legal documentation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the platforms or tools that you currently leverage to get assistance with legal documentation. If you're winging it and doing it by yourself, you cannot put yourself on the paper unless you're an expert in that field, right? But again, we're thinking about tools. We're thinking about automation because if we're doing it all, we're doing it wrong, right? So list that out. 8 seconds on the clock. You guys are killing it. You're hanging in there for yourselves. I think it's beautiful. I mean it. All right, time is up. Now, expense tracking. We love budgeting, don't we? Don't we love numbers? Yes, we do. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List the expense tracking automation tools that you currently have in place. I'm not talking about the spreadsheet that you built 3 years ago. Not talking about that. Automation. Tools that actually show you what you spent last month, that actually tell you what you can file certain things as on your tax returns, tools that give you graphs to show you trends, tools that give you a view of your cash flow, right? That give you a view of your net worth, that give you a view of how you're doing on your budgeting. Time is up. That was painful for some people. I felt the cringe. I felt that energy, but it's all good. We're going to get through this together. Now, customer facing document sharing. Time is going, 30 seconds on the clock. List the automation tools that you currently have in place for client-facing document sharing. Some businesses may not use this, but for those that do, right, this is an area for you to think about and list what you're currently using. We have about 12 seconds on the clock. You guys are killing it. 5 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, and 1. All right. Customer support. Now, this is an area where people don't think about often. Time is going on the clock. List what you use, but we think that we have to be the one handling customer concerns and things going back and forth, etc. But some people know, some of you, I see you smiling. Some of you know that that's not necessarily the case, right? You can leverage platforms and automation tools that can handle customer support for you. 5 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Killing it. Surveys and data collection. 30 seconds on the clock. Go. What tools, what automation platforms are you currently using to collect data from your customers, to conduct surveys, even for your employees, right? Because we know that feedback is important. If you have blind spots that you're not attending to, if you're not getting feedback to understand in a robust fashion, right, how people are receiving and perceiving what you're doing, you're losing. So list out what you're currently using. Kudos, because I know all of you are using automated survey and data collection platforms. Now, website creation. 30 seconds on the clock, go. What platform are you using to create websites? If we have coders in the room and they're building everything from scratch and using HTML code, dope, beautiful. That does not count, right? I'm talking about websites that you use that automate things for you so you're not keying in code. We have 7 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. All right, time is up. Sexy category down here, bots and AI. 30 seconds on the clock. Go. List the platforms that you leverage for automated artificial intelligence execution. Bots executing on things. 19 seconds on the clock. It's time to think big if you haven't thought about this before, because why not, right? Why not? 8 seconds on the clock. Think about that. Write it down if you have this category. If you have an automation tool in this category, kudos to you if you do. And we're moving on. All right. Ticket selling and event management. 30 seconds on the clock, go. Write down the ticket selling and event management platforms that you're using currently. So if you're selling raffle tickets in the church parking lot, right? During the homecoming potluck event, that does not count. I'm talking about automated platforms where people can purchase without you touching it, right? Where you have a list of registrants without you having to piecemeal it together inside of Excel. 4 seconds on the clock. Beautiful. We're done on that category. And last but not least, webinar, live session, and or online course platforms. 30 seconds on the clock, go. List all of the automation tools and or platforms that you use today to execute this, right? Anything that you can think of, right? If you do Facebook Live, that counts. IG Live, that counts. If you're using Zoom, that counts, right? 3 seconds on the clock, finish that up. Beautiful job. I'm so proud of all of you for doing that inventory exercise. That was absolutely tedious, but so important, right? For you thinking about how you can go higher into the next level. So I want you to figure out what your score is, because you have an automation score based on what you just did. So go back through your list and award yourself 1 point for each tool and or platform listed. Hint, there were 20 different categories. So that'll give you a gut feel about how well you're doing on the automation front, or how lacking you might be today, right? I'm going to give you some time to tally that up. I'll put 30 seconds on the clock. Every single platform that you listed gets 1 point. Just total all of them up and see what your score is. I know no one has a 1. I know no one has only 5. I just know it, not this group. All right, 10 seconds. Let's button that up. 5. All right, beautiful. Again, and you should give yourself a round of applause, because things like this can be painful, right? And we know we should do this, right? We hear it all the time. We read the memes on Instagram that push us to kind of assess things, right? But this is what that looks like. This is what that feels like, right? And we got through that together. I was able to hold you accountable in doing it, but I'm absolutely proud of you for engaging in this exercise. So now let's reflect a bit, right? Let's think about the current state. You just scored yourself. In your opinion, are you leveraging automation in your business across all 20 categories today? Future state. Can you be more intentional about automation implementation going forward? So the beauty of being an entrepreneur, the CEO, the founder, etc., is that you don't have to go through protocols to make changes or recommend changes, right? You can be as flexible and as agile as you would like to be. So if you can be more intentional about automation implementation going forward, I need you to circle those categories on your list, right? There are 20 different ones. Circle those categories so that you can be thoughtful going forward about beefing that up some. And then budgeting, this is critical. This is oftentimes skipped in decision making, and it should always be there. Does automation implementation fit into your budget today? You have to be sober-minded about that. And if not, how can you make room for it? I talked about scale earlier, and I'm gonna pound on that one more time, because when you build the foundation in a way that's sustainable, your business can grow and grow and grow without crumbling at the bottom. So if you are building your business where you are the customer service person, you are the marketing person, you are the product development person, you are the operations person, you are the CEO, right? And you stack more and more on top of that, that foundation is not sustainable, period. I don't care how dope you are, right? It's not sustainable. But if you build your business and at the foundation, you have automated processes, platforms where you can stack and stack and stack, grow and grow and grow, and that AI technology won't go out on you, that software won't go out on you. You have built a sustainable business, right? And so it is important to think about, if there are constraints on your budget, how you can maneuver things around, how you can change your sales targets so that you can get extra income, etc., right? How you can get grants even, right? To give yourself that added resource, right? That added capability via automation, so that you are built to last for the long haul. All right, great job reflecting on that, making your circles. I'll give you a few more seconds to button that up. If you don't know the answer to the budgeting question, that means you have some homework to do, right? Google and see how much different services might be, and look at your budget, see if you have room for it. Now, I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. You said, what services, Casey? I'm gonna help you out in every single category. Yay! I feel it, I feel it, I feel it. So now it's time to pull out your workbooks. Again, if you don't have your workbook, it is absolutely fine. Get another piece of paper, because I just know that first piece of paper is full of all the automation tools you already use, because you're absolutely dope. And if it's not full of that, you're still dope because you've written circles and you've written notes and you've asked yourself questions and you've challenged yourself to be more intentional about automation implementation. So let's pull out a blank piece of paper now, or leverage the workbook that you have, right? And we're going to do an activity. So for each section I'm going to give you, I mentioned that there are 20 different categories, right? There's a 4-part question to each. For every tool that I give you, ask yourself, do you use this tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit into your budget today? And what is your target start date for you? So if you say, yes, I'm going to use this, I like it, I'm going to implement this, put a date on it. Put a date on it. Okay? All right, so for scheduling, Acuity, answer those 4 questions. Calendly, answer those 4 questions. Mixmax, A.ai, right? And we're going to do that for every category. So the beauty of this is that you actually get some recommendations on tools that you can use, right, to implement automation if you don't have it already. And even if you do have automation already, you can look at some of these other competitors, right, some of these other peer products, and see if they might have added benefits that you don't have today, or see if they might have cheaper plans that you didn't know about, and you can save money, right, by switching over. Email marketing, these are the tools, some of the tools that are out there for that. MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, ConvertKit, Mixmax, which is a Gmail plugin, HubSpot, and Drip. I'm going to give you a few seconds to answer those 4 questions across each of those platforms. Yes, each of those platforms, because each platform has its constraints. You might say no to 3 out of 4, right? But think about each of those and do extra research on ones that you're not already familiar with, so that you can make sure you're in the best positioning possible. CRM. Now, a reminder that is client relationship management. So critical for beefing up your marketing. So critical for checking in with your clients. And it's like, oh my gosh, you read my mind. How did you know my birthday? Oh my gosh. You can answer that however you want to, but you really know because you have a dope CRM tool, right? So Zoho CRM is a tool. Fresh Sales, Copper is a tool. Insightly, Less Annoying CRM, Nimble, Keep is another one. Keep is pretty popular. All right, so we got that. Beautiful. Social media posts. So these are some of the tools that you could use and answer those 4 questions, right? Planoly, Zoho Social, Hootsuite, Sprout Social, Buffer, Loomly. These are some of the tools that you can use for social media posting, and it's automated, right? You can literally schedule when these posts and not worry about it again. You don't even have to touch it, right? All you have to do is sit back and watch the lights come in and respond to comments that people are making, but you get back hours of your time, literal hours of your time, right? So answer those 4 questions. Do you use the tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit your budget today? What is your target start date for use? Because if you answered no in all of these areas and you see that there's an opportunity to implement automation in that category, you need to be saying yes to one of these, right? Or at least finding a different one that serves your need, right? But this is free game, right? Like this is gonna save you so much time. There's no reason not to use something like this, right? All right, so tracking and to-do lists, right? Todoist, TickTick, Microsoft To Do, Things, OmniFocus, Habitica, Google Tasks. These are great for tracking. These are great for creating to-do lists, keeping yourself kind of on task, right, and oriented in your mind. Would highly recommend using one of these. You might have a use for some of these. It just depends, right? Different functions within each of these. But ask yourself the 4 questions. And then project management. So we have Asana, Trello, Coda, Notion, Basecamp, Airtable, and Monday. Great for collaborative projects. You can kind of see people's progress updated real time. You can see, everyone will be able to see the same end date. It won't be something that gets translated differently, right? Once it gets to the 10th person, we know how that game goes. In elementary school, we start whispering in someone's ear, and by the time it got back, it's something completely different. Use a project management tool so that everyone's on the same page. They have the same information, and at times when things need to shift, right? Everyone is updated at the same time. It's very valuable. Cloud file storage, OneDrive, Google Drive, Dropbox, Box, and iCloud are some of the platforms that can be used. Again, answer those 4 questions. You need to be walking away with something from this, right? More edified than you were before you came. So be very intentional about this and take this seriously. Payment processing, PayPal, Stripe, Square, Shopify, Etsy, Affirm, Acuity Scheduling. These are tools you can use to accept payments, right? And it automates those things for you. It receives the money, it sends the receipt. If the card doesn't work, it schedules itself to do a retry in the next 24 hours, right? It sends you a notification if a subscription payment fails, right? So that you can do some follow-up and see what's going on there, like do some customer reach outs, right? Huge. And they have hardware too, so you can on the go be able to swipe people's card as well. Visual content creation. Write these down. Canva, Adobe Spark, Unsplash, Icons 8, Drawkit, Remove BG, Headliner. Ask yourself the 4 questions. There might be some other ones out there. If you have some on your list already that's not listed here, beautiful. So long as you are using some automation tools, right? Especially for graphics and visual content, because you want your color schemes to be consistent. You want the personality of your brand to be consistent, right? Excuse me. So get a tool so that you have that consistency without thinking about it too much. Dropbox or drop shipping and printing, Spocket, AliExpress, Printful, Suppliers Data, Sellwho, Blurb. These are great platforms to use, especially if you don't have time to manage inventory. You don't have space to store inventory, right? But you still want to sell consumer goods. And they could be computers even, right? Like AliExpress gives you a myriad of things to sell. You just choose your niche and they handle the shipping, right? They handle the sourcing from suppliers all over the world, right? They pass on the payment to you via one of these payment processing tools that we talked about in the last slide. But it takes a lot of the work out of that whole end-to-end process for you. Printful does the same thing. You can create custom printed shirts, for instance, right? But they do the shipping. They send you the money, right? They do the packaging, the labeling, etc. Virtual assistant and freelancer sourcing. Major key right here, because if you are doing it all, you are doing it wrong. So go ahead and take you $5 and find a freelancer to build a logo for you, right? Some logo options on Fiverr, right? That's one of the options here. Upwork, you can find freelancers, contractors, virtual assistants there. Envato, TaskRabbit, People Per Hour, 99 Designs. Answer those 4 questions about these options, right? And choose a start date for one of them. Legal documents, Up Counsel, LegalZoom. It makes it so easy to find a legal resource on demand. Like, that's so valuable. That's so valuable, and it'll save you headache, money, right? Reputational risk down the road when you have your ducks in a row on demand up front. All right. Expense tracking, QuickBooks, self-employed and online are very, very popular. I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, have heard of that tool. Very robust. There's also FreshBooks, Expensify, Wally, Concur, Clarity Money, and Mint. I will just throw out there that Mint is really, really good for managing your personal expenses as well. I think having a view of kind of where you're on a personal front as well as the business front is important, because both of them, right, give you peace of mind, gives you precision, gives you important planning, financial planning. So answer those 4 questions about these tools. Customer facing document sharing. There are many out there. I just have a few down here. If you use something different, that's great. You got a point for that, right? But listed here is DocSend, Quiller, PandaDoc, Prezi. Answer the 4 questions on those. Customer support, right? I talked about this. What if you don't have to be the person, right, that's handling the inquiries that come in randomly, right? That's handling, just general customer support routines. There are platforms for that. Intercom, Zendesk, Discuss. Great platforms. You should definitely look into it. If you already are, amazing. You got a point or 2 for that, right? But ask yourself these questions. Do you use the tool today? Might you have use for it in the future? Does the tool fit in your budget today? What is your target start date for use? All right. Surveys and data collection. So there's Airtable, Google Forms, SurveyMonkey, Typeform, FormStack, JotForm, Quillitrix. Answer the 4 questions, right? Some of you might remember taking surveys via one of these tools. You pass that valuable information on to that company for free, and you never thought about implementing it into your own business, right? This is a light bulb moment for a lot of you. Use the tools. Most of them offer free trials. Most of them even offer free plans where you get some features for free. Definitely start implementing this. Ask yourself the 4 questions and hit a start date on there. Website creation, Squarespace, Wix, WordPress, Lead Pages, ReadyMag, Universe, Strikingly. All great tools for website creation. You can try to build it yourself from scratch if you have that gift. You could go out and pay a person a few $1,000s to create a website. You could, right? It depends on what you want. But there are some tools out there that automates this whole creation process for you for a fraction of the cost. So I would say lean into that. Bots and AI, Q&A Maker, Landbot, HubSpot, Chat Fuel, FlowXO. And I do not need you to just say, wow, who knew? I need you to answer the 4 questions, put paper to pen, and put a start date. If you have some light bulbs that have gone off in your head about how you can implement and integrate these into your business. The final stretch here on this activity, ticket selling and event management, Eventbrite, Sparkso, Cvent, Paperless Post, Splash, Tito. If you've never used an event management service before, check these out. It will make your life a whole lot simpler. Webinar and live sessions and or online courses. Webinar Jam, Twitch, Thinkific, Teachable, Podia, Mighty Networks, Kajabi. Great tools to use to offer webinars, live sessions, and online courses. Great tools. And again, you achieve scale because whether 2 people are in the room or 200, what if that price is fixed here, right? But you get the income per registrant. Let's build it in there. All right, beautiful job. Hand clap again on finishing this assignment and putting your target dates out there. We have the rest of 2021. Let's get it. Let's go. So I want you to make a vow that you will commit to results, not activity. Gone are the days where you're working all day on these these monotonous tasks, these small tasks that take you all of your day, right? And you think you're productive because you've been doing something all day. Nope. Commit to results, not activity. This is a key mindset shift, okay? But vow to me that you will do this. If it's not getting you to an output, increasing the revenue, giving you time back, increasing the customer, right? We're not committed to it. All right, I heard you, I feel you, beautiful. Now, we're gonna reclaim our time, fam. Don't waste time on busy work. Let the tools do the work for you, period. So as much as you can, automate, period. So we have time to spend with our families and people that we love the most, so we can be present at the dinner table, right? So we can be present on the phone, in the phone conversations we're having with our family, and we have more creative juices flowing to bolster our businesses even more. I know y'all with me. I know you got it. All right. So quick tips I want to share you around automation. Make sure that the platforms you choose provide consistency, right? I think we get that out. I don't have to give examples on that, but make sure it's reliable enough to provide consistency. Make sure that you approach this in a step-by-step fashion. I do not need you tomorrow to start 13 different platforms. That makes no sense. Take a step back, look at what's most critical, look at where you can start, and then over time, right? Maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, once a month, depending on the intricacy of the different tools, implement more and more in a step-by-step fashion. Flexibility, you want flexibility, right? You want a platform that is going to be able to handle the business growth that you will achieve, right? If it's going to break next month, if you triple your income and you triple your velocity, that might not be the best tool to use, right? So think about flexibility when you're choosing. Simplicity is important. Make it simple for the customer, right? And make it simple for you. And then lastly, training. Too many people skip out on this piece. You need to learn how to use the tool well, right? So once a month, hop in on, their blog page and read a few blogs for a few hours, right? Once a month, hop in on a free webinar training they're giving around their tools and new launches that they've done. And if they want feedback, give that feedback so that the tool gets better. But those are the 5 main things that I would recommend to you to keep in mind as you automate your systems. So takeaways, because we've gone through a lot and you've done a lot. I'm so proud of you. I'm still clapping my hands for you. You guys are amazing. So we learned the benefits of automation. We learned criteria for automation, right? How we know when a process needs to be automated. We did the automation scorecard assessment. We looked at over 100 automation tools that are recommended to check out or implement into your business. That's huge. You have all that information you're walking away with. We did an assessment of future integrations, right? So you asked yourselves, okay, can I do this? Should I do this? What's my start date? Do I have budget for it, etc.? So you have the start of a plan. And we've talked about some principles to live and lead by, right? Mindset principles that we want to keep in mind, kind of our rubric for judging whether a system is worth using or not, etc. So kudos to you for getting through that. Again, I am Casey Richardson. I am the founder of Blaze Women's Network, where we are building leaders and accepting 0 excuses. I am also a one-on-one coach and consultant. I am a published author as well, and it is my joy to serve the folks that are so magical and so often overlooked, trailblazers who are underserved. That is what I do. So I would love to keep in touch with you. I've provided my contact information right here. I'd love for you to join the tribe and the email list. So if you want to keep in touch with Blaze Women's Network, go to blazewomensnetwork.com. We have a Facebook group, Blaze Women's Network, and Instagram, Blaze Women's Network. If you want to keep in touch with me, I want you to. My website is casey-richardson.com. My email address is contact@casey-richardson.com. My Instagram is I am Casey Richardson. ignore the .com right there. It's just I am Casey Richardson. My LinkedIn is LinkedIn/in/I am Casey Richardson. And lastly, I provided my phone number, my business phone number right there as well. So I mean it. I want you to get in touch with me. I want you to connect. I want you to be edified. I want you to have community. And I just love speaking to people in the terms they understand, with stories they understand, with context that they understand, so they don't water down who they are, because it's time to be free and it's time to flourish. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all for having me. My name is Corey Jones, and it's an honor for me to be here. I'm so ecstatic. Before I start off, I want to pose a question to you. How many of you ever stopped and thought about why it is that you do what you do? Think about that for a second. Why do you respond the way that you respond? Why do you react the way that you react? Why do you handle certain situations the way that you do? What helps shape who you are? Your thought processes. Small situations, you make them big, you blow them up. Why does that happen? Have you ever thought about that why? Why am I the way that I am? That's one question that haunts many of us, and we've never taken the time to really figure out why we are the way that we are. But believe it or not, many of us have dealt with some type of trauma in our childhood. And trauma affects us all differently. And the behaviors, if it's not addressed properly, will come out later on as adults. And I'm gonna go on the record and say this. People of color are left to deal with trauma silently. What we often hear in our household is, whatever happens in this house stays in this house. Who's ever heard that before? Whatever happens in this house stays in this house. And then you hear, I'm only doing this to you because I love you. Think about what that does to a psyche of a child. So in my mind, I equate love and pain, they go together. The people that tell you they love you are the ones that's doing the most harm to you. And then when you grow up and you are faced with some traumatic situation or somebody does something to trigger you, what do you revert back to? Those words that you heard, whatever happens in this house stays in this house, and you never get the proper help that you need. See, in our household, it's called discipline. I'm disciplining you. And some of the stuff that we've gone through on our life has been traumatic, but we hide it and we mask it with the word discipline. So I want to talk to you today about the 3 types of trauma. Some of you may fall into these categories. Some of you may identify with 1, 2, or all 3 of them. The first form of trauma is acute trauma. And that is results in a single incident, something that happened to you one time. You may be violently attacked by somebody. You've been in a very bad car accident. And it was so traumatic that you are petrified to get in the car again and drive. The second form of trauma is complex trauma, and that is exposure to varied or multiple traumatic events. For example, you've been abused. You see domestic violence over and over and over again. And think about the state that puts you in. As a child, you see that. You can't do much about it because you're too little. And the things that you did to protect yourself as a child, you do it as an adult. So the consequences of your childhood from trauma comes out as an adult, and it looks abnormal to people. And then you got your last one, chronic trauma, and that's repeated or prolonged trauma, whether you be mental, physically, or sexually abused for years. Some of us identify with 1 or 3 of these traumatic acute traumas. I know myself, I experienced all 3. I've had some very, very traumatic things happen to me in my life. I've witnessed the domestic violence. I was abused myself. I was exposed to a lot of traumatic events that affected me as a grown man. And I'm still trying to work through those consequences because it was never properly dealt with. And when you're dealing with trauma, again, it affects us all differently. I want to give you some statistics really quick about trauma. So when you are dealing with trauma or you have PTSD, you're 4 times more likely to abuse alcohol. Why? Because you want to suppress the pain. You no longer want to face those realities head on anymore. So you do everything in your power to numb that pain. Not only that, you are 3 times more likely to be absent for work. I know as entrepreneurs and everybody in this room, we can't afford to be absent for work. If you're an entrepreneur in this room, we are our own employer. We're responsible for getting our own bag. We're responsible for bringing in that check. But if you experience something in your childhood, and then when you go to work with a client or you go to sell yourself and they tell you no, what happens? You revert back to childlike behavior because someone in your life told you no before. And not only did they tell you no, there was some type of physical punishment added to the no. One of the biggest ones that we face is you're 15 times more likely to commit suicide. 15 times more likely to commit suicide. You begin to have suicide ideations. You feel like you can't go on anymore. You don't have a purpose. You don't know why you're here. You have been invalidated your entire life. Some of y'all may have been taken advantage of, mistreated, abused. All this is trauma. These are the effects of trauma. But we never really talk about it. It goes unmasked. It's just like, don't talk about these things. It's taboo, especially in the Black community. Then the last one. You're 3 times more likely to experience depression. And depression is not what people think it is. Oh, I don't feel good today. When you talk about depression, you talk about you no longer see any hope for living anymore. You stop doing the things that you normally would do that would bring you joy. You begin to lose yourself. You isolate yourself. You don't want to be around anyone. We can't afford to do that as professionals, as adults. It doesn't look good. So I want you to understand something. We are not our past, but we suffer from the things of our past. And there are abnormal, deviant behaviors that we practice as adults that stems from some traumatic event that took place in our life when we were kids. And many of the behaviors that we display as adults, whether it be anger, whether it be fear, whether it be anxiety, whether it be depression, rage, they surfaced when we were kids, but we never properly addressed those things. And so what do? We hold on to those things and we go through life thinking that everything is okay. And when you're triggered, what happens is the same thing that you've done when you was a small person that kept you safe, you revert back to those same type of behaviors because you said if it worked then, it has to work now as an adult. But you have to practice new coping mechanisms. Let me tell you what I think is very, very important to do. Take that young person who's still crying out, that young, vulnerable person that is still crying out for help as an adult, and have that adult you introduce yourself to that young you. Y'all have that conversation. Talk to one another. And a lot of times we don't do that is because we hate to revisit the pain that we once experienced when we were a young person. See, when you have to go deep within and intimately with yourself, you avoid it because you're like, I do not want to bring up those past events. I don't want to relive that pain and that hurt and that rejection and that denial and being invalidated. I don't want to bring those things back up. So we don't say anything. And we go on living life, But every time you're triggered and you blow up over something that's very small, or somebody walks out of your life, or somebody tells you no, just know that's not onset manic behavior. That comes from not taking care of it when you were a young person. I want to talk about my story a little bit because I said I dealt with all 3. And I can remember some of the traumatic events that took place in my life. First and foremost, before I was even born, my life was already threatened with death. Death seemed more promising than me success ever had. Because I was born to a teenage mother at the age of 15 and an absent father. And because my father was absent, I was provoked by other men. I found myself in very dangerous, traumatic situations often. So much so that I thought about suicide. I'll never forget coming up the stairs one day in my apartment complex, 10 years old. And my brother's father, my brother was all of 3 years old. His father was 6'3", 230 pounds. Took my brother's head as I was coming up the stairs, and he was trying to drown my brother. And my brother was grasping for air. And as I walked up the stairs and I saw this, it's like I became frozen. My body was paralyzed. I feel like everything in me left that brought me life. But I locked eyes with his father, and he saw me, and he released his head. Traumatic. I remember being tied in my bedroom with my younger siblings while my mom was in the room, screaming for help because she was being abused. I tried to get out to help her, but my door was locked. Her door was locked with belts, and as I pulled, it slammed back. As she pulled to get out, it slammed back. So we sitting here stuck in this room, and I'm here crying my eyes out. At 10 years old, I contemplated suicide for the first time. I got on that ledge in my apartment complex, second story. And I said, I'm jumping because I can't take any more of this abuse. I cannot witness domestic violence the way that I witnessed it. And although it wasn't directly towards me, indirectly, you could be traumatized. And when I went to jump, I looked back before I took that leap. And I saw my brothers with tears in their eyes. And I said, I cannot leave this earth and allow them to go through this pain by themselves. So I got out of that window and I held my brothers, and we held on tight to one another, and we cried for the rest of the night. I never properly dealt with these things. And what I find myself doing right now as an adult, when I'm faced with some traumatic issue, I retreat, I run, I blow up at things that I feel like I have no control over. Because when I was young, control was stripped from me by other men. I was told what I couldn't do, but there was never a reason why I couldn't do it. All because they was big, manipulative, conniving individuals. They took advantage of me. And to this day, I go back to childlike behavior because I never addressed the trauma as a child. I never addressed it. So I still suffer from my childhood consequences as an adult. Some of you may be suffering from some of these things that has happened in your life and you don't know why. But I want you to tap into yourself and say, what happened to me? What age was I when this took place? Is this why I blow up at things that I shouldn't blow up at? Is this why I isolate myself when there's conflict? Why do I do these things? And once you identify why it is you do what you do, this is what I would want you to do. Seek help. Seek professional help. Because I can tell you in the Black households, it's always said, we'll just pray about it. Give it to God. God is going to take care of it. But I'm here to tell you, you can give it to God and you can love your therapist. Counseling is so important because we cannot continue on in life with these hidden, suppressed, doormat-lying issues that surfaces when we're adults, because it comes out in the workplace. It comes out in your relationship. It comes out with your children. I'm telling you, this traumatic experience can change how you see yourself, how you view life, and how you see other people. And if you don't feel validated, and if you don't value yourself, that's when suicide sets in. So I'm here to encourage you today. Tap into yourself. Become intimate with who you are. You have to dig deep and revisit some of those painful moments in your life in order to get past them, because you cannot keep running from them. Eventually, you're going to have to face yourself in the mirror and you're going to stare yourself in the eyes and say, it's not you, but it's you. Get the help that you need. No longer carry these things. No longer allow your childhood trauma traumatize you as an adult. Give the adult you a chance to live. Give the adult you a chance to flourish and be all that you can be. You owe it to yourself to give yourself everything that you want, everything that your heart desires, everything that you are aspiring to accomplish. You owe it to yourself to give it to yourself. Stop allowing that young, hurt, broken person on the inside of you rob you of who you are. You can do that young person a favor. Get that young person counseling on the inside of you. Because once you do that, and you counsel that young person on the inside of you, the adult you can rule the world. I just want to say thank you all for having me. This has been an honor, and I hope y'all enjoy the rest of this conference. 1, 2, 3.
If you ever took yourself from one place and placed yourself somewhere else, have you thought to yourself, where could that be? Would it be in the middle of 4 walls, a box, in your car, on the highway? Where for me, on one Friday morning, I packed up my bags and I left. I left and I moved back home to a comfort zone. It took 3 questions that were asked to me. Are we getting married? Are you having my kids? What are we doing? When I answered those questions, it was a time in my life that I knew I had to do better. I knew that I wasn't happy where I was. I knew that I was in a dark place. I no longer wanted to be in that space. I had a lot of ups and downs, and I'm pretty sure you have too. But it takes a lot of courage to tell someone your story. In telling your story, it can help motivate someone. Now, with question 1, I wonder if you know what I answered to that question. Are we getting married? No. Are you having my kids? Again, no. Well, what are we doing? I took it from we to me, because now I realize that I am going to remove myself from the 4 walls, from this box, to someplace else, somewhere where I know that I deserve to be, somewhere where my goals in my head that I need to take out and actually work on manifesting. So what are we doing? No, sir. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pack my bags and I'm going to go home and I'm going to get my life together. From that moment, I knew that this was the place that I needed to go, because where I was, it was a place very dark, alone, and it felt real cold. And I just needed to just break free. And if you've ever been there, you can feel where I'm coming from. I jumped up that morning. I packed my bags that day. I got in my car. I put on my seatbelt and I drove right on 75. I drove north, guys, because the only way for me to go was to go up. Now, as I was driving, I felt the tears come from my eyes. I literally felt this monkey that was on my back. I literally felt it lift off. I rolled my windows down and I felt that black scarf come from over my face, because that day I made a choice. I made a choice that I was going to be better and not make my current surroundings my life. Now, as I made my way back to Chicago, I embarked on this journey of becoming this person that has so much in her that I needed to let go. I needed to be free. I needed to unwrap this gift that I held inside for so long because of the situation I used to be in. But from that moment, I made a choice. And you can make a choice too. But when I made that choice and I had that courage to pack my bags and jump on the highway and make my way back home, I knew in that pivotal moment that whatever life I had in front of me, that nothing was going to stop me from achieving the goals that I set forth myself. I mean, guys, I didn't spend 4 years in undergrad being a collegiate athlete, winning, being a part of a championship team, getting good grades, graduating, to be in a space that did not offer me the opportunity to be who I am destined to be. When I moved back home, I chose different paths. But in choosing those different paths, I worked along with things that aligned with who I was and not with we. I worked on me. It took some time to get where I am today. And I am blessed to say that I am continually to evolve into a person that I know that in my subconscious, I can be. I have a goal that I will manifest the creativity inside of me, and I will share this expertise to you, to you, to you. Now, what are you going to do today? I've expressed to you a place that was dark, a place that was emotional, that tried to break me down. I made the choice to go right and not continue to go left. You have the choice today to make a decision to unwrap your creativity and manifest your goals. We have the opportunity in this space to be better than we were yesterday. If you are not trying to improve yourself from who you were 5 years ago, yesterday, 10 years ago, what are you doing? Who are you trying to be? I know who Crystal is trying to be today. She is a woman that values herself, that learned to put herself first, that learned that she can be who she chooses to be, not who someone else perceives her or wants her to be. In the box that someone creates for you, you can make a choice to unwrap it, because within inside of it, it's a gift that you possessed. Today, what are you going to do? Our great activist, civil rights activist, Martin Luther King, he stated, if you cannot fly, then run. If you cannot run, then walk. If you cannot walk, then crawl. But by any means, keep moving. Do not allow the box that someone has created for you. Do not remain yourself to remain in that box. If you are in a current position at your job and you know you deserve that promotion, Don't be afraid. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and walk in that office and tell them that you're ready for that promotion. You deserve it. If they are not ready to perceive you in the state that you're in, guess what? You have choices. You can walk away. You can create what you're trying to be. Look at all of the vast entrepreneurs that are out here today. What is stopping you? What is stopping you from becoming an entrepreneur? What is stopping you from becoming a millionaire? What is stopping you from becoming a professor, a business owner? Nothing. You. No one is stopping you but you. So I want you to have this imaginary box. Sit it right on your hand. And I want you to take a look at it. Take a moment to think about what's inside of that box. You are not what someone else perceives you to be. In that box, there are goals, there are dreams, there is happiness, there is joy. I want you to slowly take apart that ribbon. I want you to slowly open up the lid on that box. I want you to look in the box. And I want you to take a moment and think about what's in that box. Is it hurt? Is it abuse? Or is it your goals, your dreams, the things that you are trying to manifest? You're creating that gift. It takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. You're going to keep moving. And you are going to be the person you are destined to be. Now, when I look at my box, I am pulling out multiple things here, guys. Multiple things. Because my ancestors fought for me. So I am going to be all that I can be. I am not going to restrict myself from being one thing. I have the opportunity to be many. I'm a mother. I'm a wife. I am a daughter. I am a friend. I am a confidant. I am an associate. I am a graduate of a college degree. I went on to receive my master's degree. I became a registered dietitian. I got promoted to director. I had an epiphany that I wanted to do more with my life and help others in a different fashion. I wanted to learn accounting. I grasped and got my master's in business administration. I wanted to become a bookkeeper. I wanted to become a pro advisor. I wanted to start this business to help others manifest what it is that they are trying to create. I have goals that are smart, that are attainable. I'm not going to be restricted, and you are not either. Today, I challenge you. I challenge you to take your box, open it, unwrap it, just as I told you to. Look inside of it. Decide what is going to be in that box. It's not just going to be you. You are not confined to your job title. You are not confined to what she calls you. You are not confined to what he determines you are. Your relationship is decided between you and God. You have a choice. I'm challenging you to open your box, look at your goals, and manifest them one by one. Thank you.
everyone. My name is Sabrina Moore. I currently reside in Fredericksburg, Virginia with my husband, Anthony Moore. We have one son, Aaron Moore, that is off to college at Old Dominion University. Woohoo! And I just want to speak on motivation today. And the motivation that I'll be speaking on today is about my breast cancer, surviving breast cancer. I originally was going to deploy to Afghanistan, and I had to do all my medical work and everything, but then bam, it hit me. In my medical screening, they found out that I had breast cancer. I said, no, this cannot be possible. So in my mind, all I thought about was money. All I thought about was going to Afghanistan because I did my own salary. So all I could see was dollar signs, dollar signs, dollar signs. And I went ahead and I went through with the process with the treatments and everything. So as I was going through my treatments, everything just started falling apart. Everything was falling apart. My husband lost his job. I got laid off. It was just a mess. But I tell you what, on my very first treatment, when I went in for my chemo, it was like someone sat beside me and said, if you encourage others, watch what I do for you. So I looked around the room, I asked the nurse, did you hear anything? Nobody heard anything. So I put my headphones back on. I thought I was going crazy. Other people thought I was crazy in the room. But as I sat there, it happened 2 more times. So I said, okay, this must be God speaking to my spirit. So as I went on, I said, okay, God, if you encourage others, watch what I do for you. So that very same day, I had to put that into action. And motivation to me is like, you know, when I have a desire or a need and I push forward to get the desired result for not for me, but for other people. So as I went on about this and I got cursed out, it was just things thrown up against me when I tried to motivate others during my journey. But I said, okay, God, I know this was from you. So I have to move forth and do what I know that I was called to do. So as I moved on, I moved forth. I'm telling you, in this cancer journey, it was a journey like none other. Yes, my hair fell out. I had, you know, from the radiation, I was burnt or whatever, but that did not faze me. I went through, you know, with the healing process of the bandages or whatever, but that still did not faze me. I knew that I had a work to do, what I was called to do. And it wasn't about me. It wasn't about the cancer. It was about others who was out there suffering, who was depressed, who, you know, didn't have family members to look at or couldn't be there with them. So I said, okay, God, I'm that vessel. I'm open. I'm here to be used. And throughout my entire process, people think I'm crazy. They thought I was crazy. Well, why are you going through this process if you don't think you have cancer? No, I did not think I had cancer because I'm like, oh no, God, not me. But as I went through, I saw that it was a journey. It's not cancer, my journey for your healing. That's the title of my book. I am a published author. And as I went through, I was just so amazed at myself and how God just used me, how I allowed God to use me to help and to bless other people. I mean, there were, you know, an instance where someone was contemplating suicide. And I said, oh my gosh, I'm not a counselor. I can't deal with this. I don't know what to tell these people. So as I talked, and at the end, before my treatments were up, the lady came to me. We exchanged phone numbers and everything. And she told me, she just cried and thanked me for being there. And all I could do was cry. And I gave thanks to God because I know it wasn't me. I didn't know about these people. And I know that it was God that allowed me to go through this process for other people. And, you know, even when the process was going, you know, my husband, he had lost his job. And like I said, I got laid off because I couldn't go to Afghanistan and there were no jobs here at my particular company for me. So I said, okay, God, how are we going to pay these bills? The bills are behind. Okay, you're unemployment, but that's not going to pay the bills that we have. And God, he allowed people to just start walking up to us, giving us checks, giving us cash, giving us, you know, saying, hey, here's a card, go to this store and buy what you want. It was just, oh my God, I just feel all over again how it was just such an amazement and a blessing to us because we asked nobody for nothing. But in that process, God said, you encourage others, Watch what I do for you. I didn't know what that meant at the very beginning, but as I went through and as people start blessing us, people on our job, people in our church, our neighbors, family members call and say, hey, how y'all doing? Whatever. We didn't share that we needed financial support from anyone. But in this process, I'm telling you, God allowed people and he used people to bless us as I stood as a willing vessel to encourage and motivate others. And I'm telling you, it is a blessing when you listen to the voice of God, because if I had not listened, I was just like, whatever, I know that's not for me. I don't want to help nobody. I'm in this, cancer situation, whatever. Why am I here? But I did not look at it like that. I thank God that I had a spiritual ear to hear and understand what the Spirit was saying to me on that very first treatment. Because if I did not, we may have lost everything. We may have had stuff turned off. Other people may have died. Other people may have committed suicide. Other people may have stayed in a depressed stage. But because I went forth and I stood as that willing vessel, I'm telling you, it's possible. All things are possible if we just believe. So I just want to encourage you today and motivate you and say, no matter what you're going through, no matter what it may seem like, it can be the worst of the worst. But I'm telling you, you just got to stay motivated, keep your head up, and know that it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. And at the end, I just want to say thank you. My name is Sabrina Moore from Fredericksburg, Virginia, and I am a published author. And the title of my book is Not Cancer, My Journey for Your Healing. And that can be, you can contact me at notcancer@yahoo.com. That's notcancer@yahoo.com. Thank you so much for your time, and God bless.
It wasn't that long ago that I felt like I hit my emotional rock bottom. I lost my mom unexpectedly, which ripped my heart out, and I had to quickly pivot into a caregiver role for my dad. And I'm a daddy's girl. Moving toward the end of my happily ever after, also called a divorce. After the love ended, I tried online dating. I met nice dudes and a few duds. And then I have to tell you, there was the one that had the matching yellow short set when I thought I needed to expand what I thought I was looking for. Or the one that went to church every Sunday but didn't realize he was aiding and abetting his buddy with cheating. Or how about the one who could sing, honey, like Tank Luther with that baritone voice, but staying under the influence was a suitable lifestyle for an over 40 man. Honey, then there was the millionaire who thought I would chase after him when he abandoned me at a wedding. And last but not least, the one I thought that was Mr. Right, fast and exciting. I mean, a few short weeks, we walked into the house together and he said, God told me you were going to be my wife. I was stunned and a bit excited. And then I thought for a moment, God didn't tell me that, and I listened to God and I can hear him talk to me too. And for my big dreams of thinking that I was going to find Mr. Right and it would be a simple thing, I was having trouble finding Mr. Right now. And I was back on the market, frustrated that I hadn't found love as quickly as I had hoped, but still filled with hope. Yeah, I'm that woman, still dreaming of finding and believing that I would find my own version of my Barack, just like some of you, my Black and iconic fans. I know there had to be a better way. Clearly, I didn't have a clue. I'm excited to be able to share a few thoughts and connecting with the right man and influencing from the Black church that may impact your love life. I love working with my clients who are smart, fierce women just like you. Make that shift to the journey of love, the Black girl magic you have and how it shows the excellence that we Black women bring to the church, kind of like the secret sauce of our church experiences. And as that, I mean, it made me really reflect on what seemed to be going on in my dating experiences. what seemed like a never-ending love treadmill. I was truly ready to get off. So I began to evaluate past prospects and even looked around at the pastor, the men in the church, my male friends, and a random few guys on the internet looking for clues. Personally, I had to reevaluate my dating experiences and what I wanted in a Christian man. In fact, it made me wonder if, as Black women, the all consuming relationship with the church contributes to our perpetual singleness. So that was my starting point, to find a simple way to navigate the dating pool and to achieve my goal of finding the right man to get to that one that was my forever. So I used 3 simple steps that worked for me, and I share it with clients, and it's working for them. So I'm going to share with you what I discovered: 3 simple strategies that helped me to reassess my past, my relationship with my church, and why there was such a disconnect with the men I met versus the one I wanted. So my 3 strategies were: be clear, be open, and be ready. But let me take you back a few years. I was divorced. I hadn't connected with my Mr. Right, and it was a Friday business workshop, and I spotted a fine, caramel, muscle-bound brother with the freckles. Got my attention, but kept me distracted until the break. Couldn't even hear the man talk. At the break, I could hear my heart pounding, and yet I had the courage to go, introduce myself. I'm C. He was cordial and pleasant, but the bad news was he had a girlfriend, because he was quick to introduce me to her. But we'll focus on that a little later and get back to the topic at hand. So as I began looking through my path and my journey and wanting to be more clear about what I wanted, I want to tell you, this is for the sisters out here. This is not about settling. This is about learning and growing for where you want to go. This ain't a build a booth presentation, baby, but rather the question you want to ask is to get that real clarity on how do you find the right man that's your right fit, and how I found my man. This is what I considered. I needed to think about, were the male pastors and leaders the right symbols for me to use to shape my expectations of a Christian man that I would want to date, since really they may represent an unrealistic standard that's even harder to find. You can probably guess that as I've done the scientific research, I've seen how Black women, we're like the jet fuel in the Black church. We make it run, we make it soar. We run the usher board, the choirs, the children's ministry, the food pantry, women's conferences, pastors' anniversaries, and more. And you're probably thinking, wow, I tried to do a little bit of unscientific research with conversations of men and women, otherwise known as being nosy, and asking what they thought about dating and finding the right man or woman of their desire at church. And you can guess there were probably 2 different sides of the coin. He had a view greatly different from hers. And even when I did my real scholarly scientific research to work on my thesis of studying us as Black women and our dating relationships, I found the important things that we needed to learn as women and how we thought about our relationships. But here's the other thought. As I was thinking and learning and talking to people, the pastor and first lady are not at church from can to can't. We act like we can't go home. And here's the difference. That's what men do. They go home. They don't do church the same way we do as single women, based on the fact that most men in general and single ones in particular don't spend all of that time at church. So I began to ask myself if all my church activities were keeping me single. Service on Sunday, ministry meeting on Tuesday, Bible study on Wednesdays, and special events on Thursdays and Saturdays. Wow. And for those of you who have children, I don't know where you're going to find the time for a relationship with a man. So I shared this question with a woman that she suggested to me. See, using pastors as your symbol of a Christian man is like basing your relationship on a reality TV show. Most are not based on reality at all. And based on my dating desires on a man whose job it is to study and present the Bible and its teaching is like trying to study and look at a film show without a script. A Christian single man probably doesn't know the script, even though he may be a praying man. So aside from the prayer that I use, some of the practical research that I used to find the characteristics and traits that I wanted in a man. I wanted things like honesty, character, leadership, Those were the things that I looked at when it came to my list. So I realized it was really important for me to be clear, to get that solid foundation for love. And next, my second strategy for my dating remix was to be open. For me, being open meant understanding that Mr. Right might not be at my church. He may not be as involved in the church as I was. This for me was a bit aggravating because let me tell you, there is a huge disconnect in the messages we women receive versus men at church. I found that most men don't attend church with the thought of meeting a good Christian woman there, whereas most of us women not only go to worship, we think and hope maybe, just maybe, we can connect with a Christian man of our dreams. After all, we are at the same church. Great theory, but not in reality. Not so much. Not to mention, Black women are often reminded that Jesus was single and we should focus on doing the Lord's work. Well, I remember thinking, I ain't Jesus and I want a husband. And my barbershop research seems to point to the fact that Black men see and hear a totally different side of pastors and deacons and church leaders, which means they don't idolize another Black man. They see him and the flaws that he has. Whereas at church, we see him shined up with his suit on, preaching from the pulpit, much more idyllic, maybe like a father, and the testimonies of their wives talking about how perfect they are. Well, the more I got to know pastors and church leaders on a personal level, I realized that they were not perfect and they got on my nerves just like any other man. That freed me to broaden my thought and idea of a Christian man. And maybe, just maybe, my guy would be imperfect too, but perfect for me. So this clarity and openness with myself first allowed me a little bit more of humanity, to see men a little bit different, and the fact that they really just want to be respected, admired, loved, just like we do. So strategy number one was to be clear. Strategy number two was to be open. My third strategy was to be ready. This one got me fighting mad because messages received at church made me think about how I could easily meet him at church, but that didn't work out like that. In my experiences, the ones that I was interested in were married, had girlfriends, and through the experiences of other women, we quickly realized that the choices at the Black church was slim, and that became really clear. I began to get more insight from other men and how they approach going to church. One of my friends said to me, see, I can't go to church and get my praise on trying to look at another woman's butt, and God will strike me down. And I found it funny, but quite refreshing that he was honest with me. And so that led me to think, okay, I may not meet that like-minded man at church. And I had to look at my list and think about, what did I really want? I even tried the singles ministries and book clubs, only to realize those activities were much more like the women's guilds and the ladies' auxiliary meetings, meaning there were lots more women than men. So the problem was, I was ready to not give up hope on church. I knew I probably wouldn't meet him there, so I had to rethink my strategy and preparation, even though so often married church leaders actually tell us, wait on the Lord, and try to make us feel guilty for wanting a man. Yet they encourage us to participate in the singles activities. However, me, along with other women, grew frustrated at those Black girl magic events filled with lots of women, where it was at the singles banquet, the Bible study, the party, the singles game night. Now, don't get me wrong, I attend a huge Black church. You would think the numbers would be on my side with more men in the mix. It didn't. And while I'm not a Bible scholar, I do know that the Bible speaks on preparation, as in Proverbs 24:27, and I took that scripture to heart. And baby, I got prepared. Now, I gotta confess, I had to eliminate some of my unrealistic expectations and dreams, like the ones known as the Holy Grail of what we think of as the Black Prince Charming. You know, fine, chocolate, 6 feet, 6-pack abs, 6 figures. Funny how those requirements represent 666. Need I say more? So that led me to refocus on my actual list of expectations and to rethink my whole idea of finding my good Christian man at church. Now, don't get me wrong, I still wanted him to be Christian and attractive to me. I just needed to find a different plan and some preparation. And while the Black Girl Magic shows through at church, I mean, the way we do things in excellence and make things happen, I saved some of that Black Girl Magic for myself and got ready. Part of being ready was to make sure I identified the places, the interests of other places other than church, where I could run across eligible single men that I might find interesting. Listen, the men I talked to were clear. They really were not thinking of church as a way to have their own dating pursuits. So that meant I needed to have my strategy continue to build to find another way to connect with other Christian men. Given that revelation, I know Black Girl Magic in the church. We deliver like a boss, baby. We create some of the biggest, baddest, and best programs, songs, conferences, and more on the planet. With God be the glory. But that said, it also made me realize that my Mr. Right might not be at church, and that while I could choose to be with the man I wanted, when he showed up, I had to be ready. Because after all, God is still in control of when, how, and what circumstances under which we would meet. I had to be ready. So if you overschedule, over volunteer on top of all of the personal responsibilities you have, you won't have anything left for a new man. Instead, you're going to be exhausted, cranky, with an attitude. And if you're still running the church and you're over there running it on all the Zoom meetings, yeah, I said it, I went there, you're going to be exhausted. And in fact, I think sometimes, and I wonder, does the Black church have a vested interest in us Black women staying single to keep our commitment and that Black Girl Magic? We're giving our best parts away till it hurts, and we're running on fumes. None of that Black Girl Magic to make our own lives better and to make space for the right man. But remember, I want you to think about this. Be clear, be open, be ready. Listen, Black women, we're rock stars in our churches and the lives of others. When we connect, I see you on social media. I see you struggling to live out your love out loud, to find that meaningful relationship you're craving. I see it. You're trying to find a good Christian man. Maybe we need to make the shift. Maybe we need to save some Black Girl Magic for ourselves. So back to my story. On that cool sunny day when I saw him with the freckles on his face, 2 years later, before we had our first date, 2 years later, he was now single, and we just celebrated another anniversary. My love connection with a Christian man. After my love remix, you might wonder, what kind of guy can deal with sometimes too loud, talks too much, but makes him feel like a king kind of woman? Well, he's a guy that doesn't believe in getting my hair done or my nails, but he will call me up and say, what you doing in 2 weeks? I'm flying you to New York so we can hang out in a limo and go to the US Open. Baby, that works for me. Well, that's my time. I'm Sue Shepherd, the Love Life Strategist. And to get my free gratitude gift, because you did spend your time with me, that you can never get back. Thank you for joining me today. If you will go to Soulmates with C, that's TSE.com/love-quotes to get your free Black Girl Magic inspirational love quote cards to keep you inspired on your love journey. Peace. Love you, girl.
Hey y'all, this is Shanae with SBS Hair Studios and SBS Restoration Clinic. Today I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about the spiritual warfare on hair. What do I mean about spiritual warfare on hair? There's so many things that we are doing to our hair and the environmental stressors and also products and styling techniques that is destroying our temple. No one understands how important hair is. They just look at it as adornment. But it's more than just that. It's more than just for beautification. Hair is spiritual. Hair has strength and hair gives power. A lot of us eliminate that aspect of hair. But in the Bible, biblically, it talks so much about hair in about 18 chapters. There's 18 verses regarding our hair. One of the ones that stick out to me a lot is the conversation between Samson and Delilah. That is one of the biggest informative things that we can learn about our hair through his story in the book of Judges. I wanted to give you guys an understanding and a little background about myself. I am a licensed cosmetologist. I am also a certified natural health professional and a certified natural emotional code practitioner. What does that mean to you? Well, I'm knowledgeable. Knowledgeable in the areas of helping you guys have a greater understanding about the aspects of your hair and the purpose of your hair and how to treat your hair and turn things around for your greater good. Listen, many of us just go out here and we sit in a hairstylist chair and we expect them to know everything and do all the great things inside to our hair. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. Although many stylists are licensed, doesn't mean that they're following the protocols and the guidelines that they need to in the salon. So I'm calling out to every consumer, customer, and patron to the beauty industry and letting you guys know it is time for you to level up and gain the knowledge that you need regarding your own strands. It is so imperative that you take control over those things that you are allowing the stylist to have control over. In the 21st century, I've noticed that everything has been about the beautification of it, the type of hairstyles that you guys wanted to have, what type of products is trending. But listen, that doesn't always mean that it's good for you. Sometimes you have to pull back. Less is more. What do I mean by less is more? Less product, less abuse to the hair, and more quality time spent with understanding your hair and what your hair needs. A lot of you guys don't even take the time out to even exercise the right of health, healthy hair. What is healthy hair? Healthy hair is without injury or damage to the hair strand in the cuticle layer. Now, some of you may think, oh, that is impossible. Yes, it may be impossible. However, you can also exercise your right of what will get you back to the level of healthy hair. You may have went so far off to a whole nother direction, but what will bring you back to where you need to be, to the basics? Remember growing up when your parents used to do your hair? Did they use all these products that are out here now in the industry, that it's flooding the industry and talking about this is good for this texture, this is great for this curl pattern? We had nothing but grease and water. Just the essentials that we needed, grease and water. We had thriving hair. Of course, we were living in a different day and time where the environmental stressors did not exist as much. What do I mean by environmental stressors? Let's talk about 5G, the radiation, the EMFs out here, through every electronic that we use. That also weighs on our hair. Let's talk about pollution, the things inside of the air itself, airborne, that we're inhaling and taking in. That also goes against healthy hair. Let's talk about the water. We have hard water. We have water that has different particles and contents inside of it. Listen, I could keep going on and on and on. But what I want you to know is you have the opportunity to take back what the devil stole from you. Take back every stressor that the devil has put out here and placed upon you. You have the ability to turn those premature hair loss around. You have the opportunity to change the aspect of how you view your own hair. Hair is also mental. It's what you think about yourself. Hair is connected to your emotional state. Our emotions weigh on us. Stress, things that we do in our daily routine, trying to afford a living here. Some of you are just going beyond that and you're causing a lot more stress on yourself than you have to, which creates what? Hormonal issues, hormonal imbalances, fatigue, adrenal fatigue. These are things that I want you to consider and factor in that is also igniting and weighing upon your hair. There is a way that you can take all of that back, and it's through Ayurveda herbal hair treatments. These are some of the things that I want you guys to get an understanding. Less is more. When I say that, I mean pull back on buying all of these products out here. You're overextending yourself. Every time someone says that there's a good product on the market, you're ready to buy into it. Every time there's a new gadget on how to flat iron your hair or brush your hair or straighten your hair, you're jumping onto that bandwagon. Pull back. Pull back. Take a moment and ask yourself, what does your hair mean to you? Because to me, it's important. It is of the essence. Hair was created divinely and perfectly. God knows every strand of hair on your head. And every time you lose a strand of hair, it weakens your vessel. It weakens your vitality to be strong and to be present. It actually helps lower your self-esteem, your confidence, your security level. Hair really matters. But a lot of you are out here acting like it doesn't by the way you're manipulating your hair, the way you're allowing someone to work over your temple. Don't let anyone deposit anything negative inside of you. You have control of whose chair you choose to sit in. You have the ability to make the change that you want others to make for you. You are empowered. You are the vessel that is needed at the top, in the forefront. You need to acquire hair goals. Ask yourself, what did my hair used to look like? How long ago was my hair in a good state? How do I get back to those attributes of living a healthier hair lifestyle? It's imperative that we count the blessings that we have instead of abusing them. Because sometimes you're going to want to go back and you're not going to be able to. And what do I mean by that? I simply mean that you're going to have to wear a weave. It's not going to be a choice anymore. It's not going to be an option. You're going to have to wear a wig. You're going to be consumed to those things that are not authentically you. And it's going to destroy and ruin who you are emotionally on the inside. You're going to be looking in the mirror saying, I wish I had my own tresses again. I wish I had my own hair again. I wish I was able to do this, that, and the other with my own hair. But because of your choice of neglecting it and abusing it, now you have no other choice but to wear the false representation of someone who you are not. I just want to talk to you guys. I just want to open up and plant a seed and make you more aware that your hair really matters. The type of shampoo you use matters. The type of products you use matters. The person working over your hair matters. Let's get back to the basic and take back what the devil stole from us. Your identity means everything, everything. And you can't continue to go on this way trying to live out an identity that is not yours. False representation of yourself, because now you're covering up who you really are. The benefits of hair is very valuable. Every strand of hair on your head matters. It really matters. And now, what am I noticing in my salon? I'm noticing premature hair loss, alopecia in children. Why am I noticing that in children? Because the adults who are doing the child's hair is now doing it for the sake of a look, beautification, instead of something to just help the child process and be able to have a simple hairstyle so that when they grow older, they can continue to have hair. You guys are allowing your kids to get extensions way too long. You're putting chemicals on your children's hair way too early. You're not trusting the process because you're trying to live up to the expectations of the world. The world will suffocate you. It will entrap you. It will indignify you. It will have you feeling less than. We have to learn to love ourselves right where we're at. It is our duty and our right to teach our children the ways spiritually so that we can raise them up so that they can come back and do the same and pay it forward. Our children are losing their identity earlier and earlier. You're allowing your children to get these hairstyles that are not their age, that is not of their age level. They're looking like grown adults, which is now putting on more pressure and more weight. The social media is really influencing our children instead of us influencing them within our house. There's this thing, I'm a mother of two girls. And I'm a hairstylist. But there are things that I will not allow my children to do or wear at such certain ages. The cycle of hair is growth, fall, and replace. You don't have your terminal hair until you're 7 years old. 7 years old is when you have your terminal hair, which means the hair for the rest of your life. And you guys are putting in products in your children's hair so early on. It's causing dermatitis. It's causing inflammation. It's causing irritation. It's allowing their scalp to be allergic and have an allergic reaction. They can't handle all of this. It's too soon. I'm asking you guys, pull back. Simply pull back. If you want to know more about holistic hair care, look for me. Google me. Reach out to me. I will educate you and inform you of different products, different level of hair care treatments naturally that could be used on your hair. It is so important to me that I help save every strand that I possibly can on everyone's head, because the people that sit in my chair, when they come to me, they're coming to me to be fixed, healed, and delivered. They're coming from other places where they have been weakened. They have been disappointed and let down. And so here I am providing surgery, being a midwife, being a doctor, being a surgeon on someone's hair to resurrect their strands, to give them back the power that they need, the faith that they need, and the strength that they desire again. So I'm telling you guys, I need you to own what you're doing, take responsibility of your actions, pull back a little bit, look at all the products inside of your cabinet. Whichever ones you're not utilizing, whichever ones are not good for you, get rid of them. Don't just have it because you bought it and you don't want to waste money. Your money has already been wasted the minute that it didn't work for you. Everything that someone else is doing and that they're advertising out here may not be for you. The thing about Samson and Delilah, Samson knew where his strength lied. He knew that his strength lied in his hair. He understood the importance of his hair. And he also realized that when Delilah cut his hair, that his strength had left him, that God had left him. The presence of God had left him. So without the strength, he could do nothing. But with the strength of his hair, he was unstoppable. He can do any and everything through Christ Jesus who strengthened him. So I ask you guys, where does your strength lie? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about where did God place your strength? We know that it's in your DNA, and you cannot change your DNA. You cannot change the mechanism of who you are. So why are you trying to change and alter your hair? Why are you losing your identity? Why are you having this war, this battle? It's time to become victorious. It's time to win the battle, defeat the enemy, and take back what the devil stole from you. I'm Shanae Reddick, and I'm just trying to teach you how to live a healthier, holistic hair lifestyle. I holla.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for joining me. And before I go any further, I want to thank Trevor Ott and the entire Black CEO team for having me. I am Monique White of Triumph Services, a consulting and coaching firm providing expert legal support services to attorneys and firms and helping professionals monetize their expertise. I am that transformation strategist you need to successfully transform your circumstances so that you can live as God has promised you with love, joy, hope, and power. And I am here to speak to you today about the power within. It's a power that a lot of my more seasoned CEOs have developed over the years, but for the new and aspiring CEOs, you might not recognize it. It may not have revealed itself yet. And that is resilience. Resilience. What is it? Where does it come from? When the carpet is pulled out from underneath your feet, how do you find the strength to get back up? Resilience. When things don't work out just as you planned, you made adjustments. Resilience. Resilience is that ability to recover and adapt quickly to difficulties and or adversity. And I say and or because although they seem the same, they are not quite so. Difficulties are something that arises, an obstacle that arises and prevents you from doing something, achieving something, or understanding something. Adversity is the condition of. So, what is resilience? Resilience is that power within you that says, it ain't over. When the world says no, not just God, but you yourself says yes. Because life happens. It's inevitable. You're going to get knocked down. But it's in those moments that we're presented with a choice. Do we stay there or do we get back up? Do we stay there and get stuck, or do we get up and move forward? The power and ability is there, but frequently and most often it does not reveal itself, and we don't recognize it until demand is placed upon it. But each and every one of us was created for a purpose with all power and authority and the means to achieve it. But the choice is yours. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about my story. And I'm going to share my screen with you. All those initials behind my name look really good, don't they? They add credibility. And that is fine and great. But they don't tell the whole story. I did not start there. This is where I started. I started as an unmarried teenage mom, just leaving a domestic situation with no job, no prospects, broke, busted, and all the way disgusted. So how did I get from there to there? Resilience. Resilience. You know, it took me, as it does frequently with a lot of us, it took me to get to a place of being sick and tired of being sick and tired. I had to get to the place of that something inside of me kicking in saying, you deserve better. You can be and you are better. So resilience pushed me to leave that situation, go back to school, and become a nurse so I could provide for my son. But it didn't just stop there. There was still that something bubbling inside of me. I wanted my own spa. So I decided to go back to school and become a certified massage therapist. And I started my own massage company. And my niche was, I was a home therapist. I came to you. It set me apart from the pack. Now, in 2021, it might not seem so, but way back in the early 90s, massage therapy was just coming into its own. Indeed, New York was the only company that required a massage therapist to be certified. But then what? Life happened. I was involved in a very significant motor vehicle accident, which pulled the rug right out from underneath me. I could no longer be that home therapist carrying that table back and forth. But again, resilience kicked in. I was still working as a nurse, so I went back to school, this time for my bachelor's degree. And my focus was on becoming a certified nurse anesthetist. That's when a nurse anesthetist was all the rage. But God. How many know that sometimes your plans just aren't God's plans? So while I was in that program, God connected me to a dean at NJIT. She was actually one of my professors. And she challenged me to be different. Indeed, her exact words to me were, be different. She did not want me to go down that expected path of being a nurse anesthetist. So she challenged me. And she not only challenged me, she actually pestered the heck out of me. For those of you, some of you who know the story, she kept on me and she kept on me that we made a bet. We made a bet that I would sit for the LSAT, and if I did well, I would go to law school. And if I didn't, she would leave me alone and I would continue down that expected path. Lo and behold, I did well, got accepted into Rutgers Law and went to law school. And so I pivoted down another expected path. The path of serving as a law clerk during law school. During the summer, I interned at the federal courthouse, and upon graduation, I started a state judicial clerkship. But once again, life happened. This time, it took the form of a brain tumor. Treatment and recovery from that took over a year. Until I got what? I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. I got sick and tired of watching my friends and colleagues advance on while I was stuck home recuperating. The resilience factor. So, what did I do? I started putting out resume after resume to get back into the workforce without even being medically cleared to do so. And what I received in return was rejection upon rejection. How many of you know that that's kind of hard not to take personally? That's hard not to internalize. But in that moment, I was faced with a choice. Would I allow others to define me, hold me down, and hold me back? Or would I make adjustments? Resilience. And I came to the conclusion that others don't define me. Others do not and will not determine my path. So when they would not accept me, I decided to make my own way. I initially partnered with another solo practitioner to be of counsel for his office and to be the director of his newly formed medical malpractice division. From there, I went out on my own. Resilience has allowed me to now, because of that, continue on and be the CEO of Triumph Services, a transformation strategist, administrator of Facebook groups, and host of weekly Meet the Expert series and a quarterly or monthly Real Talk series. It allowed me to add all those initials behind my name. Resilience. It's the power that is within me and also within you. It's that power that pushes you to stand up when you've been knocked down. And like I said, the knocks are going to come. Life happens. But it's what you do after that matters. We are presented with a choice. The power and the ability is there. It's a choice that starts in the mind to exercise your resilience. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, we say. You have to believe that you are able and worthy to exercise your resilience, to not just bounce back, but bounce forward. I sometimes tell the story of being in a do-over moment. And for those of you who don't know what a do-over moment is or have not read the book, it's those moments where you stop, you reassess, and you start over. At that point of time in my life, I was playing small. And I was comfortable playing small. But God had had it with me being comfortable, and he had had it with me playing small. So what does he frequently do in those situations? He made my comfortable situation uncomfortable. So much so that I decided to embark on a do-over moment. And as a single parent, you are ever cognizant that the buck stops with you. No matter who is there, who's not there, who's doing, who's not doing, it doesn't matter. The buck stops with you. So as I was in this do-over moment, I was becoming ever increasingly anxious about what path I should take so I could meet my responsibilities. And on this particular day, I was led to a passage that says how God takes care of the lilies of the field, the birds of the air, the grass, which is green one day, then burned the next. And I'm summarizing all of this, but it ends with a question. And the question is, aren't you more worthy than they? And I clearly heard in my mind, you know, but do you believe? You have to know that you not only possess that power and that ability, but that you are worthy of exercising your resilience. It's like that bobblehead doll. It's a toy that we had when I was growing up, the Weeble Wobble. And for those of you young folks, the Weeble Wobble was a little egg-shaped toy that no matter which way you hit it, no matter which way you came at it, you knocked it down, it bounced back up. And frequently it bounced past the point that it started from. It's like the Weeble Wobble toy. Resilience helps you bounce back up. Just like that boxer with a punching bag that comes back, Adam, he keeps on punching. And as you exercise your resilience, as an athlete would, or as that boxer does, it builds and it develops like a muscle. So when those hits come, pop right back up. When hard times arise, make adjustments. When those plans don't work out just the way that you thought they would or that you envisioned, go on and pivot. You do what you have to do to keep moving forward. Keep pursuing your goals and keep pressing toward that high mark. But the choice is yours. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. You have to know. You have to believe. Because as a Black woman in business, especially as a Black woman in business, people are going to try and attempt to label you. They're going to attempt to classify you, pigeonhole you, and put you in a box. Microaggressions are going to come your way. But that power within you, that resilience factor, has to stand up in the face of adversity and push through. It is that resilience factor that stands up and stands in agreement with God to say yes when the world says no. The resilience factor says, no, I will not dim my brilliance. The resilience factor says, I will not cower, but be bold. The resilience factor says, I will not be pigeonholed or kept in a box. The resilience factor says, I am unstoppable. Resilience. Will you tap into it or will you let it lie? Will you stand for the status quo? Or are you going to stand up and make a change? Will you continue to play small? Or will you embrace the power within and be iconic? It's time. It's time. Each and every one of us, as I said before, was created for a purpose with all power, authority, and the means to achieve it. God will never provide you with a vision that he doesn't give you the means or the resources to achieve it. It's time to tap into that power within. It's time to exercise your resilience. It's time to be iconic. Thank you for your time and your attention. Once again, I am Monique White of Triumph Services, a coaching and consulting firm. If you want to connect with me, I invite you to connect with me via my website, www.triumphsvcs.com, or by my email, info@triumphservices.com. And there are my social media handles. I invite you to connect with me on my Facebook page. My groups are there. And my handle on Instagram is Triumphs Coach. Twitter is Triumph SVCS. Thank you again. And as a free gift to you for your attention, I am giving you my 5 steps to overcome overwhelm and get unstuck. All you have to do is click the link provided and it will take you directly to the download. Thank you again, Trevor. Thank you again, Black CEO. And thank you, each and every one of you, for joining me. Let's go out and be iconic.
Good evening and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be able to present with you today. My name is Tyran Jackson, and I plan to cover with you some information regarding being inspired and facing adversity and how you overcome it. However, I'm not going to present it in a traditional style. I'm going to teach you guys some things related to what I call the Soulful Success University. Basically, I'm going to cover with you guys points of success that you can take away and apply in business, in your personal life, in numerous areas as it relates to when you face any challenges, any obstacles, or anything that might be preventing you from getting to where you need to be. However, I'm going to put a spin on it. I have an interesting and traumatic story in which I want to share with you all part of my blueprint towards overcoming the adversity that was faced. And in doing so, share with you guys a little more about myself, my journey, and identify ways that things can be taken away from what I went through and applied with what you're going through in your business, in your day-to-day life, and in the long-term perspective of what you're going to face. So with that, I'm going to open up a PowerPoint presentation and share with you guys the walkthrough of the Soulful Success University. As you can see, this is intended to provide resilient inspiration and give you guys an indication on some of the things that we can take away from the story that I've gone through in order to provide success to you in the future. First off, I'm going to start off with giving you a little bit of background and a little something that I want you to understand as it relates to me as I get into this story. First off, I hope you had a chance to watch my keynote speech earlier, my defining moment. Within there, I'll go into some details of my personal story and issues in tremendous detail. However, I'm going to give you a brief recap as to what got me and led me into this position. I'll start off by saying this. For me, it all started 2.5 years ago. Life was great. Look at that handsome couple on the screen. That was myself and my wife. 2 years ago, we went to the Bahamas and we were celebrating our 15th wedding anniversary. At that point in time, we both were rising in our careers. Family life was great. We had a very strong, powerful, great relationship, and we were looking to be able to connect, spend some time together, and do some things that we hadn't had a chance to do just because of how hectic and busy our lives were. Got to the Bahamas. First 2 days were phenomenal. We got to have a great time. The vacation was great. Got to have some delicious dinner, delicious food, go to the beach, have some drinks, just enjoy our time reconnecting with one another. Things were wonderful. Things were great. We thought this was the best vacation that we had been on. And we were sitting there as we were sharing with each other, going over through some of what our dreams and fantasies for what we saw ahead. When you get to that time to connect with that special person and you get the chance to actually, unwind, relax, and get to think ahead about how great things are going to be, knowing that things have already been great leading up to that. And that's one of the things that we were really into. So this was a picture that was taken on the second day of our trip to the Bahamas. As I said, things were great. The third day, we were planning to go on a boating excursion where we were going to enjoy ourselves and get to see more of the island and just embrace our relationship and get stronger within that relationship. However, there was a change in plans. An unforeseen tragedy. If you see the picture on the left, you see a boat burning. Why is that boat burning, you may ask? Well, my wife and I, we got on that particular boat and started our excursion that morning. 5 minutes into the trip, the boat exploded. I was left on the surface of that burning boat, face down as those flames were rising. My wife, she was thrown off the boat as a result of the explosion. Without going into complete detail, my wife, she died as a result of that accident. She was able to survive 2 hours before she was announced deceased. Along those same lines, I had significant bodily harm. As a result of that accident, I lost part of my left leg. I was broken in multiple places. I was knocked unconscious 5 times. I had to go through a tremendous level of physical recovery just to get back to where I am today. I was going through mental issues because I was struggling. I came through a state of depression that I had to fight out of. I had PTSD for a period of time. I had memory loss, things that you wouldn't even fathom on top of what I was already dealing with the emotional and physical pain that I was going through. And I was even in a state where I questioned my faith in God, because I asked myself, why did this have to happen? Why did this have to happen to us? Malika was a great person, a great woman. She lived her life the right way. Why was she taken at such an early age? Why was I in this state where I was on the verge of dying myself and I didn't know if I was going to survive? So things went from being wonderful, great, and perfect to, in that defining moment, my happy life that I was living was interrupted. And then I'm in a state of, what am I going to do? As I say, at this point, I was at the lowest point imaginable in my life. I was in true despair and I didn't know what I was going to do. So with that background, let me transition into what Soulful Success University is. And what I want to do is be able to teach you guys some principles that I've learned and experienced as I've walked through this journey from that time 2.5 years ago until today. First thing you may ask yourself is this for me? Well, as we go through this, I want you to ask yourself several questions as we go through this process. One, if you've ever had something bad happen and you didn't know what to do, and you ask yourself, well, what will I do now? You're sort of lost, you're sort of confused. Then Soulful Success University may be for you. Now, as you know, we're facing a difficult, unprecedented, unforeseen challenges now. We've got, things dealing with COVID. There's a lot of things. It's the way we operate our business that we have had to change over time. We may be working a 9 to 5, and that may be going well. It may not be. And there may be some struggles from an entrepreneurial standpoint with your own business. So with these challenges, you got to ask yourself, do I have a clear strategy on how I'm going to get out of it? Maybe you've had a situation where you've either had to go through a significant change. Maybe you lost your job. Maybe you've gone through divorce. Maybe you've gone through something that has changed life as you know it. If that's the case, then Soulful Success University may be something that is very beneficial to you. If you're dealing with adversity and you're feeling this sense of just being stuck and can't get out of bed, can't move, can't proceed with progressing your life, and you need to figure out how to recover, then some of the points that I'm going to go into may be ideal for you and may be helpful in going through this process and learning more with regards to soulful success. And then just in general, am I in a state of despair? Do I know what I'm doing next? Am I just going through life and not really making any progress or taking the right steps forward? If the answer to that is I don't know, or yes, I am in that state of despair, then Soulful Success might help add some clarity into some of the things that you may need to do in order to progress and move forward with your life. As a result of my experiences, I've had to go through a great deal of stress, of obstacles, of challenges, and my original plan was completely demolished. But in the midst of it, I've been able to find my purpose. And that purpose has come through the pain that I've endured, but it's also allowed me to be able to help others and be able to develop my business and expand in different ways. So with the situation that I was dealt with, considering that I've been able to find ways of being able to apply some of the things that I experienced into success, there may be ways within the Soulful Success University that you could greatly benefit from learning some of the principles that we'll cover here. So I want to start off with giving you guys some of the main takeaways that I want to share with you guys. And this is an introduction to a more extensive program, but in this workshop, we're going to cover just the high level points of it. And I'm going to share with you a little bit about some of the details of what I faced through my recovery from that defining moment to where I am today. As I stated, to me, part of the primary objective of this is to find your purpose through pain. And what I'm going to share with you is just my personal roadmap to recovery from the setbacks that I happen to face. Along those same lines, things became clearer for me. So I'm going to go through my process of exploration. In doing so, that created clarity on the new purpose that I had in my life, because the purpose that I believed I had before that defining moment was not the same as the purpose I realized as I've gone through the last 2.5 years of my personal journey. I want to work with people to help them understand how to identify what that purpose may be and the ways and techniques to pursue that purpose. And in addition, I want you to walk away feeling somewhat inspired and motivated as well. We all need to get a clear focus on how to get back on track when we've had to face this pain or this adversity, whether it's from a business perspective, whether it's in our personal lives. For me, I had to go through a great deal of physical recovery, as many others may have to, and then the emotional setbacks that come along with maybe losing someone or having something traumatic happen to either ourselves or people that we know. In doing so, I want to share with you guys the principles and the way that this course is set up, because our foundation covers several different key modules in which I want to make sure that we touch on. These are go through phases through my journey and takeaways that I have from each. The first one is just the rebuild or relapse, that option there. And when you're in a situation, right after that situation occurs, that tragedy occurs, you have to get your plan together sooner or else you can fall backward. Mirror manifestations, looking at the person in the mirror and being able to figure out what is he or she going to do next. I'm going to cover with you how to be resilient by design, because resiliency is so critical and so important when you're facing these challenges and adversity, because we're all going to be knocked back, knocked down, but resiliency is defined by the means of being able to bounce back and recover from any type of tremendous trauma. I want to share with you about the tribe of transformation, because this is something that encompasses more than just yourself. There's others that's going to be involved. There's no single person who has found success by themselves. And sometimes we need to factor in how we're going to integrate the people that are involved in our lives. And in some cases, maybe have to find other people to be brought into our lives in order to help us to move forward. From stress to success just covers with dealing with some of the things that may cause us tremendous frustration and challenges, and just the issues that we're dealing with, and get ourselves from that state to that future point to where we're actually thriving, where we're actually getting to where we want to be. And also cover how we want to learn how to lead with love. I think there's tremendous leaders out there in the world, but one thing that I realized through my journey is there's an element of love that comes in with everything that we do. And if you want to touch and inspire people, you have to actually have a genuine love and use that love in the practices that you actually uphold and carry through. And then finally, I want to touch on the future forward. As I said, I'm going to share with you my journey, my path as to getting to this point, and then some of the things that can be taken away and applied in your journey, in your experiences, going down your path to where you're trying to get to in life. One takeaway I want you to understand as I go through this, because I was knocked down beyond what I ever imagined, but I chose to be resilient. And keep in mind, resiliency is a choice that we all can make for ourselves. So as I get into this, the first element I want to share with you about is the rebuild or relapse. And in my case, this was the immediate aftermath of the defining moment, the accident. As I shared, after the explosion, my life changed completely. My wife was taken from me. I suddenly became a single father. I was broken in so many ways, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And just getting through that shock is the first thing. Just being able to survive that moment. One of the things I want to talk about is just the things that I had to deal with or had to use in order to get me through those moments. As I stated, the first couple of days, I was in tremendous pain. I had to go through multiple surgeries. I had to get transported from one clinic to another hospital and go through several emergency surgeries just to survive, just to live. At that point, I didn't necessarily have the means of being able to determine what the next action was going to be. So I was somewhat out of control of what was going to happen. But I also knew I needed to try to get my mind in the right place in order to get through these challenges. In doing so, one of the things that I took away as I was starting to get past the initial surgeries just to survive was I had to come to grips with the fact of my wife was gone and I didn't know what I was going to do. And I had all of these feelings and emotions inside. And so for me, one of the greatest steps that helped me start to make sense of what was going on, because it was all such a blur, was I needed to start journaling. I never was really someone who was great in documenting and recounting everything that happened. But this was a means of me, from an emotional standpoint, being able to put on paper, not just sort of what happened, but some of the feelings that I was going through emotionally, knowing that my wife was gone. I started reflecting back to some of the times early in our relationship and some of those great moments. And in some ways, it brought sadness. It brought tremendous sadness, but it was the first step. I had to do something because I didn't want to fall into a tremendous state of depression. I was already dealing with a high level of tremendous physical pain, and life for me was not comfortable at all during those times. I couldn't move. It was a struggle to eat. It was a struggle to just get through those moments. But as I was able to move towards those, getting through that first week, that immediate time in the aftermath, I was being pushed to try to do things even though I didn't want to. While I was in the hospital, I was being asked to start doing a little bit of occupational therapy. I could barely get out of the bed. I couldn't get out of the bed. They had to teach me how to push myself out of the hospital bed with one arm because I was in such pain and all of my other limbs were damaged. But doing these things was just, I didn't recognize it at the time, but looking back, those were the things that gave me that initial push in order to start the process of healing. As far as dealing with others, because in that immediate moment, I really wanted to be a recluse. I couldn't deal with talking with anyone that wasn't in my close or immediate family. And as you can imagine, there were a huge number of friends and family and people who knew Malika and people who just knew of the story and knew of us that wanted to reach out to me. But I was not in a state of mind of being able to communicate. I was drained. I was physically drained. I was emotionally in despair and didn't have it in me to go through that. There were numerous requests for news interviews and people who just wanted to talk. And I knew I wasn't in the place to do that. One of the better decisions that I made was not to do that. And my family was with me during this time to sort of shelter me from some of those things, because all they were going to do were trigger back those thoughts, memories, and emotions of what happened. So I want to say that because in taking those steps to avoid too many additional distractions that were going to take me back to a bad place, and also understanding that the immediate needs for me at that point were to make it through the physical surgery and just try to keep my sanity, coming to grips with the fact that my wife is gone. One of the things I recommend when dealing with a traumatic situation and is in that aftermath, that immediate time once it's occurred, the first step I want to say is you need to learn to assess what the situation is and start the process. Start the process. Like I stated, me doing that occupational therapy was me doing something to get a process started. Me being able to journal and to document things as it related to what my relationship was and the person that I lost helped me grow emotionally. Even though it was a small step, it was a step in the right direction and allowed me to begin making progress. This can be taken over into the business world. You know, sometimes things may not go as we wanted to as far as our business. Our sales numbers may drop, or we may have something drastic change the way we operate. But one of the things I want to recommend is that we all assess that situation and then start making some type of action, doing something that may push you in the right direction. That's how we begin coming to grips with the fact that things have changed. My mirror manifestations. This takes a look at taking a real look at yourself, taking a real look at that situation and coming to grips with what reality is. As you can see, that man on the right side, that's myself. And that was the first time that I actually looked in the mirror and took a picture and actually paid attention to me. This was 2 months after the accident. Prior to then, I rarely wanted to see anything related to what I look like physically. I had to come to grips with the fact that the life that I had before was gone and that it was gone forever. And I also had to come to grips with the reality of my situation. It took some time, but for me to face that reality and not want to be in denial, there were plenty of times where there were family and even some friends wanting to talk to me and share with me, you know, things to get me off my mind, off of what was truly happening as I was starting to recover. But there did come a point in time where I had to try to gain some closure on what happened and what was going on. Some of that closure came for me when I got an understanding of really what happened to my wife, Malika, from the accident. As I stated, she passed away, but she was alive for 2 hours after the accident occurred. Based on what was shared with me at a later point in time, she had tremendous damage to her lower extremities. If she would have survived, she would have had a very poor quality of life. And I wouldn't have wanted to see her suffer like that. She wouldn't have wanted to suffer like that. But finding that information out did make it a little bit easier for me to understand why she was taken in that situation and not spared. Thankfully for me, I've been able to physically recover and get past my injuries, but the outlook for her wasn't going to be so great. So understanding that gave me some solace in knowing that at least she's not suffering here. And along those same lines, I had to get even closer to the Lord than I was in the midst of getting through the challenges that I was facing. I had to get a better understanding on death and the transition of those from this earthly world to the spiritual world where eternal afterlife is had. So in consultations with my pastor and other people who helped me understand the word and the reasoning why some of these things happen, I had a greater understanding and at least a greater sense of comfort in knowing that Malika was still going to live on forever and that she was going to be an angel for myself, my son, and those that she touched. Also, just knowing her legacy, she was able to touch a great number of people. She serviced people in different capacities from various organizations, from the church, and just all around. If there was a way for her to volunteer and help people, she did. She left she was a beacon of light to a number of people in this world and helped make this world a better place. So knowing that her legacy was somewhat set and in place gave me some acceptance towards the fact that even though she was no longer here, she did make an impact on the world. As far as myself, standing in this mirror had me face my fears, knowing that the initial moment where I had to notify my son that mom isn't coming back, I was afraid of doing that. That was the hardest thing that I had to do. He was staying with family in the US while we were in the Bahamas, and to make that phone call was one of the most difficult things. But there came a point where I knew I just had to do it. Knowing that there's a fear of that now I am the only parent. there was a level of comfort that come knowing all I had to do were the things to be a good father, and that she was going to handle everything as it related to being a mom. She was the president of the PTA association for the school that he went to, was active and involved in a number of different committees, and did a great job of parenting him and giving him that motherly love. Now that's taken away from him. And now I've got to figure out how am I going to try to even come close to doing those things. So there was an anxiety and fear associated with all of a sudden being a single parent, not just a single parent, but a single parent with disabilities and hindrances and limitations that I can't even get up and do the things that I would normally have been able to do before. I also had to come to the mental acceptance of the fact that I was not the same, that I was never going to be able to walk in the same way that I had walked previously. I was never going to be able to run and play basketball and just move without thinking in the ways that I did before. Looking at this picture in the mirror made me come to grips with that. And so sometimes we find ourselves in denial of things, but we have to take that moment to look in the mirror and see exactly where we are. The takeaway I want us to understand from this is sometimes you do have to accept that certain things will never go back to how they used to be. Now, this doesn't prevent us from being able to move forward into a better place, but it does make it where the sooner we come to grips with that past is really in the past, the easier it's going to be for us to take that first step and move forward. Now, I want to share with you a little bit about resiliency. And just my resiliency and how important I think resiliency is when you're dealing with troubling situations and challenging obstacles. In the midst of my story, I had multiple times where God could have took my life as well. I survived that initial explosion. I was left burning on the boat, and there were things that happened that got me off of that boat. Other passengers from a second boat were able to get me off before I burned to flames. But I could have been taken at that moment. As I was in a Bohemian hospital, I was laying in the bed, and through some of the operations that they attempted to provide and do, my health actually got worse. My left foot, which was 80% separated from my leg, was attempted to be reattached. In doing so, it caused infection to spread throughout my body. As I was laying in that bed, all of my vitals went from a state of being in a stable condition and showing and registering green on the EKG monitor to suddenly getting to a concerning state, turning yellow, to all of a sudden turning red. My blood pressure got extremely high. My heart rate just laying in the bed was up to 150 beats per minute. I had a temperature of 104 degrees, and I was sitting there saying to myself and talking to God, coming to the realization that I was going to die in that bed. Now, through a number of things that happened that I had no control of, I was brought over to the US, taken to a trauma unit, and they had to do emergency surgery to take my leg. And in doing so, that's kept the infection from spreading. Now, I wasn't out of the woods yet. I still had to go through many more surgeries over the course of that next couple of days. And there was a time where I went through 4 surgeries in a day, and my vitals dropped again. But later that evening, I actually started showing signs of recovery. I could have been taken at that moment as well. And by the time I had gotten past that in my conversations with God, it became clear to me that at least physically, the worst was behind me. If he wanted to take me, he could have taken me in one of those 3 times. And that there must be a purpose for me to be here still. I came to understand that if I'm still here and I got a purpose, I might as well keep pushing forward. I might as well do what the doctors are saying. I might as well start to accept the fact and embrace it that I'm going to still be here. At that point, quitting was not going to be an option. At that point, I chose to have the will to live, the will to keep moving forward. And I said to myself in the hospital bed that it's going to get better. And as that was happening, my faith in the Lord and my words were starting to get increase, even though I was still physically broken and emotionally shattered. But yet I wanted to make sure that I was driving forward and that this will was going to push me not just to live, but to thrive. And I say all of this to say, even though this is dramatic and this is significant, it still parallels with what many of us are facing in our lives, because we're all going to have setbacks of some kind. The thing is that at that point, when I was in the hospital bed, I did make the decision I was going to do whatever I needed to in order to at least have the best quality of life that I could. And that God was going to create a way for that to happen. We all must be willing to be resilient in those moments. And it's a choice for us to be resilient. And that's a choice we should make every day. So when our business is not going as it should, when our sales may not be getting as many as we should, maybe enough people aren't visiting our website or clicking purchase, that's fine. We have to figure out ways of being resilient through those difficult times and thinking that we're going to still push through, because that positive effort, that positive energy is going to be what drives us through getting through that storm and being on the other side better than we started. Another element to the Soulful Success University that I like to touch on is just how it is when we have to incorporate the people in our lives. This is our tribe of transformation is what I like to call it. And for someone, and some of us, we may find ourselves to be, somewhat extremely prideful and reliant on ourselves more than we may need to be. I want to emphasize within this program the importance of having trusted friends and family. For me, as I was starting to recover, some of these people who I got to know and really trusted, they helped me provide some emotional stability and counsel me and give me some understanding on how to deal with this loss and some ways that I should think of it outside of the way that I've been thinking before. Sometimes when we're left to our own thoughts, especially with dealing with something that is negative and traumatic, we may look at it from a perspective that isn't going to be helpful for us to get to a point of thriving again. Having those right people who could give me some advice and help me understand that life is still going to go on and that I did have a purpose that maybe I didn't understand at that time helped me keep moving forward. And I also want to point out the fact that some things that I learned throughout this process was that I had to be vulnerable than I'd ever been before. I had gotten out of a habit of being the one who provided answers all the time and had to be in a situation where I was somewhat helpless, but I had to understand that I'm going to need other people to help me do the things that I needed to do. I was confined to a wheelchair for essentially 2.5 months. And for a period of that time, I had to be pushed around. And this was so much different than what I had been used to. But it took me relying on my family, on my sister, on those who were closest to me to help me do things that at that point I just couldn't do myself. And the lesson that I took away from that is it's okay. It's okay to be vulnerable. Sometimes the help is there, but if we don't ask for it, if we don't reach out for it, we may not receive it. And we may make things much, much harder than it has to be on ourselves. I had to learn how to accept help. This was something that came over time, but I realized that as long as I had people who were genuine and had the right approach and were really wanting to do the right thing for myself, for my son, and in Malika's loss, that they were going to actually help me get through with things. I had a number of people provide a meal train, provide food for myself and my son when we got back home, and help take care of things, because at that point I couldn't cook, I couldn't drive, I couldn't provide anything for myself and my son. So that was extremely helpful. I had people push me as I was starting to get a little frustrated and discouraged with the physical therapy that I had to go through, but encouraged me that I needed to do these things. And I even had people who were willing to work out, stretch, and do things with me in order to give me that support in order to keep moving forward. And then I also want to point out, as far as some of us, we do need to understand that there's an element of being humble and learning to appreciate what people bring to the table for us, how we need to value them, and that we start to see that there is a beautiful light within people, and that some people genuinely care. And that opened up my eyes and my heart to wanting to not only appreciate the fact that they were doing these things, but that I allowed myself to be vulnerable to allow them to do those things. And my takeaway is that I want you to think that, you know, you have to be strong enough to stand alone at times, but you also have to be smart enough to be aware and know when you actually need help. And it takes a great person to be brave enough to ask for that help when they know that they need it. And my tribe, my group, my people who were there for me did a tremendous job in doing that when I was at my lowest points in the recovery process. Now, from stress to success touches on part of that tribe, but it goes to the next level. There were things that I knew that I needed that my tribe could not necessarily do completely. As far as being able to deal with the grief and deal with the loss emotionally, figure out how to put those pieces of my life back together, how to deal with the emotional pain that my son was enduring. I needed professional support to do that. I had never been to therapy before, but I knew that I was going to need somebody to help talk me through how to deal with such a change that was going on in my life. I knew that I needed to actually learn how to walk again. Now, as crazy as that sounds, once I healed to a point where I could get to where I could get a receiver prosthetic, it wasn't as easy as popping it on and just taking steps and walking. There was a level of recovery physically that I had to do, a lot of therapy, a lot of physical training that I had to actually go through before I could even get to that point. I had to have someone push me into doing those things. And I had to have tremendous support from a physical therapist who would help me get through those things. As I stated before, I suffered from a degree of memory loss and PTSD. And anyone who has had to go through those issues and challenges, it's not something that you just happen to overcome by yourself. So I did have to go through numerous steps of neurological tests to understand if my memory loss was going to be something that was permanent or if it was just going to be something that was temporary. And if it was an issue that I needed to be addressed as soon as possible. So finding the right resources and people to help me get through my needs and make sure that those needs were met is something that takes some of that stress and anxiety off of yourself. And what it did was it really helped me to move forward at a quicker rate. My healing that was going to happen, hopefully naturally, was accelerated because I was able to find people who were experts at what they did and understood how they could help improve my quality of life and take the steps that I needed to in order to move forwards at a quicker rate. There's an element in there that I want to make sure that from a business standpoint, we understand. I needed somebody to help me figure out what I was going to do with my career and give me some life coaching that allowed me to expand from looking at what was directly in front of me over the course of the next 2 to 3 months and think about it from a longer term perspective. This led me to change from being an engineer previously into taking steps into entrepreneurship. And if I didn't have that, it would have been much harder to see what that vision was going to be for me in the future. As I was recovering and even got to where I was stronger enough to even help other people who were going through amputations or going through sudden mental or physical pain and just getting the news of that, or even others who have lost somebody close to them, I was able to see that there was a joy that I found in being able to talk with them and help them get through the challenges that they were facing. Because we're not made to be able to endure these pains by ourselves. And sometimes walking through that journey and having that experience makes it easier for the next person who has to go through it. So as I got this help from the right people, I was able to use that and integrate it with what I was going through in order to help others. What some of this professional support and aid actually did was, as I mentioned before, it expedited my healing process and my recovery process, but it also decreased the likelihood of me making poor decisions and possibly relapsing to a greater state of depression or not being equipped to deal with the grief. And this happens, the takeaway that I want us to understand is sometimes we do need to find the right people and figure out how we're going to incorporate them in our life. This goes back to needing help, but sometimes there's specialized help and a specialized level of knowledge that certain people have that are going to help us understand things better and get things off the ground as it should be. For all of you who are part of this Black CEO Iconic Conference, you're taking steps because you've taken the step to learn from people who have already accomplished things, seeing people who have already faced struggles and battles within their businesses that you may be seeing and facing today. There may be someone who's going to provide you coaching in the future that you're going to learn and meet from this conference that you wouldn't have before because they're speaking to something that you specifically need. And in identifying what those needs are and actually going forward and getting that support, you're doing yourself a major service in trying to progress at a faster rate. So keep that in mind. We're not going to all be able to do everything by ourselves, and we do need to recognize when we need help. Another element to my recovery that tremendously helped me was the need to learn how to lead with love. And I want to paraphrase this as just understanding what my priorities and purpose were. As far as clarity on my priority, I want to take you back 4 years ago. Malika and I, we had a conversation, and it was one of those what if conversations. What if something happens to me? And I remember it clear as day. She said, if something happened to me, I have several things I want you to do. I want you to move forward and be happy. And I don't want you to grieve too long. I don't want you to get stuck in a place where you can't move forward. I want you to make sure you do everything in power to make sure that our son is taken care of and that you're raising him to be the man that he needs to be. So in my process of recovery, I constantly reflected back on those words that she shared with me. And that became some of my motivating force in order to keep pushing, keep moving forward. Times when I didn't want to do the physical therapy in order to just get to a point where I could walk again, so I could be functional, so I could be able to be the dad that I needed to be for my teenage son. It drove me into doing those things. When I knew that I was going to have to ignite a career again and be able to get out of bed and start grinding, start working, start doing things to make things better for myself and my son, her voice was still in my ear. And that really gave me a true sense of what my priorities were. And then the purpose came not only in doing what I needed to be a better father for my son and a better individual on this earth, but to, as I stated before, I found that there was joy for me in helping others to succeed. Others who were going through traumatic surgeries, or others who have lost either their significant others or have lost their job and didn't know what they were doing. As I was healing, I was trying to heal other people. And that purpose just became more and more clear as I did more of this. So it started to make it clear what God wanted me here for on this earth still. So I want to leave you with this portion. Let that love and let that purpose that you happen to have be your guiding light. And as you learn to help others, you don't realize it, but you're helping yourself develop and heal and grow throughout this world. This can be used in business and personal. This can be used in every aspect of our life. but learning to love others and learning what that love is that you want to apply will help us all move forward in this world. Finally, the last point that I want to touch on that the Soulful Success University is going to give you more detail on is just the overall change, your mindset and perspective. Over the course of the past 2.5 years, I learned that even though I had a great first half of my life, that I don't spend too much time looking backward at what it was and trying to get back to something that I had. I treat it as if I had to close that book and I had to create a new book, and I'm moving forward into the new chapter of that life. And I look ahead as to what's to come. And I try to make sure that the things that I'm doing are preparing myself to meet that future desire, that future expectation, that future goal. We can't go back and change what has happened. And when adversity hits, that's something that we can't go back and affect. I've had to transition to what my new normal is and accept it. As I stated, change in career, and I have a new focus on what's to come and where I'm headed. And then in the process of going through this journey, I found that there is a level of self-discovery where I found my authentic self. I found things that fulfill me, have a better understanding of how to love myself and love others, and using my purpose in order to impact people in ways I never imagined. And what I see now is that that positive attitude that comes along with it, even though it was a major, tremendous setback, actually leads to progress and results are achieved. And as you start achieving more of your goals and your results, that attitude is only going to increase, and you're going to want to touch and help more people in a positive light in this world. So keep this in mind. In challenging times, you must have the strength and the integrity to be honest, not only with yourself, but others, on where you are currently and where you're trying to go in the future. With that, that's a short introduction into the Soulful Success University and some of the things that I want to share with you. My name is Tyran Jackson. I am the owner and principal of Reborn Resilient, and you can find me on the internet, on the website at rebornresilient.com. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn under my name, Tyran Jackson, or under Reborn Resilient. Be on the lookout. I'm going to share more of my story in my upcoming book, My Defining Moment, and there will be more insight into the Soulful Success University going forward. Thank you all. I hope you're having a wonderful conference and have a great day.
I wear my red heels because I am healed. I am the righteousness of the Most High. I wear my red heels because it reminds me that I am already healed. My journey, authorizing your destiny. I am Latrina Rochelle Graves McCarty from Ocean Springs, Mississippi, USA. Today, you will be given the 5 W's and 1 H method, which will allow you to compose your own journey, destiny, path, and life. I guarantee you will enjoy the ride. In every situation, you should understand and evaluate each context, objectives, and constraints. This detailed analysis of each fact allows you to approach a problem in the best way possible. In other words, to achieve this systematic thinking, you should use this simple, reliable, and versatile tool. The 5W and 1H method is an acronym in which every letter corresponds to a question: what, who, where, when, how, and why. This technique allows you to understand a situation to discern the problem by analyzing all the aspects. It allows you to discern the information needed to better understand, encompass, clarify, structure, frame a situation. As this way of thinking allows you to explore all the dimensions from different perspectives. This tool is used for journalists. They use it all the time and is applied to different contexts. It will help you ask the right questions, expand your inquiry, and obtain the right information, which in turn helps you to find the better solutions. This method is used as a guide. Who? Discover who you are. That is number one. I am enjoying the journey, but it has not always been this way. I can remember my earlier years as this shy, timid girl who was so shy that her palms would sweat. Her knees would be on the edge of buckling, even at the thought of public speaking. And I had to conquer my fear of reading to an audience decades ago. I did not think I would survive my 6th grade reading class. Grade school was a blur. If there were a yearly award for shyness, I would hold a title each year. I remember reading aloud sessions, just 3 more classmates before it was my turn. My mouth was too dry to request a restroom break. My hands would sweat as if I had just beat my best friend in a freestyle sprint race. The problem was we were not on the playground where my classmates would marvel at my work with a kickball. I dribble the ball as if I were the daughter of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. We were in reading class. 1 more classmate to read. I was next. I glanced at the clock again. Maybe we would have a fire drill, but it'd be real. The entire south wing of the school would be engulfed in flames. But after all, we had exited safely from the building. The 6th graders would lose all of their materials. Then later, we would learn that our new literature books would not arrive until the beginning of summer break. And then, by then, I would be well on my way to junior high school. However, that was my imagination. It was just my imagination. Now, last year, I had the privilege to speak to a select group of junior and senior young ladies at my former high school in Moss Point. One of the students asked me when I fell in love with writing. I shared my story of fears, from fear to faith. I had to fall in love with reading first, and I did. My sister Sabrina introduced me to Danielle Steele's romance novels at the early age of 12. I was in love. Now, as a mom, I wanted to instill those best practices early in my children, and now I'm an English teacher. I have the privilege of instilling all those same skills to the next generation. I am teaching 9th grade English, and my students are pulling together an anthology book project. So my students were required to choose a personal novel and compose a narrative essay, whereas they identified and related to the main character. There is no way one can separate reading and writing. As I continue to pour into my students, as I continue to pour into them, it is my hope that they will have a glimmer of who they are and be able to recognize their purpose. The who is understanding who you are and what your passions are. Number 2, the what. What is your purpose? As a former young lady, it was instilled and ingrained in us that a man would find us. A man would find us. This was the same goals of all my friends. We thought that we must be engaged right out of college, settle down, and have 2.5 children, a dog, and a white picket fence. No one ever asked me about my purpose. No one ever looked beyond the what if I never got married or had children. And in my case, becoming a widow at age 39. I had a 13-year-old son and a 7-year-old daughter. After losing my best friend, my husband, this gave birth to my purpose. I started writing as a coping method. It allowed me to get through some tough days. In 2014, I wrote my first one-act stage play, which became a light series sequel, which includes Just a Little Sunshine, Only a Shadow, and After the Rain. I then wrote a 6-act play, which is Off the Court, and a live performance is on YouTube at LGN Productions. My first novel, Olivia's Journey, was published in October 2018. In the summer of 2020, I hosted a book club, which centered around my first novel. I wanted to form a deeper bond with the ladies, for we all have similar paths. After the book club, I wanted to stay connected with them, and we invited more ladies to come as well. So I created the private Facebook group, My Journey, Authorizing Your Destiny. We decided that a weekend getaway was needed. So my first My Journey virtual weekend getaway was birthed last December. Each of the ladies chose a chapter, and I encouraged each of them to rename that chapter and make it their own on a virtual platform. It is my desire to have a weekend getaway each year, and hopefully this year we'll be going to London. Next year, I hope to have the second book of the series, the second book of the series, Her Detour, written. This year's event was free. However, I encouraged everyone to purchase the book and visit the My Journey online bookstore, where you purchase your t-shirts. And of course, we wore our heels and we had our pearls. The what to do. What should you do? What should you do? Start small. Just do something. I am so grateful for the opportunity to share my experiences with so many. I encourage single women to be comfortable in their singleness. Life happens. It is up to us to compose our own stories. We have to compose our own stories. Number 3, where? Once you have embraced your purpose, where should you begin? I started with the simple, the obvious. I started writing. After I discovered it was my passion. I also encountered myself around like-minded individuals. However, you must remember that it's your passion. Don't lose yourself trying to entertain every idea. There were times I had to get alone. I remember writing the last few pages of my first novel. I checked into a hotel, grabbed dinner, and wrote well into the AM. I finished it. I have two businesses. LGN Productions and Mississippi Speaker Connection. And I do the same. Finding that alone time, finding those moments of no distractions is key to me. It is during those times that I know I hear directly from the Most High. He is my navigator. It works for me because in that place I grow. It is during that intimacy with Him, He displays His love. He nourishes you before He releases you with confidence. That is all you need. And you know for a fact that all will be well. Sometimes you may be perfectly fine walking in your heels. However, at times He may allow you to rest in His arms as He carries you. Writing Olivia's Journey was my alone time with Him. Every project that is conceived is our moment. Number 4, when? Now. At some point, you must begin. Why not now? Why not today? Make a commitment to do something in pursuit of your dreams every day. What I like about my brand, My Journey,
is that it is a visual affirmation that everything is going to be all right. Even if you miss a day of pursuit, stop beating yourself up. If you don't commit to a fast or to a diet and fail, many of us do. The key is to get up, keep moving. It is finishing the task. In a fairy tale of tortoise and the hare, both finished at their own pace. Yes, the hare was foolish, but finished the race nonetheless. And know that it is not a competition. Everyone has his or her own journey. You are author. You are the composer. Just like everyone has his own set of fingerprints, you have a gift and talent to share with the world. Many are waiting to hear from you. Yes, you. I didn't think I had anything to share with anyone. My late husband was the life of the party. He was a Marine veteran, high school teacher, and coach. His time on earth had a purpose. I strongly believe that he lived on purpose. And each year I honor him and present a scholarship to a deserving graduating high school senior in his name. His legacy lives on. I see it in his children, that same fire and passion that he had. My children are Anna and Joshua McCarty. They make me smile at their zeal and their passion. I am so grateful that I decided early on to demonstrate the example. For I know children close their ears to advice, but open their eyes to example. Obedience is better than sacrifice. As a single woman for over 10 years, I discovered what I was searching for was already inside of me. Whatever I thought my children lacked or needed because the absence of their father, they got it from the Father, the Most High. He does not disappoint. When I completed the 8th and final chapter of Olivia's journey, I realized 8 represents new beginning. I believe that every day is a new beginning. The red hills represent forgiveness, which is a reflective of the healing process. So, your win is every day, even if you don't get it right. Number 5. Number 5 is the why. Often we ask ourselves, why me? I had plenty of conversations with the Father. My biggest argument we ever had was, but I did not sign up to become a widow and a single mother too. Before I got married, I endured some hardships and pain as a single woman, but the loss of my husband is something that I would or could not have ever imagined. I lost my soulmate. I lost my best friend, the father of my children, the rock of my family. I had to rely heavily on my writings to get through some tough days. I began writing professionally and reading and writing as an escape. As a result, I was able to launch out into the deep with limited distractions. I chose not to pursue nouns. What are nouns? People, places, and things that would distract me from my purpose. At times I did, but I didn't stay there. I encourage those who have tuned in to know your why. A little over a year ago, I created Mississippi Speaker Connection. It is a community and collaborative effort designed to instruct as well as educate aspiring public speakers. It is designed as a networking resource for professionals as well as novice speakers to collaborate. They collaborate. One key, or the main key to this open forum, is for our guests to know and recognize their why as it relates to any given topic. I know, right? A little shy girl from Mossville, Mississippi. Now I believe that I was born with a voice. I was born with a why. Experiences have allowed me to move from fear to faith. So I choose to wear my red heels and keep it moving. Why are so many people successful in the industry? Because they keep it moving. They don't allow their attention to be distracted for extended periods of time. You heal and you move on. I view life as a race because it is. Every one of us has an appointed time. It may take us years at the starting line, getting ready and setting before we are ready to go. Just go. Ladies, instead of wearing your heels, put on some red chucks. The how. Final point. I remember trying to figure it all out. After I realized that I was already an overcomer fear, I majored in broadcast journalist. Here I was, a broadcast journalist, and I'm minored in speech communications at the University of Southern Mississippi in Hattiesburg. I just knew I was going to be a high-profile journalist. However, I discovered my passion for instructing. I'm a certified teacher in speech communications and English, and I hold a master's in English. Recently, I realized another passion, and so now I'm pursuing a PhD with the sole purpose of continuing my journey, because it ain't over. The question is how. I would encourage anyone to take time and be still. Turn off radio, podcasts, Clubhouse News, all platforms of social media for a season. Get quiet and be still. Once you know and hear some directions, get quiet again and give specific instructions. The blueprint may come in a form of a friend or business partnership. I always enjoy my writings alone. This is what I like. I do enjoy collaborations. However, I am the sole member of LGN Productions. I love it. It grants me relaxation because if I mess up, no one will ever know. But that gives me the free range to explore, add or subtract without distractions. Write the vision. Run with the vision. Make it plain. My journey allows me the liberty in authorizing my destiny. My journey brand is under the label of LGN Productions. Olivia's journey was birthed when I decided to re-enter and explore the dating scene. Now, Olivia's journey is fictional. However, it is a collection of my journey as well as the journey of my friends and my imagination. The novel is dedicated to my late husband, and the theme is crystal clear. One must have a clear purpose and be willing to go wherever that path may lead. The poet Langston Hughes puts it best. I have discovered in life that there are ways of getting almost anywhere you want to go, if you really want to go. Let's go over the 5 W's and the 1 H. Who? Discover who you are. What? What is your purpose? Where? Once you have embraced your purpose, where should you begin? When? Now. At some point, you must begin. The why. Often ask yourselves, why me? Well, why not? The how. Write the vision and run with it. 5W1H method allows you to construct your thoughts and ask the essential questions to decipher a situation. In terms of project management, this is an irreplaceable tool which may be used in multiple contexts. Establishing a communication plan, defining a project, or even crisis management. Take it all one day at a time and enjoy the journey. By Christy Barley. These were the words my late husband, then boyfriend, would quote to me often, but it has taken me 10 years to walk in it. Sometimes a longer journey, we fall, and perhaps may even stumble or trip on our own feet. But we do not stay there. We get up, get back up again. And at times, we bounce back with a spring. This is what I live by. This is what I have decided to live by. And this has helped me with whatever life throws my way. For it is your journey, your destiny, your path, and your life. I want to thank everyone for giving me an opportunity to be on this Black CEO Iconic platform. I want to thank you so much. My Journey, Authorizing Your Destiny. Here are my two LLCs. And of course, here is a review of the methods. Please review them. Take notes, jot it down, do what you can in order to continue moving forward. And of course, this is my very first novel. I am hoping to have the second written by summer, Her Detour. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, bring back up your slides. I want you to reshoot that section again. Just going through them, but I want you to actually read through the questions because you went too fast for the review.
Okay.
So like actually do a review with them. Okay.
Okay, I can do that. Oh, sorry. Just 1 second. Okay, can you see? Can you see the share screen?
Yeah, it's up. But say your power word because if not, it's not going to. It may not show. Okay. So say your power word. Hold 1 second, and then go ahead and proceed.
Yes, ma'am. My journey. My journey, authorizing your destiny. I'm so grateful to have these two LLCs, LGM Productions, which has the fictitious label, My Journey, and Mississippi Speaker Connection. The 5W and 1H method. Number 1, who? Discover who you are. Number 2, what? What is your purpose? Number 3, where? Once you have embraced your purpose, where should you begin? Number 5, when? Now. At some point, you must begin. Number 5, the why. Often we ask yourselves, why me? Why not you? And finally, how? Write the vision, make a plan, and run with it. Olivia's Journey. It is my very first novel, and I am creating the My Journey series as we speak. There will be three books under the label of My Journey. And please, please, please look out for the brand name, My Journey. Thank you so very much for having me.
Before I begin the meat of this message, I want to pose a question to you. How do you live after you've died? I know, that's probably a bit more existential than you were looking for in a keynote speech, right? Well, this goes right up there with what's the meaning of life and which came first, the chicken or the egg? But what I'm asking isn't at all odd. Men and women for millennia have been searching for the answer to this very question. And honestly, the closest we've gotten recently comes from, well, where all good answers to meaningful, thought-provoking questions come from. Pixar. Okay, because we're family and I like you, It's only right that I preface what I'm about to say by giving you the obligatory spoiler alert warning. So I apologize in advance, but don't say that I didn't warn you. So on Christmas Day 2020, Disney Pixar offered up yet another bit of cinematic, self-reflective genius in the form of the movie Soul, the story of full-time middle school band teacher, part-time jazz aficionado Joe Gardner, who finally gets the chance to play at the best jazz club in New York City, just to have that dream taken away from him when he falls down a manhole and finds himself in line on a long moving sidewalk heading for the great beyond. Y'all, Joe dies, okay? And he's not particularly pleased with his new location in the space-time continuum, so he does everything he can to get back to his body and his life. Now, again, because we're family and I like you, I'm not going to tell you what happens next, except to say that he finds the answer to my question. But can I be honest? I mean, really, truthfully, completely transparent? I didn't need to watch Soul to find the answer because, honestly, I've already figured it out. Okay, maybe a better response is I've already begun figuring it out. See, the reason why this movie resonated with me so much is because I am Joe and Joe is me. So let me explain. In the movie, we don't ever find out how old Joe is, but if you look at him, I'd put his age around 40, although he could be older because we already know that black does not crack, but we'll go with 40. So at what would be considered middle age, he finally gets the gig of a lifetime. Things finally seem to be going his way and life is good, great even. Then everything is upended by an unexpected situation that ends up taking his life. And that, my friends, is my story too. In 2018, just 3 months into my 45th year of life, I fell down a proverbial manhole when I woke up to discover I was having a heart attack. And not just a regular heart attack, because as my daughter often tells me, I don't know how to do anything regular, but a widowmaker heart attack. If you are unfamiliar with this type of heart attack, it's one so severe that the person ends up dying, which is what happened to me. My heart stopped twice on the way to the hospital, and then 7 more times after that. The doctors told my family that there was a 50-50 chance that I would not make it through the weekend. The chaplain told my husband to get my affairs in order. I found out later that I started bleeding uncontrollably and they couldn't figure out why. Every pint they put into me flowed back out. And my mother said all that she could think about was that her only child was going to bleed out and die before her eyes. Thankfully, I survived. And when I was told how slim my chances of survival were, I began to think of all the ways I was going to live my life differently, better. After all, many didn't make it, but I was one who did. And if this was where my story ended, well, me and Joe would be twins, and we all lived happily ever after. The end. But you know that's not how real life works, right? When I regained consciousness, the very first thing I realized was that I was partially paralyzed from the waist down. That's a whole nother story. Then, while I was in recovery, I developed infections in my right leg and left foot, which ultimately resulted in my right leg being amputated above the knee and my left leg below it. Did I mention I was a runner? 5K, 10Ks, half marathons? Yeah. And I loved shoes. The employees at DSW Shoe Warehouse knew me by name. And here I was at 45, facing life as a partially paralyzed, bilateral lower limb amputee. When we think about death, we often think of it only in terms of the end of life. Indeed, death is defined as the action or fact of dying or being killed, the end of the life of a person or organism. When we say she died, we usually mean she passed away, gone on to glory, or some other euphemism that we've concocted over the years. But death, dying, doesn't just pertain to the physical loss of life. It pertains to the loss of a life, the one you lived before you fell into a manhole or left the hospital physically, emotionally, and spiritually changed. It's the life you lived before you lost your job or your house, your marriage or your business, your child or your parents. It's the one you lived before you lost your dreams. I mentioned at the beginning that I didn't need to watch Soul to figure out the answer to my question because I had already begun figuring it out. But please make no mistake. This was no easy journey to discovery. The adage, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, takes on a whole new meaning when they're being thrown at your head. And that's what I've been doing the past 3 years of my life, learning how to take life's lemons and make lemonade, and lemon pound cake, and lemon meringue pie, and one hell of a good lemon drop martini. Now, I realize that my story isn't your story. And I also realize that some of you have never had not one crappy day, month, week, or year in your life. So this message ain't for you. But thanks for listening. But for everybody else, let's work on answering that question, shall we? What I am going to share with you now are the principles of the raft. There are actually 15, but for sake of time, we're only going to cover 5. Before I begin, let me explain that RAFT is actually an acronym for resilience and flexible thinking. I know, clever, right? And flexible thinking and resilience mean our ability to bounce back and pivot when necessary. Had to do a lot of that in 2020. So if you're going to come back to life after you've died, you need to be able to do both successfully. So let's start with the resilience principles first. Principle number 1, practice self-awareness. So emotional intelligence is defined as our ability to identify, assess, and control one's emotions and the emotions of others. And according to Daniel Goleman, who's the preeminent researcher on this topic, one of the 4 components you need in order to have emotional intelligence is self-awareness. And to find an excellent example of what this looks like, we just need to channel our inner Shakespeare just a little bit and take this advice. To thine own self be true. In other words, be authentically you. That's what self-awareness is. It's all about understanding and embracing who we are and what we value and what we believe. Now, what does that have to do with resilience? Well, if we are going to build true resilience, we have to know what sets us off so that we can then have a plan to overcome the obstacles. Practicing self-awareness means being able to accurately evaluate ourselves objectively and take an honest look at who we are, especially when we are facing challenges. Now, remember, we are our most authentic selves when all hell is breaking loose, and our ability to persevere is contingent upon us being honest with ourselves first. Can't be honest with anybody unless you're honest with yourself in the beginning. All right, so principle number 2 is prioritize self-care. One of the funniest shows of all time, in my opinion, is Parks and Recreation. If you're unfamiliar with the show, but you are familiar with The Office, well, it's what The Office would be if it were located in the Parks and Recreation office of a small Midwestern town. In season 4, two characters named Tom and Donna celebrate their favorite day, October 13th, Treat Yourself Day. This is the day that Tom and Donna set aside every year to, well, treat themselves. Whatever they feel like doing that's going to make them happy or feel good, that's what they do. Now, while the writers made up this day for the show, the idea is a great one, and one we need to practice ourselves, because the truth is, you can't recover from any issue or setback if you don't take the time to treat yourself. We've all heard the adage, right? You can't pour from an empty cup, which simply means you can't give what you don't have. We can't be resilient if we're worn out or sick from taking care of everything and everyone else except for ourselves. We need every bit of strength and sanity to tackle obstacles as they come. So we have to be good at taking care of ourselves first. All right. So principle number 3 is push out fear. Answer: snakes, worms, bugs, unicorns, and dragons. Question: what are things I've been afraid of in my lifetime? Okay, I'm not afraid of unicorns and dragons anymore, but both of them kept me up at night when I was a child. I was scared they were under my bed, conspiring to get me. Mind you, I had no idea what they would do if they actually got me, but I didn't want to find out. I'm not sure what was going on in my 6 or 7-year-old mind, but it was the 70s, and the movie The Last Unicorn and the television special Puff the Magic Dragon gave me nightmares. It's only been recently that I've been able to watch The Last Unicorn without getting the willies. And that's because I figured there wasn't a really good reason for a 48-year-old woman to be afraid of unicorns. So, what does any of this have to do with developing resilience? Well, I'm glad you asked. One meaningful way to become more resilient is to face our fears and then push them away or leave them behind. This is especially important if what we are afraid of falls into the category of irrational. You know, that's that type of fear that is so unhealthy that it keeps us from moving forward. And resilience is all about moving forward. We understand that some fear is healthy, right? It was fear, after all, that told our prehistoric ancestors to run from the big furry thing with the claws and teeth. It's healthy fear that helps keep us safe when we're in a dangerous environment. But any fear that keeps us from living our absolute best lives is something we have to face and move beyond. All right, so those are principles of resilience. Now, let's tackle 2 of my favorite principles of flexible thinking: slay the sacred cow and learn to take risks. So, principle number 4 is slay the sacred cow. Now, you might be asking, what exactly is a sacred cow? Well, once again, I'm glad you asked. So, a sacred cow is defined as someone or something that is considered to have a status that allows it to avoid any criticism or questioning. And then there's my definition of a sacred cow. And that is any idea, concept, or rule you refuse to give up because you're stubborn and you don't like change. If you're of the school of thought that says, this is the way it's always been done, and this is the way it should always be done, go ahead and quit right now, because you're never going to accomplish anything meaningful. What's the definition of insanity again? Doing the same thing over and over and over, expecting different results. Now, before you get angry with me, I hear you. What if what you've been doing has been working? In response to that question, I present you with one of my favorite all-time Marvel comic book characters by the name of Shuri, also known as the technologically brilliant younger sister of King T'Challa or the Black Panther. As far as I'm concerned, she is the ultimate cow slayer. In a conversation with her brother about his latest protective suit, he questions why she created something new when the old suit was working just fine. Her response is this: just because something works doesn't mean it can't be improved. And that, my friends, is the definition of what it means to slay a sacred cow. If we are to embrace this very first concept of flexible thinking, we have to be, well, flexible in our thinking. We have to stop holding on to things that no longer serve us, even if they still work. And that's so that we can move forward. All right, principle number 5, and the second principle of flexible thinking is learn to take risks. Some years ago, a story was floating around social media about a college student who had a fascinating response to a test question. The student was to respond in essay form to the following: what's the riskiest thing you've ever done? His response: this. As a former educator, I loved this response because I understood what he was doing. By making the word this his whole answer, he both answered the question and provided an example. He responded to the question, what's the riskiest thing you've ever done, by doing the riskiest thing he'd ever done. Brilliant, I tell you. Had he been my student, not only would he have gotten credit for the question, but I might have slid him a couple of extra points or 2 just for being creative. Now, the next person who tried to answer the question that way with the same response wouldn't have gotten credit. But that's what happens when you take a risk. The definition itself says as much. Risk: to do something that may result in a loss, failure, etc. The key word here is may, as in it's possible that this thing you did could result in a loss or failure, but it's not certain, so try it anyway. Now, honestly, that's why so many of us are risk averse. We don't want to do anything that may result in a loss or failure. But what if you applied a little flexible thinking to that definition? Let me offer you an alternative. Risk: to do something that may result in a gain or success, etc. See, the problem with the word risk is that it needs a good PR campaign, one that highlights the positive aspects of taking risks and not the negative. So if we focused on the positive instead of the negative, people might be more inclined to take leaps of faith. Leaps of faith. Isn't it interesting that when we see this phrase, leaps of faith, we don't have any negative feelings about it? No one has ever used I'm leap of faith averse as a reason why they didn't want to do something. And yet, taking a leap of faith is the exact same thing as taking a risk. Leap of faith: to do something even though you are not sure it is right or will succeed. That you are not sure part means there's a possibility that, which means may. Go back to the original definition of risk. It's the exact same thing. So, what might taking a risk look like in our lives? Well, in my life, taking a risk looked like the very first time I posted a picture of myself post amputations. Scary moment, but I did it anyway. So, what about you? What might taking a risk look like? If you don't know right now, that's okay. The request I'm making may be easy in theory, but putting it into practice, that's entirely different. So I challenge you to do what I asked my students to do, what I tell myself to do, every time I expose myself to new environments and to new people, fully embracing my new normal. Do it scared. So, if you've gotten nothing else out of the time that we've been able to spend together, I hope it's that our ability to live after we've died comes from our willingness to change the way we think. No one can make us do it, and no one can tell us how long it should take either. This is a journey unique to each of us. But until we decide to take control of where this journey takes us, we're going to be stuck right where we are. Choose not to get stuck. Choose instead to live again. Choose today to grab your raft and go. Don't worry, you still have plenty of time.